Hey there. If you've been here before, you already know how this goes. I'm Nick, and together we'll let the world grow quieter one story at a time. And if this is your first night with us, then welcome. I hope by the time morning comes, this feels like somewhere you've known for years. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but calm storytelling and gentle rain until the night slips away. If you'd like to come back tomorrow, I'd really appreciate a subscribe and a like. Share where you're listening from tonight. Now, let's tell some stories. The dust on the kitchen table lay in patterns that made no sense. Amber set down the cardboard box and looked at the surface in the afternoon light coming through the window, white and flat. And she saw where something had been moved recently. A clear rectangle in the film, drag marks at one corner, where the object had been pulled rather than lifted. The cabin had been locked for 3 weeks, since the morning they found him. Since the neighbor who checked on him twice a week had driven out, and found the door still bolted from inside, the windows latched, and her grandfather on the bedroom floor with his glasses 5 feet from his body, and his journal open beside him. She touched the edge of the table with 2 fingers, her hand moving slowly, and she didn't know why she was doing it, except that everything in this place still belonged to him in some way she couldn't name. The wood was scarred pine, deep grain, and she knew he'd worked at this table every morning with his field notes and his coffee in the chipped mug with the faded Sierra Club logo. The mug sat on the counter now, waiting to be wrapped. She hadn't touched it yet. Couldn't bring herself to wrap it in newspaper and seal it in cardboard, to reduce it to an object someone else might use. Some things should be allowed to stay where they'd been left. Rachel was in the living room sorting books and papers, making efficient sounds. Her older sister had always been good at this, the practical work of dismantling a life, reducing it to boxes and donation bags. Amber wasn't good at it. She kept stopping, kept picking things up and holding them too long. The composition notebooks were stacked beside the sink, their covers water-stained and sun-faded, and she pulled the top one toward her across the counter. His handwriting filled the pages. Tight lowercase loops, heavy pressure from the pen that left faint impressions on the pages beneath. A rightward slant that looked like it was always hurrying towards something. She'd loved his handwriting as a child, the way it looked controlled and confident. Even when he was just making a grocery list, she turned the pages carefully. They cracked along the folds. Fuqueria splendens he'd written at the top of one entry, and below it a sketch of ocotillo branches in the margin, the spines rendered in quick strokes. The next page listed soil composition observations, temperature ranges, notes about creosote distribution in the scrubland east of the cabin, dates going back 30 years, rainfall measurements, pages and pages of careful documentation about a landscape most people would dismiss as empty. Amber ran her thumb along the edge of the notebook and tried not to think about his hands doing the same thing. Tried not to picture the way he would have sat here at this table, with the morning light coming through the window and the desert stretching out in all directions beyond the walls. She kept turning pages, kept her focus on the words, the consistency of his handwriting across decades, the same loops and slant and pressure, year after year. It made the shakiness at the end more wrong somehow. The thought that those last journal entries, written in hands that trembled, belonged to the same person who'd filled all these careful pages. Behind her, nailed to the hallway wall between the kitchen and the front door, the framed list of rules hung slightly crooked. She'd noticed it when they first arrived. Noticed the frame was newer than the paper inside, the pine hand-cut and unstained. Noticed the way some of the ink looked darker than the rest, fresher. Though he'd been dead 3 weeks, and no one had been out here since. The rules themselves were strange, specific in a way that felt like paranoia or dementia or both. If you hear a coyote call your name, ignore it. That was Rule 3. Rule 7 said something about not looking out the window after midnight if someone knocked. She'd read them once, standing in the hallway with Rachel, and then she'd turned away and started unpacking boxes because looking at the list too long made her feel like she was intruding on something private, on the unraveling. She closed the field notes and set them aside, then pulled one of the cardboard boxes closer and started filling it. Coffee filters, a jar of instant coffee, half empty, dish soap. Her grandfather had lived out here for 40 years after her grandmother died, teaching field biology at Sol Ross until he retired, and then just staying. Alone, 40 miles from Alpine, farther still from anything resembling a town. No cell service. The isolation hadn't bothered him. He'd said once that he preferred the company of plants to the company of people, and Amber had understood that completely. Rachel appeared in the doorway holding a flannel shirt, asking about clothes for donation and whether Amber wanted to keep anything. The field jacket, maybe, Amber told her. The canvas one. Rachel folded the flannel and set it on the counter, saying they were making decent time, that they could be done by tomorrow afternoon if they kept moving. Amber nodded. She didn't say that she didn't want to keep moving, that every box she filled felt like an erasure. Rachel wouldn't understand. Rachel had loved their grandfather, but she'd also thought he was deteriorating, that the isolation and the age had gotten to him. She'd said it more than once in the weeks after the funeral, that it was sad. What happened to his mind at the end? That the list of rules on the wall was proof he'd needed more help than they'd given him. Amber didn't believe that. She didn't know what she believed, but it wasn't that. The light was starting to change, the white afternoon glare softening toward Amber, and she looked out the window at the scrubland beyond the cabin. Grama grass and lechuguilla stretching toward low hills in the distance, the landscape empty and quiet under a sky that went on forever. Beautiful in a way that made her chest hurt. He'd loved this place, had chosen it, had died here. She opened another cabinet and found the drinking glasses lined up in a row, and she started wrapping them in newspaper one at a time, her hands moving carefully, the paper crinkling in the silence. Rachel had gone back to the bedroom. The cabin settled around her. The faint creak of floorboards, the tick of the old fluorescent fixture over the sink, its ballast humming at a frequency she could feel in her teeth. Outside, the wind moved through the brush. She could hear it through the walls, and beneath that, the enormous silence of 40 miles of desert in every direction. By the time she finished packing the kitchen, the light was gone. Rachel came out and suggested they eat something before it got dark, and they heated canned soup on the stove and ate it standing at the counter, not talking much. The silence felt full of something Amber couldn't name. Presence, maybe. Or the opposite of it. The weight of absence. When Rachel went to brush her teeth in the bathroom, Amber walked into the living room and started sorting through the bookshelf. Field guides, mostly. Plants, insects, geology of the Trans-Pecos. A few novels, their spines cracked from rereading, and tucked between two of the field guides, a journal with a leather cover, the pages brittle and yellowed. She pulled it out and opened it. More of his handwriting, dated entries going back years. She flipped to the end. The last entry was dated the day before he died. It came back last night. 5 words. Nothing else on the page. Amber stood there with the journal in her hands, the overhead light casting shadows across the floor, and she felt something cold move through her that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite understanding. She read the line again. It came back last night. The handwriting was the same as in the field notes, the same tight loops, the same heavy pressure. But the slant was different, steeper, like his hand had been shaking. She closed the journal, set it on the shelf, looked at the window and saw her own reflection in the glass. pale and distorted, and beyond it, the desert night pressing in, absolute black beyond the porch light. No ambient glow anywhere. The darkness out here was something you could feel, something that had weight. Rachel came out of the bathroom, drying her hands on a towel, asking if Amber was okay. Amber said she was. She didn't mention the journal, didn't mention the entry. She turned away from the window and said they should call it a night, finish tomorrow. Rachel folded the towel and draped it over the back of a chair, saying she was going to try to sleep. Amber nodded. She waited until Rachel had settled on the couch with a blanket, and then she stood there in the living room under the fluorescent light, listening to the cabin around her, listening to the night outside the walls, the words in the journal, what it might mean, the list of rules hanging in the hallway behind her, written in that same handwriting that had gone shaky at the end. She wondered for the first time if maybe the rules weren't paranoia at all, if maybe they were instructions. Amber woke to Rachel shaking her shoulder, saying she couldn't sleep, and wanted to go through the field notes together before it got too late. The clock on the wall read 11:30. They'd both been trying to rest, failing at it in separate rooms, and now they sat at the kitchen table with 3 of the composition notebooks open between them, and the overhead light making everything look pale and exhausted. Rachel turned pages, reading entries aloud in a voice that had their grandfather's rhythms in it. Agave lechuguya, she read, and then corrected her own pronunciation the way he would have. Lechagia, the emphasis falling where he'd taught them to put it when they were children. Her finger traced a margin sketch of the plant's rosette pattern, following the lines he'd drawn 30 years ago, and Amber watched her do it and felt something in her chest that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite comfort. Something close to both. They were both here doing this work because he'd mattered to them. Not obligation. Love. Rachel closed the first notebook. The clock read 12:03. Rachel stood and stretched, saying she was going to brush her teeth and try to sleep for real this time. Amber nodded. She stayed at the table, alone in the kitchen with the fluorescent light humming above her, and her gaze drifted to the hallway, to the framed list of rules hanging crooked on the wall. She got up and walked over to it, stood close enough to read the handwriting clearly. 10 rules, numbered and written in fountain pen ink on paper that had yellowed unevenly. Most of it was his, but some of the ink looked darker than the rest. Fresher somehow, though that didn't make sense. She leaned closer. Rules 1 through 9 had a consistency to them. The ink faded to the same degree, but Rule 10 at the bottom appeared more recent. The ink hadn't faded as much. Or maybe he'd gone over it again, rewritten it to make sure it was legible. People did that with important instructions. She read Rule 7 again. If someone knocks after midnight, do not look out the window. Turn on the television loudly. Strange, specific. She wondered what had happened to make him write that down. The knock came 3 minutes later. 3 hard strikes against the front door, a pause. 3 more strikes. Frantic, desperate. And then Rachel's voice from outside, high and terrified, screaming, "Amber, unlock the door. It's out here, please. I can hear it. Unlock the door." Amber's body moved before her mind caught up. She was across the kitchen and into the hallway, her hand reaching for the deadbolt. Her sister's voice, still screaming from the other side of the heavy wooden door, begging her to let her in. And everything in her said, "Open it now. Rachel's in danger. Open the door." Her fingers touched the deadbolt and stopped. The rule: if someone knocks after midnight, do not look out the window. Turn on the television loudly. The screaming outside getting more desperate, Rachel's voice breaking. Amber's hand was shaking so hard she could barely make it obey. She pulled it back from the lock, turned. grabbed the remote from the coffee table, and stabbed at the power button, cranking the volume as high as it would go. The television exploded into sound, white noise and static at a volume that made her teeth hurt, that filled the small cabin with a roar of signal and frequency. The screaming outside cut off mid-word, replaced instantly by something else, a sound that wasn't human, a deep guttural hiss of frustration that came from something with lungs too large for a person, something that could hold breath longer than anything should be able to. The sound went on and on, one continuous exhalation that lasted 15 seconds, 20, 30, and Amber stood frozen in the living room with the television blasting static and her whole body shaking and her mind trying to process what she was hearing. Then silence. The hiss stopped. The television roared on, and behind her, from the hallway, the bathroom door opened. Rachel stepped out, toothbrush in hand, looking confused and exhausted and entirely impossibly real. She raised her voice over the television noise. Why is the television so loud? Amber stared at her. At her sister, standing in the bathroom doorway in pajamas with toothpaste foam still at the corner of her mouth. At the front door, still locked, still bolted from the inside. At the television, screaming static into the room. She'd been in the bathroom the whole time, brushing her teeth. The thing outside had known her name, had known Rachel's voice, had mimicked it perfectly, every inflection, every note of terror designed to make Amber open that door. And it had been good enough that she'd almost done it. Her hand had been on the lock. Amber reached for the remote and killed the volume. The sudden silence felt enormous. She looked at Rachel, who was watching her with concern now, asking what was wrong, asking what had happened. The certainty settled in Amber's bones. Her grandfather hadn't been deteriorating at all. The rules weren't paranoia, they were survival instructions, battle-tested defense mechanisms against something that hunted this property, something that studied its prey, that learned voices and used them. Amber told Rachel what had just happened. Told her about the knocking, the voice, the inhuman hiss when the television disrupted whatever it had been doing. Rachel's face went white. Then she walked to the front window and looked out through the gap in the curtains, careful not to show herself, and Amber watched her sister's expression change as she saw whatever was or wasn't visible in the darkness beyond the porch light. They spent the next hour moving furniture against the doors. The heavy bookshelf from the living room dragged across the floorboards and braced against the front door. The kitchen table wedged against the back door that led to the lean-to where firewood was stored. They checked every window latch twice, made sure the curtains were drawn, confirmed that nothing outside could see in, that nothing inside could accidentally look out. Then they read through the rules again, this time with absolute attention, standing in the hallway with the framed list between them. Rule 3. If you hear a coyote call your name, ignore it. Rule 7. If someone knocks after midnight, do not look out the window. Turn on the television loudly. Rule 9. If you smell copper and mineral water where there is no water, go to the interior room immediately. 10 rules total, each one specific, each one now carrying the weight of lived experience rather than paranoid delusion. The rules made sense now, terrible, specific sense. Each one written in response to something that had tried to get in. Each one a lesson their grandfather had learned the hard way and written down so the next person would know, so they would survive. They decided to stay, to wait for dawn, to follow the rules exactly as written. 4 more hours until sunrise. They could make it 4 more hours. Rachel asked if Amber thought their grandfather had died following the rules or breaking them. Amber didn't answer. She was thinking about the journal entry. It came back last night, written the day before he died, written in handwriting that had gone shaky with what she'd thought was age or fear, but might have been something else entirely. Exhaustion, maybe. The exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting something for longer than he could sustain. They turned off all the lights except one lamp in the living room, sat on the couch where they could see both the front door and the hallway, listened to the cabin around them, the wind outside, the small sounds of the structure settling, the creak of timber contracting as the temperature dropped, the tick of the overhead fixture they'd left off, the faint whistle of air moving through gaps in the window frames, and beneath it all, occasionally, the sound of something moving through the brush beyond the walls, pacing, testing the perimeter. The footsteps were heavier than a coyote's would be, slower than a person's should be in terrain that rough. Rachel said they should take turns keeping watch. Amber agreed, but neither of them slept. They sat there in the dim lamplight, listening to the night, and they waited for morning. The waiting stretched. Minutes felt longer than they should, each one heavy with the awareness that they were 40 miles from help and 4 hours from dawn. Amber checked her phone twice, confirming what she already knew. No signal, the screen showing 0 bars and a battery percentage that was slowly draining even though she'd turned off everything she could. Rachel had her phone too, equally useless. And they both knew that even if they could call someone, no one would arrive before sunrise. They were on their own until then. They went through the cabin room by room, making sure everything was as secure as they could make it. Amber checked the window latches in the living room while Rachel did the same in the kitchen. They moved quietly, speaking in low voices when they spoke at all, and Amber found herself listening beneath every word for sounds from outside. The wind, the brush, anything that might be footsteps. The bedroom was where Rachel found the signs. She'd gone in to check the window and came back out pale, holding his glasses in one hand and a 2-month-old letter in the other. The nightstand had been knocked over and righted, the lamp cord kinked from being stepped on. On the floor beside the bed, a dark stain spread from a central point, arterial. The glasses had been placed back on the nightstand by whoever found the body. Frames bent, one lens cracked. Rachel held the letter's envelope beside the journal Amber had found. Under the living room lamp, the contrast was immediate. 2 months ago, steady, controlled. Final entry, degraded, frantic, pressure tearing through pages. Not deterioration, duress. The timeline was clear. The letter was 2 months old. The journal entry saying it came back was written the night before he died. Somewhere in those 2 months, something had changed. Something had gotten worse. They left the bedroom and returned to the living room. Rachel wanted to talk about what they'd found, but Amber could see her working through it, could see the moment understanding settled in. Their grandfather hadn't died of natural causes. The bedroom showed signs of a struggle, the blood stain, the broken glasses, and the rules nailed to the wall, rules he'd written to keep something out, to survive something that hunted this property. He'd been killed. And whatever killed him was outside right now, pacing through the brush, testing the perimeter of the cabin. The knowledge sat between them for a while, neither of them saying it out loud. Then Rachel asked if they should try to leave, take their chances in the car, drive through the dark until they hit pavement. He's dead on his own floor. The rules didn't save him. Amber's throat tightened. The television had stopped the mimicry. They had 4 more hours until dawn. Going out into 40 miles of brush in the dark is suicide. We stay. The argument didn't resolve, just stopped. They sat on opposite ends of the couch, listening. Rachel had always questioned, needed proof, had stopped visiting when she thought he was losing touch. Amber had always trusted first, defended his choices. Those 2 approaches had worked fine when they were packing boxes. Now, with something outside that wanted to kill them, the difference felt unbridgeable. Around 3 in the morning, Amber heard it. A sound from outside, faint and directionless at first, then clarifying. Something moving through the brush. Not the wind, not an animal. Footsteps, slow and measured, circling the cabin at a distance. She couldn't tell how far away. The desert played tricks with sound, made near things seem distant, and distant things seem close. But she could tell the movement followed a pattern, testing, looking for a way in or a mistake they might make. The temperature had dropped further. Amber could feel it through the walls, the way the cabin's timber contracted in the cold. The way her breath was starting to show faint in the air even though they'd left the heater on low. Outside, the footsteps continued their circuit. She tried to track the sound, tried to map where it was relative to the cabin's layout, but the movement didn't follow a consistent pattern. Sometimes it seemed to be 20 yards out, sometimes closer. Sometimes it would stop for long stretches, and she'd think it had left, and then it would resume from a completely different direction. Rachel heard it too. They both sat frozen, listening, and the footsteps continued. Around the back of the cabin, then along the north side, then toward the front. Amber's hands were clenched so tight, her fingernails bit into her palms. The sound was wrong in a way she couldn't name. Not loud, not fast. Just wrong. The rhythm wasn't quite right. The weight of each step too heavy or too light, she couldn't tell which. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Absolute and complete. Then, closer than before, much closer, heavy footsteps approached the front door. Slow, one step, another, and then they stopped, directly outside, and Amber could hear something through the door that could have been breathing but wasn't. A sound too controlled, too measured, something standing on the other side of the heavy wood, testing how long it could hold perfectly still. The silence stretched. Then the door shuddered. Not a knock. Pressure. Something pushing against it from outside, testing the strength of the wood and the bolt, and the bookshelf they'd braced against it shifted an inch before the pressure released. The door settled back. Silence again. Amber's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs to make them stop. Another shudder. Harder this time. The bookshelf scraped across the floor, books shifting on the shelves, and Amber could hear the timber of the doorframe creaking under the force. Whatever was outside wasn't trying to break in yet. It was learning. Figuring out how much force it would take, where the weak points were, how the defenses were structured. The pressure released again, and the cabin went still. Rachel whispered they needed to check the rules for what to do if the door was breached. They moved to the hallway, and Rachel lifted the framed list off its nail, carried it to the living room. Her hands shook holding the frame. Rules 1 through 9 were defensive, terse, practical commands against specific perimeter threats they'd already memorized. But Rule 10, at the bottom, was different. Longer, more detailed. Rule 10, if the door is breached, immediately turn off all lights, lie completely flat on the floor, close your eyes, and stay perfectly still. The creature's vision is based on movement and eye contact. If you cannot see it, it cannot see you. Amber read it twice, then a third time. The rule was more explicit than any of the others. It laid out not just what to do, but why. Explained the creature's hunting mechanism, gave them specific information about how it perceived prey. Rachel was staring at the paper. She said something felt wrong. The rule was too specific, too explanatory. Their grandfather had never been one to over-explain. The other rules were terse commands. This one walked them through the reasoning, laid out the hunting mechanism in detail, made absolutely certain they understood exactly what to do and why. Amber thought that made sense. This was the most important rule. the one that applied if everything else failed. If the door was breached and the thing got inside, this was the last defense. Of course, he'd be thorough. Of course, he'd make sure whoever read it understood completely. The detail wasn't suspicious. It was care. It was him making absolutely certain the next person would survive what he might not. They heard another sound from outside. Not the door this time. Something moving along the north wall of the cabin, scraping against the timber, testing the windows, looking for another way in. Rachel asked if lying flat in the dark with your eyes closed was really a defense, or if it was making them vulnerable. Amber understood the question, but the answer was obvious. Their grandfather had survived out here for 40 years, had kept careful records, had left them instructions that had already worked. The television had stopped. The mimicry, staying inside, had kept them safe through the worst of the night. Every rule so far had been exactly right. Rule 10 was written in the same hand, on the same page, part of the same system of knowledge. It had to work. Rachel said Amber was asking them to make themselves blind and helpless, that it didn't make sense, that something about the whole instruction felt wrong. Amber cut her off. Said he'd survived 40 years. Said did Rachel want to die, questioning him. Said they were following the rule exactly as written, and that was final. Rachel tried to argue, and Amber wouldn't let her. Grabbed her sister's wrist, held it tight enough to hurt. They were doing this. They were trusting him. From outside came another sound. Longer this time. The same impossible hiss. Sustained even longer now, a full minute of one unbroken exhalation that made the windows rattle. Then silence. Rachel said they should practice. If Rule 10 was real, and they might need to use it, they should know exactly how it would work in execution, where they'd lie, how fast they could kill the lights, whether they could actually stay still and keep their eyes closed with that thing in the room. They tried it. Rachel hit the light switch. The cabin went black. The kind of darkness that was absolute and disorienting. No ambient light from anywhere. Amber dropped to the floor and lay flat on the pine boards, arms at her sides, eyes squeezed shut. The floorboards were cold against her cheek. She could hear Rachel breathing somewhere to her left, could hear the cabin settling, could hear very faintly something moving outside. Staying still was harder than she'd expected. She wanted to open her eyes, to look, to track the threat. But the rule said, if you cannot see it, it cannot see you. The logic was clear. The creature hunted through eye contact and movement. Remove both, and you became invisible. It made sense. It had to make sense. Rachel turned the light back on. They were both shaking. Amber got up off the floor and brushed dust from her shirt, and tried not to think about how completely helpless they just made themselves, lying there blind and motionless in the dark. Amber said if the door was breached, they'd follow Rule 10 exactly as written. Rachel didn't answer, just stood there with her arms wrapped around herself, and Amber saw the fear in her sister's face, but chose to read it as fear of the thing outside rather than fear of what Amber was making them do. They put the framed list back on the wall. If the thing got in, they knew what to do. Amber tried to calculate how much time was left until dawn. 2 hours, maybe. Less than that. They could hold out for 2 hours. The entity had been circling for most of the night and hadn't breached yet. Maybe it couldn't. Maybe the cabin's defenses were stronger than they seemed. Maybe morning would come and the thing would retreat and they'd drive away, and none of this would matter. Rachel was quiet. Amber looked at her and saw her sister staring at the framed list on the wall, her expression unreadable. They sat there in the dim lamplight, and they waited. Outside, the circling continued. Inside, the certainty that they were making the right decision felt thinner with every passing minute. But they'd committed. They'd practiced the position. They'd memorized the instructions. If the door was breached, they would turn off the lights, lie flat, close their eyes, and trust that the rule would save them. That was all they had left to trust. The sound came just after 4 in the morning. Not the door testing anymore, not pressure or scraping or footsteps circling. This was wood beginning to fail. A crack that started small and spread, the sound of timber splintering under force, placed exactly where needed. The entity had been learning the door structure all night, testing each point, understanding exactly where the weak points were and how much force each would require. Now it was breaking through. Amber was on her feet before the second crack came. Rachel already had her hand on the light switch, positioned exactly where they'd practiced. They'd rehearsed this scenario multiple times in the past 2 hours. They knew what to do. The third crack was louder, wood shrieking as it failed. Amber could see the door through the darkness, could see it bowing inward, the vertical split widening with each impact. The bookshelf scraped backward across the floor. Another impact, and the bolt started to tear free of the frame, the heavy wood splitting vertically along the grain. One more hit, and it would be through. She nodded at Rachel. Rachel killed the light. The cabin went black. That absolute desert darkness with no ambient glow from anywhere, no light pollution, no moon tonight, nothing. Amber dropped to the floor and lay flat on her stomach, arms at her sides, face pressed against the cold pine boards. She squeezed her eyes shut so tight she saw phosphenes behind her lids. Heard Rachel hit the floor somewhere to her left. Heard both of their breathing, too fast, too loud. And she tried to slow hers down, tried to make herself invisible the way the rule said. The door exploded inward. The sound was enormous in the darkness, wood and metal, and the bookshelf toppling, books hitting the floor, and then footsteps, heavy, unhurried. Something crossing the threshold into the cabin, moving slowly through the wreckage of the door, stopping just inside the living room. Amber held perfectly still, eyes closed, not breathing, every muscle locked. It had to work. The footsteps moved deeper into the room, slow, steady. She could hear them circling, could hear the floorboards creaking under weight that didn't match human footfall. The thing was pacing the room, searching. Amber's face pressed harder against the floor. The pine was cold enough that she could feel it through her cheek, through her chest where her body made contact. Her arms were rigid at her sides, her hands flat against the boards. She was afraid to swallow, afraid the movement of her throat would give her away. Her lungs burned for air, but she kept her breathing shallow, nearly invisible. The footsteps passed close enough that she felt the floorboard beneath her compress slightly with the entity's weight. Close enough that if she'd reached out her arm, she could have touched it. But she didn't move, didn't open her eyes. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then the sound of breathing, not the controlled hiss from earlier. Actual breathing, in and out, close, very close. Moving air that she could feel shifting past her, carrying that smell, copper and mineral and wet earth. The temperature around her had dropped. Not gradually, suddenly, as if whatever was standing near her radiated cold the way a living thing should radiate warmth. She could feel it in the air against her exposed skin, against her neck, and the backs of her hands. The cold had a presence to it, a physical weight, and it was getting stronger as whatever was breathing moved closer. The breathing continued, regular, patient. The thing was standing right above her. Amber was certain of it, could feel its proximity in the changed air, in the cold pressing down. But it wasn't attacking, wasn't reaching for her. Relief flooded through her so intensely it was almost painful. They were going to survive this. They were going to make it to dawn. Then something touched her hand, not a grab, a gentle contact. fingers sliding between hers one at a time, careful and slow, the way you'd hold hands with someone you cared about, a hand finding hers in the darkness and interlacing fingers. Warm, human temperature. The touch was so gentle it could have been tender. Rachel, she thought. Rachel had reached across the gap between them in the dark, was holding her hand the way they used to when they were children, and one of them woke from a nightmare. The gestures sent a wave of gratitude through her so strong she nearly broke, nearly opened her eyes or made a sound. They were in this together. They were sisters. They were going to make it through the next hour, and they were going to survive. The footsteps started again, still circling, still searching. The thing was still looking for them, still hunting, but it couldn't find them. The hand in Amber's was steady, comforting, real. She held it and kept her eyes closed and stayed perfectly still and listened to the creature pacing somewhere in the room, somewhere above them in the dark. And she felt safe for the first time in hours because Rachel was right there and they were doing this right and the rule was working. Then the realization hit. Rachel's doubt from earlier, something felt wrong, too specific, too explanatory. The pen pressure, the too perfect baseline, the ink fresher than the rest, written weeks ago, not years, written with a claw at his throat, a rule that would make the next victims turn off the lights, lie flat on the floor, close their eyes, make themselves completely helpless, make themselves hold still while something stood over them in the dark, make themselves trust. The hand holding hers tightened slightly. Just a small increase in pressure. Gentle, affectionate. And with that tiny shift, Amber became aware of details she'd been too relieved to notice before. Details her mind had been suppressing, because noticing them would mean understanding something she couldn't afford to understand. The fingers were too long, not by much, just slightly. But the proportions were wrong, the palm too wide, the span between thumb and forefinger greater than a human hand should manage. And the skin, which had felt warm at first contact, wasn't warm now, it was cold. The temperature of something that had been standing in the desert night. The temperature of something that didn't generate its own heat. And at the tips of the fingers, pressing very gently against the back of her hand in a gesture that might have been meant to be soothing, something sharp. Not fingernails, points, hard-curved. Claws that had been retracted enough to touch her without breaking skin, but were there nonetheless, unmistakable now that she was paying attention. The hand wasn't Rachel's. Rachel was somewhere to her left, following the same fake rule. This hand belonged to the thing. The footsteps she'd been hearing had been performance, walking in circles to maintain the illusion it couldn't find them. It had known where they were the entire time. Had been standing beside Amber since the lights went out, waiting for her to understand. Amber's breath stopped. Her whole body went rigid. The rule had said if you cannot see it, it cannot see you. But Rule 10 was the trap. Following it was what had brought them here. And now she was lying on the floor in pitch darkness with a skinwalker's hand wrapped around hers and her eyes squeezed shut, and no idea where the actual door was or how to run or what to do except understand that every instruction she'd trusted had been designed to deliver her to exactly this. Amber opened her eyes. The decision wasn't conscious, wasn't brave. Her body made it for her, some part of her mind understanding that the rule was already broken, that staying blind was no longer defense, but participation in something worse. And her eyelids snapped open in the absolute darkness, and she saw nothing. Black. Total. The cabin had no light source, no ambient glow, nothing to see by. But the hand holding hers tightened fractionally, the claws pressing just slightly harder against her skin, and she understood the thing knew. knew she'd opened her eyes, knew she'd stopped following the fake rule. The footsteps that had been circling the room stopped mid-stride. Silence. Complete. The performance was over. No more pretending to search. No more maintaining the illusion. Whatever was in the room with them had achieved what it wanted. Had gotten them prone and helpless and trusting. And now it was adjusting to the fact that one of them understood. Amber's hand jerked backward, trying to pull free, but the grip tightened. Not painful yet. Just firm. The two long fingers wrapping more completely around hers, the claws settling against her knuckles, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply. She pulled harder. The hand held. Then it released. Amber scrambled backward in the darkness, heard Rachel moving too, both of them on their feet. Rachel's voice came from 3 different positions at once. "Amber, where are you, Amber? Where are you, Amber?" The mimicry perfect and impossible to place. The mineral smell hit them, copper and underground water. Rule 9, the interior room. Amber grabbed Rachel's arm in the dark and pulled her toward the bedroom doorway. Something hit the bedroom door from outside. Hard. The door flew open, and the thing came through. Amber couldn't see it, but she could hear it. Could hear the footsteps that were too heavy and too light at once. The breathing that was controlled in a way no frightened thing should be able to control its breath. The displacement of air as something large moved through the doorway. Rachel was pulling her deeper into the room, toward the far corner, but there was nowhere to go. They'd just trapped themselves. The thing stopped just inside the doorway. Amber could hear it there, waiting. The cold rolled off it in waves, dropping the temperature so fast she could feel it on her exposed skin. Could feel her breath starting to fog even though she couldn't see it in the darkness. Then light. Faint. Blue-white. Coming from the thing itself. Not bioluminescence, not any natural light. Something about its form was catching ambient radiation. Starlight, maybe. Photons that had filtered through the cabin's walls and roof. And those photons were reacting to something in or on the creature's surface in a way that shouldn't be possible but was happening anyway. The glow was so faint it barely registered. Just enough to suggest a shape. Just enough to outline something in the doorway that was the wrong height, the wrong proportions. Standing in a posture that was almost human, but not quite. Amber's eyes adjusted to the faint glow. She could see Rachel beside her now, could see the wall behind them, could see the thing in the doorway more clearly. Tall, taller than a person. The limbs too long, the head cocked at an angle that suggested curiosity or amusement, or absolutely nothing that related to human expression at all, and the eyes. Reflective, catching what little light there was and throwing it back. 2 points of dim shine at the height where eyes would be if the thing had eyes. It took a step forward. 1 step. Slow. Patient. The breathing still controlled. Still waiting. It had time. They had nowhere to run. The cabin was its territory. Had been its territory for longer than their grandfather had lived here, probably. The rules had been one man's attempt to coexist with something that had never wanted coexistence. Amber's back hit the far wall. Rachel was pressed against her. Both of them cornered. The thing took another step. Close enough now that Amber could see more detail. The way the torso was jointed wrong, the way the hands ended in those 2 long fingers. The claws retracted now, but visible as darker points against the faintly glowing form. The way it moved without hurrying because it knew exactly how this ended. The thing was close enough to touch now. 1 more step and it would be within arm's reach. Its head tilted further, the movement too smooth. No vertebrae limiting the angle. The eyes reflected what little light there was, and Amber could see something in them now. Not emotion, not anything human, but awareness, recognition. The thing knew she understood, knew she'd figured out the trap, and it didn't care. Understanding changed nothing. Rachel's hand found Amber's and squeezed once, hard. A goodbye or a solidarity or just a physical anchor before the end. Amber squeezed back. They were sisters. They'd come here together to honor their grandfather's memory, to pack up his life with care and respect. They'd done that work with love. Whatever happened in the next 30 seconds couldn't erase that. The skinwalker reached toward them, the too long arm extending, the hand opening, the claws still retracted but ready. Close enough now that Amber could feel the cold radiating from it, could smell the mineral scent intensifying, could see the individual fingers outlined in that faint, wrong light. The hand came closer, closer, stopped 6 inches from her face, and waited. The thing wanted something. Amber didn't know what. Didn't understand its logic or its hunger or why it had engineered this exact scenario. She only knew it had won the moment they'd followed Rule 10. The hand moved, fast. Came for her face, and Amber jerked sideways, breaking contact with the wall, and claws caught her shoulder instead, tearing fabric and skin, and the pain was immediate and clarifying. She shoved Rachel hard, screaming at her to move, to run, and they were both on their feet with the thing between them and the door. The smell hit Amber then. That smell from the porch, the one that had been there when the television static broke the mimicry. Sound. The television. Rule 7. The thing was between them and the living room, but the bedroom door was open, and if they could get past it, if they could reach the remote. Amber's hand found the nightstand in the darkness, found the lamp with its kinked cord. She ripped it free and hurled it toward the far corner of the bedroom, away from the door. The lamp hit the wall with a crash, and the thing's head snapped toward the sound, the movement instant and predatory. And in that half-second of redirected attention, Amber grabbed Rachel's wrist and pulled her through the doorway. They ran toward where the living room had to be, hands out, Rachel behind her. She hit the couch. Her shin cracked against the armrest, and she went down hard, scrabbling forward on her hands and knees, feeling for the coffee table, for the remote, for anything. Her fingers found plastic. The remote. She grabbed it and stabbed at buttons, not sure if she was hitting power or volume or anything that mattered. The television exploded into sound. White noise and static at maximum volume, the same overwhelming frequency that had worked before, and the effect was immediate. Behind her, the thing made that sound again. The hiss, rage, and frustration in one long exhalation. The temperature in the room spiked warmer. The smell diminished. Amber kept her finger on the volume button, cranking it higher, and through the static she heard the creature moving, heard it retreating, heard the broken front door frame creak as it passed through. Then nothing. Just the television. Screaming white noise into the room, and her own breathing and Rachel's breathing somewhere to her left. Gray light was starting to filter through the windows. Dawn. The thing had left. Whether because of the sound or the approaching sunrise or both, Amber didn't know and didn't care. Amber slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Rachel crawled over to her, and they sat together, neither of them speaking, both of them shaking. The cabin was still. Outside, the desert was waking up, birds starting to call, the temperature rising as the sun climbed, normal sounds, safe sounds. They'd survived. Dawn came full. They stood. Amber found the journal and opened it to the last entry. It came back last night. The handwriting pressure was wrong, too heavy in some strokes, too light in others. The entry 4 days earlier was perfect. This one close enough to pass at a glance. Wrong when you were looking. Rachel saw it when Amber showed her. understood. The thing hadn't written Rule 10 after. It had made him write it before. Amber walked to the hallway, lifted the framed list off its nail, studied Rule 10 in the morning light. The pen pressure was gouging in places, inconsistent. Letters dug deep where his natural hand would have been light, the slant fighting itself mid-stroke. Evidence of a claw at his throat, of words dictated that he'd tried to mark as wrong through the only channel left to him. The unnatural pressure, the too-perfect baseline. They just hadn't seen it. Had trusted his credibility instead of reading what his hand was screaming. They left and drove away. The last thing Amber saw was the cabin alone in the scrubland. The destroyed door open, something in the brush waiting for the next person who would trust a dead man's rules. Helen's fingers found the metal box before her eyes adjusted enough to see it properly in the shelter's dim interior. The latch was colder than it should have been for late afternoon, though perhaps that was only because she had been walking since dawn and her hands were still adjusting to the temperature drop that came with stopping. The waterproof notebook inside was a write-in rain, the pages stiff in the way they were manufactured to be. And when she opened it to the last entry, the handwriting was so clear it might have been written that morning. The Shepherd. That was what he called himself, and this other hiker whose entries she had been reading for the past 3 days. Not a trail name in the usual style, no blaze or wanderer or the self-deprecating jokes most through hikers adopted. Just the Shepherd, written in the same careful block letters at the top of each entry. Yesterday's date below it. A warning about a bridge 3 miles north washed out in the storms 2 nights ago, and specific directions for an eastern detour at a forked white oak with a faded blue blaze. She should have been grateful. She was grateful. But she pulled her waterproof survey map from her pack and unfolded it beside the register, checking the bridge location against the printed topography. The forked white oak was marked on the map exactly where the Shepherd had said it would be. But when she traced the blue line of the creek with her finger, she found a discrepancy. The map showed the bridge crossing as permanent infrastructure, not seasonal. She looked more closely at the trail junction and noticed something else. A faint pencil annotation in the margin, barely visible, that read Reroute 2019 in different handwriting than the printed cartography. Someone had updated this map by hand. 9 days without another voice, and perhaps the isolation was beginning to affect her judgment about what constituted normal trail maintenance. Helen closed the notebook and returned it to its metal box, then filtered water from the spring beside the shelter. The Sawyer filter attached in a sequence her hands knew without thinking, the same motion she had performed hundreds of times across a decade of solo hiking. The water came through clear, and she drank half the bottle before preparing her alcohol stove. The shelter was a standard 3-sided lean-to, open to the east where the trail continued north into Cherokee National Forest. Pine smell came through the opening, mixed with something else she could not quite identify. A faint rot smell that might have been decay or might it have been only the forest composting itself as forest did in autumn. No other hikers had been through recently. The register's previous entry before the Shepherds was dated 4 days ago. A brief note from someone calling themselves Nobo 93 about pushing north to finish before the first snow. Before that, 6 days. Before that, nearly 2 weeks. The isolation was what she had paid for. Late-season permits on this section were difficult to obtain, and her phone had shown no bars since the trailhead 8 days ago. If she was now noticing the absence of other human beings with an intensity that felt less like solitude and more like pressure, That was an adjustment she needed to make. Helen ate her rehydrated meal directly from the pouch, a habit she had developed years ago to minimize the weight of cookware. The food tasted the way it always tasted, which was to say it tasted primarily of salt and textured protein, and she finished it without paying much attention to the process. Her mind was on the bridge, 3 miles north. The shepherd's entry had included enough detail that she could visualize the location, even without having seen it. The place where the trail crossed a tributary creek on what the trail guide called a seasonal footbridge, wooden planks over a gap that was usually shallow enough to wade, but which could become impassable after heavy rain. The storms 2 nights ago had been substantial. She had spent both nights listening to wind tear through the canopy, branches down across the trail by morning. That a footbridge might have washed out was not implausible. That someone hiking one day ahead would have encountered it, turned back, found the detour, and left detailed instructions was, she wanted to think, helpful. But the word that came to mind was improbable, not impossible, but improbable. And the distinction mattered, though she was not entirely certain why it should matter, or why she was sitting in a darkening shelter running this analysis instead of simply accepting useful information and being grateful for it. She had packed her gear and begun walking north before dawn, her headlamp carving a small sphere through the darkness. The trail remained legible beneath her boots, compressed earth and exposed root her feet could follow even when her eyes were occupied elsewhere. The forked white oak appeared exactly where the shepherd had said it would. The blue blaze was faded nearly to invisibility, an old trail marker from before the most recent rerouting. Helen stood at the fork, her headlamp illuminating 2 options: north along the main trail toward the bridge, or east into denser forest along a path that looked less maintained. The detour would add 2 miles, but if the bridge was truly washed out, attempting the main trail would mean backtracking to this exact spot anyway. Helen took the eastern path. The detour trail was narrower, steep descents, and climbs that explained why trail maintainers had abandoned this route. Twice she needed to use her hands to steady herself on climbs that qualified as scrambles. The blue blazes, though faded and irregularly spaced, appeared often enough to confirm she had not lost the route. She had been walking for nearly 3 hours when she heard moving water ahead, louder than the creek should have sounded according to the elevation profile she had studied before starting this section. The trail descended through pine that grew denser as she dropped toward the valley floor, and the sound of the water grew louder in a way that suggested high flow, possibly even flooding from the storms 2 nights ago. When she emerged at the creek bank, the detour trail led to a ford perhaps 30 yards upstream from where the main trail's bridge would have been. The water here ran shallower over a gravel bed, the current still strong, but the depth manageable. Helen stopped and looked downstream toward where the bridge crossing should have been visible through the trees. She could make out the support posts on either bank, but the span between them was absent. Not broken or partially collapsed, but entirely gone. She worked her way downstream along the bank for a closer look, her boots finding purchase on exposed roots and stone. When she reached the bridge site, she set down her pack and knelt beside one of the support posts. The bolt holes were there, 4 of them in a vertical line, but they were too clean. Storm damage tore bolts through wood, leaving elongated tears and splintered edges. These holes were circular, their edges still sharp. She scanned the mud along the bank, boot prints recent, leading from the forest to the support posts and back again. Helen stood and looked downstream where storm-washed debris should have been caught in the snags. Nothing there, the bridge not taken by floodwater, but removed by someone. She returned upstream to the ford. The shepherd had been right. The bridge was out, exactly as he had said. But the warning had sent her to a crossing she could manage, and she stood at the water's edge, feeling something that was not quite gratitude and not quite unease. The fact that the information was accurate, somehow failing to reassure her. Helen crossed it at the ford, the water reaching mid-calf, cold enough that her feet went numb before she reached the far bank. She continued east along the detour trail, following the faded blue blazes. The cairn appeared where it was supposed to appear. The northern trail was where it was supposed to be. Everything was exactly as the shepherd had described it, and she walked through the darkening forest with her headlamp illuminating 10 feet of trail at a time, her mind circling a question she could not formulate. Why had his description been so specific? Trail register entries were usually brief, a few sentences about conditions and where the rider was heading next. What the shepherd had left was more like surveyor's directions, precise documentation that did not reconcile with the casual culture of through hiking, where approximation was sufficient and exactitude rarely necessary. She reached the next shelter after dark. The metal box containing the trail register reflected her headlamp, and for a moment before she opened it, she felt a hesitation that had no rational basis. Helen opened the box and removed the notebook. The last entry was dated today. The handwriting was the same careful block letters. Glad you made it past the bridge. Creek's running higher than I've seen it in years. Next shelter has a compromised spring. Tested it 2 days ago. Giardia risk even with filtration. Safe source 1/2 mile east at the old stone foundation. Small stream that feeds from higher elevation. Worth the detour. Weather turns tomorrow evening. Temperature drop expected. Stay warm. The shepherd. She read the entry twice. He was still 1 day ahead of her. The timeline made sense if she did not examine it too closely. He had encountered the bridge, turned back, left the warning. Except that would have required a pace faster than hers by a significant margin, and the level of detail in his descriptions suggested someone taking time to observe, not pushing through miles at high speed. Helen closed the notebook and returned it to its box. The shelter was empty. No scuff marks on the wooden floor, no forgotten items, no evidence anyone else had stopped here recently. She was alone in a 3-sided structure, open to the November night, and whichever choice she made in the morning would be based on trusting information from someone she had never seen. She set up her sleeping bag and lay in the darkness listening to the forest. Wind moved through the pines in a way that sounded almost, but not quite like water. The temperature was dropping as the shepherd had said it would, and she pulled her bag's hood tighter, feeling the synthetic fill compress and expand around her. Tomorrow she would check the spring. She would continue north, read the shepherd's entries when she encountered them, follow his advice because it had proven accurate. But she would also begin paying attention to other details, the ones that did not appear in trail registers, the signs that might indicate whether someone was actually 1 day ahead of her or whether something else was happening. Helen lay in her sleeping bag and watched the darkness beyond the shelter's opening. Sometime before dawn, she slept, though her dreams when they came were of walking through a forest where all the trail markers pointed in directions that made sense, but led nowhere she recognized. The spring looked clear when Helen reached it in the morning, water pooling in a natural depression ringed with moss that should have been green but was closer to brown. She knelt beside it and watched the surface for a moment. No insects, no movement at all. The moss around the edge was the wrong color, and when she leaned closer, the water had a faint, caustic smell she could not identify, astringent and wrong. She did not drink from the spring. Instead, she followed the shepherd's directions to the alternative source, 1/2 mile east through forest where the understory was thick enough that she needed to push through it rather than walk around it. The small stream he had described was there, feeding from higher elevation, exactly as he had said. The water running clear over rocks that looked clean, polished by years of current. Helen filled her bottles and treated the water anyway, a habit she could not break even when the source looked safe. As she worked the filter, she kept thinking about the spring she had not used. There had been something wrong with the moss around it, the color suggesting either late-season die-off or contamination, and she tried to remember whether she had seen any animals near it when she passed. No birds, no tracks in the soft ground at its edge, except for a single compressed line in the mud 15 feet upstream, too wide and continuous to be an animal trail. She had registered it without examining it closely. Nothing had been drinking from that spring, which meant the animals knew something she would not have known without the shepherd's warning. She had been walking north for 3 hours when she found the first deer. It was lying in a small clearing just off the trail. Its body curled in a way that suggested it had been trying to reach something or get away from something when it died. The smell hit her before she saw it, strong enough that she stopped walking and looked for the source. The deer had been dead for days, possibly a week. The decomposition advanced enough that she could not tell what had killed it. But the location was wrong. Animals did not die in clearings when they could seek cover. Helen walked the perimeter and found no drag marks, no signs a predator had pulled the carcass into the open. The grass beneath the body was flattened but not torn, and the positioning was too arranged, too centered. She moved upwind and continued north. A mile further, she found the second deer, then a third, and then a fourth, all in clearings, all centered, all at quarter-mile intervals, forming a line that angled steadily away from the main trail and toward the eastern ridge. By the seventh deer, she had stopped trying to find a natural explanation. The spacing was surveyed. The placement was architectural. What made her stomach drop was not the deer themselves, but what was missing around them. No scavenger activity, no coyote drag paths, no raven damage. The bodies had been there for days and nothing had touched them. The next entry in the trail register had been brief. Bear active in this area, territorial, avoid the western ridge. The eastern slope is clear if you need to detour. The entry had been dated 2 days ago, which meant the shepherd had passed through this section and seen what she was seeing, or had seen signs of the bear, or had encountered the bear itself and survived the encounter well enough to leave a warning. Helen did not see the bear. What she saw late in the afternoon, when the light was starting to fail, were the trees. A section of forest where the bark had been stripped from several trunks at roughly the same height, the exposed wood pale and fresh enough that the damage was recent. Bear marking territory, she knew, though the extent of it was more than she had seen before. Not just 1 or 2 trees, but a dozen, stripped in a line that suggested the bear had been working systematically, establishing a boundary that was clear to anything that could read it. She stopped beside one of the marked trees and examined the exposed wood more closely. The bark had been peeled away in long strips, the claw marks visible in the pale wood beneath. Fresh resin was still seeping from the wounds, and when she touched it, her fingertip came away sticky and smelling of pine. The marks ran from approximately 4 feet off the ground to 6 feet, which was higher than most bears marked, and the uniformity of the height across all the stripped trees suggested the same animal had done the work, moving systematically from tree to tree in a way that felt less like territorial display and more like measured boundary setting. Helen moved away from the marked trees and angled east, taking the slope the shepherd had recommended. The detour would add distance and elevation, but the alternative was crossing through territory a bear had marked as its own. And doing that alone when she had been given clear warning seemed like the kind of decision that would appear in a case study about hiker mistakes. The path was rougher here, less maintained, and she moved carefully over ground that was uneven enough to turn an ankle if she was not paying attention. This was deeper off trail than she had gone on any previous hike, remote enough that if something happened, if she fell, if she encountered the bear, if the weather turned suddenly, help would not be a matter of days, but weeks, and only if someone noticed she had not returned from a hike, she had not told anyone she was taking. The isolation was not peaceful anymore. It had moved past peaceful sometime in the last 2 days and become something else, a weight that pressed at the edges of her awareness in a way that made her check over her shoulder more often than was necessary. She had chosen this. She had applied for the late-season permit knowing what it meant, knowing she would be alone. But there was a difference between being alone by choice and being alone because something was keeping other people away. When she reached the next shelter, it was nearly dark. The register box was where it should have been, and she opened it with hands that were steadier than she felt. The last entry was the Shepherd's, dated yesterday. The handwriting as clear as it had been in every previous entry. Helen read the entry twice, then took the pencil that was tied to the notebook with a length of string and began to write. Her handwriting looked wrong on the page, cramped in a way it had not been when she started this hike. The isolation was 9 days deep now, and the registers confirmed it. No other hikers moving in either direction. No evidence anyone besides herself and the shepherd was using this section. She wrote, "Thank you for the warnings. The spring looked bad. I took the eastern source, like you said. Saw the bear sign. Took the eastern slope. You probably saved my life twice in 2 days. I don't know how you're getting this information, but I'm grateful. Stay safe. Helen." She closed the notebook and returned it to its box, then sat on the wooden platform and looked at her hands. The cramping in her handwriting was from cold, she told herself. The temperature had been dropping steadily since yesterday, and her fingers were stiff from the work of setting up camp and filtering water and doing all the small tasks that kept her functional in the wilderness. It was not from isolation. It was not from being alone for so long that her body was forgetting how to perform fine motor tasks that required control. Helen ate a cold meal, lay in her sleeping bag, listening to the forest sounds that were becoming familiar in a way that made them worse rather than better. Wind in the pines, small animals in the brush, the occasional crack of a branch settling under its own weight. No human sounds, no voices from other hikers at nearby shelters, no footsteps on the trail, no distant laughter or conversation carried on the wind. She had checked the register carefully before writing her own entry. The last entry before the Shepherds had been dated 6 days ago. Before that, 8 days. Before that, 2 weeks. The pattern was clear if she looked at it honestly. Fewer hikers as the season progressed, which was normal, but the gaps were longer than they should have been, even for late autumn. This section of the trail was remote, but not abandoned. There should have been someone. There had been no one but the shepherd for 2 weeks, and she had not seen him either. Only his entries, his warnings, his impossibly accurate knowledge of conditions 1 day ahead of her. Tomorrow she would continue north. She would read his next entry when she found it, and she would follow his advice because it had kept her safe. But she would also pay attention to the thing she had been trying not to see, that she was not simply alone by choice, but alone in a way that suggested everyone else knew something about this section that she did not. Helen pulled her sleeping bag tighter and closed her eyes. Sleep came slowly, and when it came, her dreams were of walking through a forest where she could hear voices in the distance, but could never quite reach the people who were speaking. The footprints appeared in a patch of mud 3 miles north of the shelter. Recent enough that water was still seeping into the depressions. Boot treads, size that suggested a man, deeper on the right side as though he favored that leg or carried his pack unevenly. Helen stopped and looked at them for a long time, her own boots leaving prints beside them that were smaller and more evenly weighted. The prints headed south. Someone had passed going the opposite direction, possibly within the last few hours. She should have felt relief. Another hiker meant she was not alone. But the timing was wrong. If someone had passed within hours, they would have been at the shelter she had just left. She had seen no one. The register had shown no new entries between her own and the shepherd's. A southbound hiker would have written something because that was what people did. They marked their passage. Helen continued north. The prints were probably older than they looked, and she would not see whoever left them because they were already behind her. She heard the sound an hour later, a crack like a branch breaking somewhere in the forest to her left. She stopped and listened, heard nothing else, continued walking. The forest was full of sounds. Branches fell. Animals moved through undergrowth. Wind worked against wood in ways that produced sharp noises that could sound like footsteps if you were tired enough or isolated enough to start interpreting every sound as evidence of human presence. The sound came again, closer this time. Not a branch. Something heavier, moving with purpose. Helen turned toward it and saw nothing but trees and the thick understory of mountain laurel that grew in this section. She waited, listening for the sound of breathing or the rustle of fabric against leaves, and heard only the wind and the small clicking of insects that had not yet died off for the season. By midday, she was finding it difficult to maintain her usual pace. Her legs felt heavy in a way that suggested she was not eating enough or not drinking enough, or not sleeping well enough for her body to recover from the daily mileage. The trail had held her for 10 days now, filtering questionable water, sleeping in shelters open to the weather, making decisions with no one to confirm or correct them. She was competent. She had done this before. But competence assumed conditions that remained within expected parameters, and she was beginning to suspect the parameters had shifted without her noticing exactly when or how. She sat on a fallen log and ate a meal she did not taste, her hands moving through the familiar motions of opening the food pouch and eating directly from it to minimize cleanup. The log was covered in moss that was the wrong color again, brown when it should have been green, and when she stood to continue walking, she felt the first stirrings of the thought she had been pushing away since yesterday, that she should turn back, that she should abandon this section and hike out to the nearest road access. But turning back meant walking past the dead deer again. It meant retracing miles she had already covered, admitting that her judgment about whether to continue was being overruled by something she could not name. It meant acknowledging that the isolation had gotten inside her head in a way that was affecting her decision-making. And if she acknowledged that, she would have to acknowledge that she might not be competent to make any decisions about what came next. Helen continued north. The trail register at the next shelter was different. She noticed it the moment she opened the metal box before she had fully registered what she was looking at. The notebook was the same waterproof write-in rain that every box carried, but when she pulled it out, the pages felt wrong under her fingers, too stiff, too new. She opened to the last entry, and the wrongness clarified itself into something she could name. The pages were fresh, not weathered or softened by humidity and temperature changes, and the daily handling of dozens of hikers over weeks or months, but fresh as though the notebook had been placed in the box recently, possibly within the last day or two. Helen flipped back through the entries and found the pattern she was half expecting. The shepherd's entries going back 5 days, each on a consecutive page, and before that a gap where several pages had been torn out cleanly at the spine. She ran her thumb along the torn edge and felt the paper fibers catch against her skin. The pages had been removed recently enough that the edges were still sharp. Someone had taken a trail register, removed the old entries, and replaced them with new pages that contained only the shepherd's warnings and her own responses. Helen set the notebook down on the shelter's wooden platform and looked at her hands. They were shaking in a way that had nothing to do with cold or exhaustion. Someone had been here before her. Not days before, not weeks before, but recently enough that they had accessed this shelter, opened this metal box, removed evidence of other hikers, and left only the entries that created a narrative in which she and the shepherd were the only people on this section of trail. The last entry in the notebook was dated today. The handwriting was the shepherd's careful block letters. Temperature dropping tonight. Possible snow at elevation. Old stone cabin half a mile east of the trail, marked by a cairn at the turnoff, better shelter than the lean-to if the weather turns. Firewood already stacked inside. Stay warm. She read the entry 3 times, each time seeing the same impossible thing. That he had been here today, at this shelter, to leave this message. That he was not one day ahead of her, but somehow operating on the same timeline she was, moving through the same spaces she was moving through, but always staying ahead, always leaving evidence of his presence, but never being present himself. Helen was still sitting on the platform when she heard footsteps on the trail. Real footsteps, unmistakable. The sound of boots on packed earth coming from the south. She stood and moved to the edge of the shelter and saw him. A day hiker with a light pack and clean gear, coming up the trail at the easy pace of someone who was only out for the afternoon. He saw her and raised a hand in greeting, and Helen felt something in her chest that might have been relief or might have been the delayed recognition that she had not seen another human being in 10 days, and had started to believe she might not see one again. The day hiker reached the shelter and set his pack down, breathing easily. He mentioned in passing how unusually empty the trail had been behind him, how he had not seen another soul in 3 days heading south, which was strange even for late season. The shelters had been vacant. The registers showed gaps of weeks between entries. He had started to wonder whether the section was under some advisory he had not heard about, some warning that was keeping people away. Then he mentioned something else, trail gossip he had picked up at the last road crossing. A Forest Service ranger at the southern access point had been turning through hikers' back, citing a vague fire risk advisory that was not on any of the official closure maps. The ranger had been specific about which sections to avoid, recommending detours that added days to the route. The day hiker had ignored the advice because the skies were clear and the advisory made no sense for November, but he had watched 3 other hikers turn around and head back south, rather than argue with someone wearing a badge. Helen listened to him describe the ranger and felt something shift in her understanding of what she was experiencing. The isolation she had attributed to late-season timing was not timing. It was something else, something systematic, something that involved badges and advisory signs and recommendations that sounded official enough that most people would follow them without checking whether they were real. The day hiker adjusted his pack and turned to continue south, mentioning the weather forecast and wishing her luck. Helen watched him walk back down the trail until he disappeared. The conversation had lasted less than 2 minutes, long enough to confirm that the emptiness around her had been manufactured. She looked at the trail register again, at the fresh pages, at the shepherd's entry about the cabin. The cairn that would mark the turnoff was somewhere ahead, half a mile east through a forest she had not planned to enter. But the shelter here was open to the weather, and if snow was coming, she would need better protection than 3 walls and a roof that leaked. Helen packed her gear and continued north, watching for the cairn. The light was beginning to fail when she found it, a stack of stones that looked recent despite being weathered, arranged with the kind of care that suggested someone maintained this marker, even though the section was no longer officially part of the trail system. The eastern path led into forest that was darker than it should have been for the hour, the canopy thick enough that her headlamp was necessary before the sun had fully set. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, and she had to push through branches that caught at her pack and her sleeves. Twice she stopped to check the faint blue blazes that marked the route, their paint so faded she could barely make them out even with direct light. The forest here felt different from the section she had been hiking through, denser, quieter, the small sounds of birds and insects absent, in a way that suggested the wildlife had learned to avoid this stretch. She had been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when the trees opened ahead and she saw the cabin through the gaps in the trunks. Low stone walls, a wooden door, windows dark and narrow, a stone chimney that suggested the interior would be warmer than the open shelter she had left behind. Helen stopped at the edge of the clearing, and her breath came out visible, the temperature having dropped more sharply than she had registered while she was moving. The cabin sat in the center of the clearing, perhaps 30 yards from where she stood, and nothing about it looked wrong in any way she could articulate. The construction was solid, the door was closed, the windows were intact. Firewood would be stacked inside, just as the shepherd had said. But something in the way it sat there, silent, waiting, perfectly centered in the clearing as though it had been placed rather than built, made her hand rest too long on the strap of her pack. The door was closed, but she could not tell from this distance whether it was latched or simply pulled shut. The windows were dark, but she could not tell whether the darkness was from the interior being unlit or from something about the glass itself absorbing light in a way glass was not supposed to absorb it. Helen stood at the tree line and tried to identify what was making her hesitate. The cabin was shelter. The weather was coming, the temperature dropping, and she could already feel the cold working its way through her layers in a way that told her she needed to be inside something with walls soon. The shepherd had left specific directions to this exact place, and his directions had been accurate for 3 days. She crossed the clearing, her boots making small crunching sounds on ground that was harder than it should have been, frozen in a way that suggested the temperature here was lower than it had been on the trail. The cabin grew larger as she approached, the stone walls resolving into individual blocks, mortared together with care that spoke of old construction, the kind of work that was meant to last. The door was wood, weathered gray, and when she reached it, she found no lock, only a simple handle and hinges that looked like they had been oiled recently enough that they would not squeak. Helen reached for the handle and paused, her hand hovering perhaps 6 inches from the metal. The clearing behind her was silent. No wind in the trees, no sounds of animals settling for the night, just her own breathing and the small tick of her pack settling on her shoulders. Then she pulled the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the cabin was warmer than the November air outside, though not by much. Helen stood in the doorway and let her eyes adjust to the dimness, her headlamp beam sweeping across a single room furnished with pieces that looked handmade. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a narrow cot against the far wall. The firewood the shepherd had mentioned was stacked neatly beside a stone fireplace, split pieces arranged by size in a way that suggested someone had spent time here recently enough to care about organization. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, shutting out the wind that had been building all afternoon. The cabin smelled of wood smoke and something else, fainter like old fabric that had absorbed years of moisture and drying and moisture again. Her pack settled onto the floor with a weight that felt heavier than it should have, and she stood for a moment just breathing, feeling the small relief of being enclosed by walls and a roof that did not leak. The relief lasted perhaps 10 seconds before her headlamp found the plaque mounted on the wall above the fireplace. A metal rectangle gone dark with age, except where someone had polished it recently enough that the engraved letters caught the light. She crossed the room to read it, the text resolving one line at a time. In memory of Owen Driscoll, known as the Shepherd, a mountain rescue volunteer who died of exposure in this cabin on November 15, 1982. Born 1947. Helen read it twice. 1982. Owen Driscoll had died in this cabin 42 years ago, but the warnings she had been following were dated this week. The bridge washed out 2 nights ago. The spring contaminated now. The bear stripping trees recently enough that the exposed wood was still pale. Someone had been using his name. Someone had been signing trail register warnings as the Shepherd, while Owen Driscoll had been dead for 4 decades. She moved to the table and set down her pack, then pulled out the register pages she had pocketed over the past 3 days. 5 pages, the paper weathered in a way that matched the aging she would expect from something stored carefully rather than exposed to weather. The handwriting was the same across all of them. Careful block letters, measured, the kind of script that came from practiced copying rather than rapid notation. Helen spread the pages across the table and examined them under the direct beam of her headlamp. The warnings themselves had been accurate, specific. The bridge had been washed out exactly where the first entry said it would be. The spring had looked wrong in exactly the way the second entry described. The bear sign had been fresh, the territory marked in a line that matched the third entry's description. But the accuracy was what made it wrong. Trail register entries were approximations, rough observations left by people passing through. What she had been reading was surveyor-level detail, the kind of exactness that came from someone who had time to study, to document, to plant information, knowing exactly how it would be used. She had dismissed the smooth wood grain at the washed-out bridge support, the drag mark in the mud upstream from the contaminated spring, the dead deer spaced at quarter-mile intervals in a line angling toward the eastern ridge. Each detail had registered as slightly wrong, and she had set each one aside because the warnings had kept her safe. Except they had not kept her safe. They had guided her. Every decision she had made for 100 miles, every detour, every water source, every route choice, had been a response to information planted in her path by someone who understood exactly how a competent solo hiker would respond. The cabin around her looked different suddenly. Not shelter, but endpoint. The firewood stacked beside the fireplace was not convenience, but preparation. Someone had known she would arrive here tonight. Someone had arranged the interior to suggest hospitality when it was actually containment. Helen crossed to the door and tested the handle. It opened freely. Outside, the November darkness was complete. Wind moving through the pines in a way that sounded almost, but not quite like water. She closed the door and turned back to the cabin's interior. Her headlamp sweeping across the table, the chairs, the narrow cot, the memorial plaque that said Owen Driscoll had died of exposure in this exact room. That was when she saw the journal on the floor near the hearth, a small leather-bound book lying where the shadows had hidden it until her light shifted, not dropped or fallen, but resting in a shallow depression carved into the hearthstone. A carved recess, perhaps 2 inches deep and 6 inches square, the edges finished smooth. A cache designed to keep paper dry from roof leaks while the rest of the cabin weathered. She picked it up and carried it to the table. The leather was soft with age, but not cracked. The cover unmarked with no name embossed. Nothing to identify whose journal it was beyond what might be written inside. Helen opened to the first page, and her headlamp illuminated a date, October 28, 1982. The entry below it was brief, written in the same careful block letters she'd been reading in trail registers for 3 days. A note about trail conditions and weather forecasts. She turned the page. October 29th, October 30th, October 31st. Daily entries documenting a trip through the same section of trail she had just completed, each noting conditions and observations with the attention to detail of someone who knew wilderness well. Owen Driscoll's journal, his record of the trip that would end with his death in this cabin 2 weeks after it began. She flipped forward through November, the entries continuing in the same steady hand. November 6th read, "Passed another hiker this morning, solo heading south. We exchanged trail information. He warned me about a washed-out bridge ahead and suggested an eastern detour. Gave me very specific directions. Appreciated the advice. Would have wasted half a day backtracking if I'd missed that." Helen's hands tightened on the journal. Same pattern, same method. Driscoll had been following warnings from someone he trusted. Someone who had given him specific, helpful information, and those warnings had guided him to this cabin. She turned more pages. November the 13th. Found the cabin exactly where the old map showed it. Stone construction, good condition, door closes solid. Firewood already stacked inside, which is strange. No one maintains this section anymore. The trail rerouted 5 years ago. But the wood is seasoned and dry, and I'm grateful for it. Tomorrow I'll rest here and then push north to catch up with the group. The firewood had been waiting for Driscoll the same way it had been waiting for her, already stacked, already prepared. And he had been grateful for it, the way she had been grateful for 3 days of warnings that kept her safe. Helen flipped to the final entries. November 14th. Temperatures dropping faster than forecast predicted. 20 degrees tonight, possibly lower. Fire keeping the cabin warm, but I'll need to ration the firewood to make it through tomorrow morning. Should have brought more supplies. Should have turned back 2 days ago when the weather started changing. Pride is going to kill me if the cold doesn't. Then November 15th, 1982. The day the memorial plaque said he had died. The date was written at the top of the page in the same block letters, but the entry below it had been crossed out. Heavy lines of ink obscuring whatever Driscoll had written, making it illegible. She held the page close to her headlamp and tilted it at an angle, trying to read through the ink. The indentations from the pen were still there in the paper beneath the obscuring marks. She could make out fragments, individual words the crossing out had not completely hidden. Not alone in the cabin. The door, too cold to... Then one complete sentence resolved itself letter by letter through the heavy black lines. He has been in the cabin with me all along. Helen turned the page. The next entry was written on paper that was not yellowed. The ink caught the firelight in a way that made her breath stop, and when she tilted the page, she saw the way the letters had not quite dried, the way they reflected light with the slight sheen of something recent. She touched her fingertip to the first word, and it came away dark, the ink transferring to her skin as though the entry had been written minutes before she opened the journal. The date at the top of the page was today. Below it, written in the same careful block letters as Driscoll's entries from 42 years ago, was a running log that documented her movements with clinical detail. November 12th. Subject reached tributary crossing at 14:20 hours, observed bridge site from upstream position, bridge removal successful. November 13th. Subject diverted from contaminated spring to eastern source. 7 visual markers positioned overnight. Subject passed all 7 northbound without deviation. Ridge diversion successful. November 14th. Subject reached Shelter 4 on schedule. Fresh notebook placement confirmed. Subject wrote acknowledgement entry, pattern holding. November 15th. Subject arrived holding pen at 1835. Securing perimeter, weather favorable, protocol proceeding. Helen read the entries 3 times, each line arriving separately, so there could be no possibility of misreading. She was a subject in a field log, the bridge removed, the deer positioned, the notebook at Shelter 4 planted. Driscoll had been hiking. He had trusted the warnings, followed the detours, made reasonable decisions based on information that seemed helpful. Someone had guided him to this cabin using the same method they had just used on Helen. Manufactured trail conditions, helpful warnings, a route that felt like her own decisions but was actually a controlled corridor. Helen crossed to the door and pulled the handle. The door did not move. She braced her shoulder against it and pulled harder, her full weight leveraged against resistance that felt absolute. The door was barred from the outside or locked, secured in some way that made it impossible to open from inside. She had not heard anyone approach, had not heard wood being placed across wood or metal sliding into brackets. But at some point between when she had entered the cabin and when she had opened the journal, someone had sealed her inside. She stepped back from the door. One room with no other exits, windows too narrow and too high. The cot and table and chairs and fireplace all arranged to contain. Outside, footsteps moved across the clearing, steady, unhurried. The sound of boots on frozen ground circling the cabin in a slow arc that brought them past the door, past the windows, around to the back wall before returning. Helen pressed her ear to the planks and heard breathing on the other side, perhaps 6 inches of wood between them. Then his voice, quiet enough that she had to hold her breath to hear it. "You were easier than the others." The footsteps moved away. Helen pulled the emergency beacon from her pack and activated it with hands that were shaking badly enough that she nearly dropped it. The green light blinked to life. Search and rescue would come. They would find the cabin. They would find her inside it. And when they broke down the door, this would be over. She set the beacon on the table beside the journal and its impossible entry dated today, written in ink that was still wet. The fire in the hearth was burning down to coals. The temperature in the cabin was dropping. Outside, the footsteps had stopped, but she could sense him there in the darkness, waiting with the patience of someone who understood that the real work was not in the violence, but in the preparation. The sound came first, wood scraping against wood as the exterior bar lifted from its brackets. Helen was already moving toward the poker beside the hearth when the door swung inward and he stepped inside, his movements so efficient she had barely registered the opening before he was across the threshold, and the door was closing behind him, clean-shaven with unremarkable features, the kind of face that would blend into any trailhead parking lot or outdoor gear shop. He carried no pack and no headlamp, had crossed the clearing in complete darkness, as though he knew exactly where every root and depression lay, and when his eyes found hers, they held the flat assessment of someone completing a task he had performed before. Helen lunged for the poker, and his boot came down on it first, pinning it to the floor. Then his hand was on her shoulder, pushing her backward with enough force that her legs folded, and she went down hard against the stone hearth. The impact drove the air from her lungs. By the time she could breathe again, he was already at her pack, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this enough times to know exactly what needed to be taken and in what order. The heavy down jacket came out first, then the water bottles, the food pouches, the first aid kit. He set each item beside the door in a neat pile, his hands never fumbling, never hesitating. The emergency beacon was still on the table where she had left it, its green light blinking steadily, and he picked it up carefully, examining it for a moment, as though confirming it was transmitting before dropping it to the floor and crushing it under his boot heel. The plastic case shattered. The green light flickered once and went dark. Helen tried to stand, and her legs would not hold her weight. She got as far as her knees before he turned from the pack and crossed to the fireplace, and she saw what he was carrying. Her water bottle, the one she had filled that afternoon and had been saving for morning. He upended it over the hearth. The water hit the coals with a sound like tearing fabric. Steam erupting upward in a white column, it carried the smell of wet ash and extinguished heat. The coals hissed and spat and went dark, and the temperature in the cabin seemed to drop 10 degrees in the seconds it took for the steam to dissipate. What little light the embers had been providing died with them, leaving only the pale beam of her headlamp where it lay on the table, illuminating nothing useful. Helen's throat closed. The fire had been the only heat source, the only thing standing between the cabin's interior and the November night outside, and without it, the stone walls would radiate cold inward until the temperature inside matched the temperature outside. The forecast 18 degrees or lower with the wind chill. He moved to the stacked firewood beside the hearth and began loading it into his arms, taking as much as he could carry in a single sweep. The split pieces were uniform, arranged by size, and he gathered them with the same practiced efficiency he had shown with everything else. Someone who had prepared for this and was now executing a plan that required no improvisation. Helen forced herself to her feet and threw herself at him, her hands reaching for the wood, for his arms, for anything that would stop him from taking it. He turned his shoulder into her, and she bounced off, her momentum carrying her sideways into the table. The edge caught her hip, and pain flared white and instant. She went down again, this time onto her knees, and by the time she looked up, he was already at the door. He stepped through the threshold with the firewood in his arms and pulled the door closed behind him. Helen lunged toward it, and her hands hit wood just as the exterior bar dropped into its brackets on the other side. The sound was final and absolute, iron meeting iron, and when she pulled the handle, it did not move at all. She threw her shoulder against the planks, and the door gave back nothing, the hinges and bar designed to hold against weather and animals and anything else that might try to force entry from outside. From inside, there was no mechanism to lift the bar, no way to slide the bolt, no weakness in the construction that would allow her to break through or pry loose or do anything except stand there feeling the cold seep through the gap at the threshold and begin its work onto the air inside the cabin. Helen stepped back from the door, and her breath came out visible, a pale cloud that dispersed slowly in the still air. The temperature was dropping faster than it should have been able to drop, the stone walls that had seemed like shelter now acting as a heat sink, pulling warmth from the air and radiating it outward into the November night. Her hands were already cold enough that she had to tuck them under her arms, and the shivering that started in her shoulders would spread to the rest of her body soon. Her metabolism trying to generate heat in an environment where heat was becoming impossible to maintain. She crossed to her pack and found it nearly empty. He had taken everything that could keep her warm or fed or hydrated. The sleeping bag was still there, synthetic fill that would provide some insulation, but without the down jacket or a heat source, she would be fighting a losing battle against 18-degree air. Helen tried the door again, tried the windows. Both were built to hold. The cabin was stone and timber, old construction meant to withstand mountain weather, and everything that might have helped her was gone. Helen pulled out the sleeping bag and climbed inside it, fully clothed, drawing the hood tight around her face. The synthetic fill compressed around her, and she could feel the small amount of warmth her body was still generating being trapped inside the bag, but it was not enough. The cold was coming up through the floor, coming down from the ceiling, coming through the walls in a steady, relentless way that the sleeping bag could slow but not stop. She lay in the darkness, listening to the wind outside and the smaller sounds inside the cabin, the settling of wood, the faint tick of contracting metal somewhere in the roof structure. Her own breathing gradually becoming shallower as her body tried to conserve heat by reducing the volume of cold air moving through her lungs. The shivering intensified and then began to ease, which she knew was a bad sign. The body giving up on shivering, because shivering required energy, and energy required fuel, and she had not eaten enough today to have reserves for the kind of sustained thermogenesis she would need to survive the night. Time began to lose its usual structure. She could not tell whether she had been in the sleeping bag for an hour or 3 hours or longer. The cold was no longer sharp, but instead felt almost warm, a paradoxical sensation that was one of the late signs of hypothermia, the body's thermoregulation failing in a way that made freezing feel like heat. Her fingers were numb past the point where she could move them with precision. Her toes had stopped hurting and gone silent, which meant the circulation was constricting, blood being pulled inward to protect her core at the expense of her extremities. Helen closed her eyes and tried to think about the beacon. Search and rescue would come. They had her coordinates. They would find the cabin. But when? Tomorrow if the weather held. Possibly the day after if a storm moved in. The forecast had called for clear skies, which meant cold, which meant the temperature would drop even further before dawn, and she would be dead long before the first helicopter could reach this section of wilderness. She opened her eyes, and her headlamp beam was dimmer than it had been, or perhaps her vision was dimming. The memorial plaque on the wall was just visible in the weak light. Owen Driscoll, the shepherd, died of exposure in this cabin, 1982. In spring, they would find her beside him. Helen's hand moved to her side, fingers too numb to feel the fabric of the sleeping bag, but still capable of gross motor movement. She wanted to write something, to leave some record that she had understood what had happened, but her pack was out of reach, and even if she could reach it, she no longer had the fine motor control to hold a pen. The journal she had pulled close before climbing into the bag lay beside her on the floorboards, the fresh entries still legible in the dimming light. Protocol proceeding, written in ink that had been wet when she touched it, and that would be found, would tell the story, or perhaps not if he came back in the morning to remove the page. Perhaps the searchers would find only Owen Driscoll's journal from 1982 and Helen's body, and the pattern would remain invisible, because that was what patterns did when they were designed well. They hid in plain sight, looking like accidents, looking like a hiker who made reasonable decisions that happened to end badly. The shivering had stopped completely. Helen lay in the darkness and felt her body beginning to shut down, blood pressure dropping, heart rate slowing, her metabolism entering the final stages of cold-induced failure. The sleeping bag had trapped what little heat she had been able to generate, but the heat was finite and the cold was not, and the mathematics were simple, even if her brain was no longer capable of calculating them. Outside, very faint, she heard the sound of footsteps moving away through the forest, boots on frozen ground, steady and unhurried, someone who knew he did not need to stay because the cold would do the work for him and the searchers would find exactly what he had arranged for them to find. Helen's breath had stopped condensing. The air inside the sleeping bag was as cold as the air outside it, and when she shifted slightly, she felt something crack near her face. Frost feathering across the synthetic fabric, where her exhalations had frozen into a brittle lacework against the hood's interior. The headlamp beside her head had gone dark, not from battery failure, but from the liquid crystal display freezing into an opaque black puddle. Somewhere in the roof structure, Timber popped with a sound like a rifle shot as the moisture inside the wood expanded and split the grain. Her final thought arrived with the sharpness that sometimes came just before the end. In a few months, when the snow melted and the searchers found her body, the trail registers would be reset for the new season. Fresh waterproof notebooks in their metal boxes. And another solo hiker would stop at a shelter after a long day, grateful for the chance to check conditions ahead. They would open the box and find neat block lettering, recent entries, warnings that were specific and helpful, and signed by someone who called themselves the Shepherd. And they would feel safer for having read them. They would make reasonable decisions based on the information they had been given. They would trust the trail register system because that was what you did. You trusted other hikers to keep you safe. The darkness closed in from the edges of her vision. Wind moved through the pines with a sound like water over stone. Her hand went still, and then there was only silence. The coins struck the fare box with a sound like small bells tolling, and the driver, whose name was Grady, whose back ached from 11 hours behind the wheel, whose thoughts were already halfway to the bourbon waiting on his kitchen counter, looked up to see a woman in mourning dress, the color of tarnished silver, stepping aboard his bus. She moved with a measured formality that suggested ceremony rather than simple transit. One gloved hand steadying herself against the chrome pole while the other deposited the fare. Rain beaded on the jet ornaments sewn into her bodice, each droplet catching the overhead fluorescence in tiny explosions of light. The dress itself looked to be from another era entirely, high-necked and elaborate. The kind of garment meant for viewing the dead in parlors where clocks were stopped and mirrors draped. She wore it with the ease of daily habit. Grady watched the coin settle in the box with a cut chunk. It seemed too heavy, too final. Morgan dollars, unless he was mistaken. The real thing, not replicas. He'd seen enough authentic currency pass through his hands over the years to recognize the heft of actual silver. The woman smiled at him, and there was something in the expression that made him think of museum docents, of tour guides, leading groups through places where terrible things had once occurred. Professional warmth masking an appetite for darkness. She spoke of the filthy night, her voice worn smooth in places and threadbare in others. She tilted her head, studying him with eyes that reflected the dashboard lights in a way that made them seem lit from within. Would you care to hear a story? Grady kept his hands on the wheel, his gaze fixed on the empty street ahead. The bus idled at the last stop before the long stretch of highway back to the depot, and he could see the iron gates of Bonaventure Cemetery half a block behind them in the rear view, fog rolling between the monuments like something with intent. Appreciate it, ma'am, but I'm done for the night. The woman's smile didn't falter. Of course. I understand completely. She gathered her skirts with both hands, lifting them just enough to navigate the ribbed rubber matting of the aisle. For just a moment, she glanced toward the back of the bus, not at the passengers visible in their seats, but past them, at some fixed point in the empty air between the seats and the rear window. Her expression shifted, became briefly knowing, before returning to its professional warmth. Perhaps one of your other passengers might prove a more receptive audience. Grady glanced at the interior mirror. 2 other souls occupied the bus, scattered in the dim rows. A man in rumpled work clothes sat slumped near the middle, his head tipped back against the window, eyes half closed with the peculiar exhaustion that comes from night shifts and insufficient sleep. Farther back, a young woman clutched a folded map against her chest, tourist gear arranged around her feet in a protective circle of luggage. The old lady moved down the aisle with that same measured grace, and Grady put the bus in gear, pulling away from the curb. His shift ended in 40 minutes. He could last 40 minutes. Behind him, he heard the soft rustle of fabric as the woman settled into a seat across from the night shift worker. Heard her voice, low and conspiratorial, beginning to weave something from the air itself. She wondered aloud if he'd ever considered what might board a bus at night. What might climb those steps when the driver wasn't looking. What might drop coins into that box and take a seat among the living. The worker's eyes opened fully, bloodshot but attentive. Grady watched in the mirror as the man straightened in his seat, drawn despite himself toward the promise of distraction from whatever had worn him so thin. The old lady began her tale. There was a driver once, working the Greyhound line through the Appalachian Mountains. This would have been decades ago, back when the buses themselves were magnificent things. Scenic cruisers, they were called, with the upper observation deck and engines that growled rather than hummed. Beautiful machines. Caskets on wheels, some said, though nobody took the comparison seriously until the snow came. She paused, letting the silence accumulate, and Grady found himself listening despite his better judgment. Found himself easing off the accelerator just slightly, as if some part of him wanted to hear how the story ended before they reached the depot. The driver's name had been lost, she continued. Or perhaps it was never meant to be remembered. Names have power, after all, and some stories prefer to keep their subjects anonymous. What mattered was this. He was driving the overnight route from Asheville to Knoxville on a night in February when the blizzard came down from the peaks like an avalanche of ghosts, white-out conditions. The kind of storm where the road disappears and you navigate by faith alone, trusting that the asphalt is still there beneath the accumulation, that you haven't drifted off into the woods or over an embankment. The bus turned onto the main thoroughfare, leaving the cemetery district behind. Grady checked the mirror. The night shift worker was leaning forward now, elbows on knees. The tourist had set her map aside, drawn into the story despite herself. The old lady's voice never wavered, never broke. The driver pushed forward because that's what drivers do, because the schedule demanded it, because turning back would mean admitting defeat to a storm that was, after all, just weather. And then, through the white curtain ahead, he saw a figure standing at the roadside. A man in a dark suit, one arm raised. The night shift worker made a small sound halfway between recognition and dread. The driver did what any decent person would do, the old lady continued. He stopped, opened the door, let the cold come howling in along with the man in the tattered suit, whose face was obscured by the angle of his hat, whose hands were bare despite the temperature. Grady felt something tighten in his chest, a pre-echo of wrongness. The stranger climbed the steps without a word and dropped his fare into the box. The driver heard it strike, felt it almost through the frame of the bus itself. A single coin, heavy as a stone, ringing against metal with a sound that made him think of church bells and funeral bells and all the bells that mark transitions between states of being. He looked down, meaning to say that the fare was $2.25, meaning to explain that he couldn't make change for anything larger than a 20. She leaned closer to the night shift worker, and Grady saw the man's face go slack in the mirror, caught in the story's grip. But the coin sitting in that box was like nothing he'd seen in circulation. Silver, yes, old silver, judging by the wear and the tarnish. He couldn't make out the denomination in the dim light, but there was a profile on one face, a figure that might have been a president, or might have been something else entirely. Something with the suggestion of a laurel crown and eyes that seemed to follow the angle of viewing. The bus approached a red light, Grady braked, but the old lady's voice filled the cabin without effort. The driver looked up, she told them, meaning to ask the passenger where he was headed, and found the seat behind him empty. No stranger in a dark suit. No wet footprints on the rubber matting. No trace at all of the man who'd just boarded. She smiled, and Grady saw it even without looking. Felt it radiating from her in waves. Fatigue, the driver must have thought. Hallucination, brought on by the storm and the hour and the hypnotic scroll of white across the windshield. He put the bus back in gear, meaning to continue forward to the next depot. To the coffee and the dispatcher and the end of his shift. The light changed. Grady drove, counting the blocks until the depot, and tried not to think about the sound the old lady's coins had made going into his box. Tried not to wonder why they'd felt so heavy, why they'd rung out with such finality, why they'd sounded just for a moment like a crossing he hadn't meant to make. Her voice dropped to something intimate and terrible. And that was when he saw them in the mirror, she whispered. The passengers. Rows and rows of passengers filling every seat from front to back, all of them dressed in clothing from different eras. A woman in a flapper's beaded dress, a man in a Union Army coat, a young man in suspenders and a newsboy cap from the Depression. All of them sitting perfectly still. All of them staring straight ahead with eyes that didn't blink. Didn't track the motion of the bus. Didn't acknowledge the driver's existence except through their unified, unnatural silence. The night shift worker exhaled slowly. The tourist had lowered her map, listening. The driver understood then what he'd done, what that silver coin represented. It was a toll, you see, and the fare meant for the ferryman, the psychopomp, the one who carries souls across the boundary between this world and whatever waits beyond it. By accepting that coin, by allowing it to drop into his fare box, he'd accepted a contract he'd never meant to sign. His bus, his beautiful Cruiser, with its chrome and its leather and its living engine, had become a vessel for the dead, a transit system for those who'd missed their crossing or who'd been waiting by the roadside for decades, watching the living pass by and yearning for passage to the other shore. Grady felt the weight of his own fare box beneath his hand on the gear shift. Felt the cold metal. His gaze found the mirror again, watching the old lady as her story continued. The old lady stood, smoothing her dress. Grady watched her glide between the seats with that same measured grace. The night shift worker sat very still as she passed him, his face slack with the story's weight. Grady glanced at his own fare box. The coins the old lady had deposited caught the overhead light at an angle that made them look flat, two-dimensional. He blinked, and they were ordinary again. Solid silver, real metal. But for that instant, they'd looked painted on. The metal housing of the fare box had gone cold, not cool, cold. Grady could see frost forming along its edges, delicate, crystalline patterns spreading across the chrome despite the humid Carolina night outside. The temperature in the cabin dropped 10 degrees in as many seconds, his breath beginning to fog. Behind him, the tourist pulled her coat tighter across her chest, her own breath misting in the suddenly frigid air, condensation blooming on the window beside her cheek. Grady glanced in the rearview mirror at the night shift worker. The man hadn't just gone quiet. His posture had locked. His hands, previously limp in his lap, had flattened against his thighs, fingers pressed together with mortuary exactness. His head remained tipped at that unnatural angle against the glass, but his chest was no longer rising and falling with breath. Grady watched for 10, 15, 20 seconds, waiting for a blink, a twitch of an eyelid, the slight heave of a lung taking in air. Nothing. The worker sat with the absolute, petrified stillness of someone who had stopped participating in the biology of the living and was now merely occupying space, waiting for a stop that would never be announced. She continued her tale as she walked, her voice carrying through the cabin with that same effortless projection. The driver tried everything. Pulled over on the shoulder, got out and walked around the bus, confirming that it was real, that the metal was solid, that the tires were rubber, that the engine still ticked with heat. But when he climbed back aboard, the dead were still there, still sitting, still staring, still waiting for him to take them wherever it was they needed to go. He drove through the night, through the storm, through the white nothing that surrounded him on all sides. He drove because that's all he knew how to do, because stopping meant confronting what the bus had become, because as long as the engine ran and the wheels turned, he could pretend he was still performing the ordinary function of his ordinary job. But the dead don't care about schedules. Her hand trailing along the chrome pole as she moved deeper into the bus. They don't care about routes or destinations or the places the living need to be. They only care about passage, about the crossing they were denied or delayed or too frightened to make when their moment came. So he drives still, through mountain passes that no longer appear on any map, past depots that were torn down decades ago, through storms that never end, and nights that never give way to morning, searching for an exit ramp back to the world he knew, looking for a passenger who might board with ordinary currency, with quarters and dimes and crumpled dollar bills, and break the terrible spell that single silver coin had cast. The bus made a turn onto a side street Grady didn't recognize, and he realized he'd been following the old lady's voice rather than the route, drawn into the story's current and carried along by its tide. But no such passenger ever board, she said, her voice carrying through the cabin as she continued her measured walk toward the back, because the living can see what the bus has become. They can see the dead filling every seat, their faces empty of expression, their eyes fixed on some distant horizon only they can perceive. And no living soul willingly boards a vessel meant for the crossing between worlds. She reached the tourist and stood beside her, one gloved hand resting on the seat back. The younger woman looked up at her, pale and frightened, but unable to look away. So he's trapped, the old lady concluded, driving his route through a geography that exists outside of time. The ferryman's bus, they call it. And if you're ever on a mountain road in winter and you see headlights approaching through the snow, and you think for just a moment that the vehicle looks wrong, shaped wrong, its windows glowing with a light that isn't quite electric. She leaned down, bringing her face close to the tourists. Don't flag it down. Don't raise your hand. Don't offer any gesture that might be mistaken for a summons, because the dead are always looking for company. And once you've paid the ferryman's fare, the crossing only goes one way. She straightened, her smile returning, warm and terrible in equal measure. The night shift worker had gone very quiet in his petrified posture. The tourist sat frozen, her map still clutched in hands that had gone white at the knuckles, the paper trembling in her grip. Grady made another turn, trying to find his way back to the route he'd abandoned. He glanced at the overhead street signs, familiar intersections he'd driven for 11 years. But the names were wrong, not misspelled, replaced. Geographic coordinates appeared where street names should have been. Degrees and minutes, north and west. The next intersection displayed a date, March 14th, 1891. The third showed a municipal transit code that had been obsolete since the 1930s. He looked for cross streets, found none. Just the continuation of the same asphalt strip, bordered on both sides by brick walls where residential blocks should have been. The old lady moved back up the aisle and settled into the seat directly behind him. Grady felt the displacement of air, smelled the faint scent of lavender and dust, and something else, old books, closed rooms, the staleness that accumulates in places where time doesn't move the way it should. "That was quite a tale, wasn't it?" she said, her voice conversational now, almost friendly. "The kind of story that stays with you. The kind that makes you wonder, when you're driving home alone late at night, whether the road you're on is the road you think it is. Whether the route you know by heart might have changed while you weren't looking." Grady kept his hands steady on the wheel, kept his eyes on the street ahead. 4 blocks to the depot. 3 blocks. 2. The old lady stood once more, and when Grady checked the mirror, she was moving toward the back of the bus, where the tourists sat frozen. Her voice carried forward despite the distance, threading through the hum of the engine and the hiss of the tires on the wet pavement. "Your turn," she said to the tourist. "Would you care to hear another tale? Something different. Something closer to home, perhaps. Something about the roads you drive and the stops you make and the way a familiar landscape can become suddenly terribly strange." The tourist nodded, unable to form words, and the old lady settled into the seat beside her with a rustle of antique fabric. Grady pulled into the depot lot, the fluorescent lights washing through the windows, but he didn't move to end the route. Didn't open the door. His hands remained on the wheel, his body turned just enough to catch the reflection in the mirror, to watch what was unfolding in the back of his bus. The old lady spoke of Northern California, her voice taking on the texture of fog rolling through old-growth forests. "A woman alone on a transit bus," she began. "Not a Greyhound this time, but one of those local services that wind through the redwoods at night, carrying shift workers and insomniacs and people who have nowhere else to be. The kind of route where the driver knows every passenger by sight, where the same faces appear week after week in the same seats, until one night a stranger boards and the pattern breaks. This woman's name didn't matter," the old lady continued. "What mattered was that she was tired. The kind of exhaustion that comes from traveling too long, from changing buses in unfamiliar depots, from navigating a geography she'd only studied on maps. She'd been heading south along the coast for reasons she could no longer clearly remember, running from something or toward something. The distinction had blurred somewhere around the Oregon border. The tourist held her map up to catch the overhead light, trying to read it, but the ink had faded to ghost traces, the roots bleeding into one another until the whole page was nothing but a gray smear where distinct roads had been moments before. The bus had been nearly empty, just the woman and the driver and maybe one other passenger sleeping near the front. The road wound through stands of Sequoia sempervirens so tall they seemed to hold up the sky itself, their trunks vanishing into darkness above the reach of the headlights. Beautiful trees, ancient beyond inhuman measure. The woman watched them slide past the window, each one a monument to time and patience, and the slow accumulation of years into centuries. She must have fallen asleep. That's what the old lady suggested, her gloved hand gesturing vaguely at the night beyond the depot windows. Must have drifted off with her head against the glass, lulled by the motion and the hour and the hypnotic repetition of trees and curves and more trees. Because when she woke, it was with the panic of having missed something vital. A stop. An intersection. The moment when the landscape changed from familiar to foreign. She pulled the cord. The old lady paused, and in that pause Grady heard only the idling engine, the faint hiss of hydraulics, the absolute silence from the middle of the bus where the worker sat motionless. The driver let her off without argument, the old lady went on. Barely looked at her, in fact. Just opened the door and waited while she gathered her things and descended the steps. The air outside smelled of redwood bark and loam and the bone-deep dampness that accumulates in places where sunlight rarely penetrates to ground level. She stood on the shoulder as the bus pulled away, its taillights dwindling to red pinpoints before disappearing entirely around a curve. And then she was alone. The tourist made a small sound, quickly stifled. At first, the old lady said, the woman wasn't frightened. Annoyed with herself, certainly. Frustrated at having to wait for the next bus, whenever that might come. But the shoulder was wide enough, the night was mild enough, and she'd been in worse situations. She turned to get her bearings to see if there was a marker indicating the stop's location, anything that might tell her where exactly she'd gotten off. That was when she noticed the trees weren't moving. Not the trees themselves. They were trees, after all, rooted and still. But the air around them, the space between them. There should have been motion, wind, the slight shift of branches, the rustle of needles, something to indicate that the world was alive and breathing. Instead, everything hung suspended in a silence so complete it seemed like absence itself. She walked toward the nearest trunk, meaning to touch it, to confirm its solidity, to anchor herself to something real. Grady leaned forward slightly, drawn into the telling despite himself. Her hand met not bark, but something smooth, cold, utterly flat. The old lady's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, intimate and terrible. Paint. Just paint rendered with enough skill to fool the eye from distance, but revealed as fraud the moment flesh made contact. She stepped back, tried to walk toward what appeared to be a distant mountain range, dark purple against the sky. 3 steps carried her directly to its surface, the forced perspective collapsing the moment she moved. Distance revealed as illusion painted onto canvas. Her footsteps made no echo. Sound struck the flat surface and died instantly. No open air to carry it. No 3-dimensional space for acoustic reflection. And when she raised her hand to cast a shadow across the painted branches overhead, the existing shadows didn't shift. They remained fixed in the pigment itself, illuminated by a light source that had been rendered into the canvas and could never move. The tourist's breathing had gone shallow. Grady watched her in the mirror, saw the recognition building in her face, the understanding of what kind of trap the old lady was describing. She'd stepped into a billboard, you see. One of those massive roadside advertisements from decades past, the kind that used to line highways across America before modern regulations made them illegal. Burma shave signs and motor lodge promotions and scenic route markers, all of them painted with meticulous care to create the illusion of dimension, of space, of a world continuing beyond the frame. This one depicted a redwood grove at night, meant to entice travelers toward some long-defunct state park or forgotten campground. And she was inside it now, trapped within the painted surface, converted from 3 dimensions to 2, from flesh to pigment, from a woman with weight and substance to a figure forever frozen in the act of reaching toward help that would never come. The old lady leaned closer to the tourist, and Grady saw the younger woman press herself back against the window, trying to create distance that the seat's dimensions wouldn't allow. "She's still there," the old lady whispered. Standing in that flat forest, her hands pressed against the invisible barrier that separates the painted world from the real one. Every time a car passes on the highway, and fewer pass each year, now that the interstate has drawn traffic away, the headlights illuminate her for just a moment, long enough for drivers to see a woman waving frantically from inside the advertisement, long enough for them to register the wrongness of her position, the impossible geometry of her presence, but not long enough for them to stop, not long enough for them to help, because by the time their minds have processed what their eyes have seen, they've already driven past. The moment has already ended. And the woman in the billboard returns to darkness, to the painted moon that gives no light, to the flat trees that will never grow. The old lady straightened. Her smile returned, warm and awful. The night shift worker had gone very still. The tourist clutched her map so tightly the paper tore along one fold. "These things happen," the old lady said, her voice conversational again, almost cheerful. "These little tragedies, these moments when the world reveals itself to be thinner than we'd like to believe, when the membrane between here and there becomes permeable, when a simple mistake, falling asleep, pulling the wrong cord, stepping off into darkness, becomes irreversible." Grady found his voice, though it came out rougher than he'd intended. He looked out the windshield as he spoke, at the streetlights lining the depot approach, and for just a moment they looked wrong, too perfectly circular, too uniformly yellow. The light they cast didn't seem to reach the ground. He blinked hard, and the world snapped back to its proper dimensions, but his hands were shaking on the wheel. He told the old lady that the depot was closed for the night, that everyone needed to disembark, that his shift had ended 15 minutes ago and he had regulations to follow. The old lady stood gathering her skirts. "Of course," she said. "How thoughtless of me to keep you." She moved down the aisle with that same measured grace, passing the night shift worker whose head remained pressed against the window in that same locked angle, his reflection staring back at him with eyes that had filmed over, milky and unseeing, passing the tourist who watched her go with the expression of someone who'd narrowly avoided some nameless disaster. But instead of moving toward the front door, toward the steps that would take her back out into the ordinary night, the old lady turned to face the same space she'd glanced at earlier, that fixed point in the empty air where no passenger sat. Turned to face something Grady couldn't see but could suddenly, terribly feel. A presence that had been there all along, watching, waiting, listening to every word of every story. The same presence she'd acknowledged the moment she boarded his bus, before she'd ever spoken to anyone else. And she smiled. She smiled with the same practiced courtesy she'd worn from the beginning, and when she spoke, her voice carried a weight it hadn't held before, an intimacy, a certainty. "And now," she said to the emptiness, to the unseen observer, to something that sat in the space between Grady's perception and the truth of what his bus contained, "how about you? Would you like to hear a scary tale?" Clara Flores stepped onto the bus at 3 a.m. in October, carrying everything she owned in a duffel bag that had seen better years and a backpack she'd bought at a truck stop 2 states ago. The driver sat behind the wheel with his hands positioned at 10 and 2 o'clock, fingers curved around the grip in a way that suggested long practice or compulsion. He didn't look at her when she paid the fare, didn't nod or speak or acknowledge her existence beyond opening the door and waiting for her to board. She'd left Phoenix at sunset, meaning to reach Los Angeles by noon the following day. A clean break, a fresh start. A decision made when staying becomes more painful than the uncertainty of going. Her ex-boyfriend had called it running, had stood in the kitchen of their apartment 3 days ago, pointing at the coffee mug she'd set down on the counter that morning, its ring still visible in the dust that had accumulated there because neither of them had cleaned in weeks. Had told her she ran from everything, from hard conversations, from moments that required her to stay and do the work. The ring had wobbled when she'd picked up the mug. 3 days of sitting in the same spot, and the coffee inside had gone cold, and then warm again with the afternoon heat, and then cold once more. She'd dumped it in the sink without responding, and by evening she was gone. The bus was nearly empty. Just Clara and the driver, and maybe one other shape she couldn't quite make out near the back, obscured by the darkness and the angle of the seats. The interior lights had been dimmed to almost nothing, leaving only the faint glow from the dashboard. Clara chose a seat in the middle, not too close to the driver, not so far back that she'd be isolated, and settled in with her bag wedged against the window. Route 66 stretched ahead through the Arizona desert, the landscape reduced to suggestions of form in the darkness. Sagebrush and stone and vast stretches of nothing punctuated by occasional abandoned structures. The driver pulled back onto the highway without checking the mirror, his movements exact and unhurried. His hands remained at 10 and 2, never adjusting their position even when the road curved. Clara watched the back of his head, waiting for some sign of ordinary human behavior. A shift in posture, a glance in her direction, any small acknowledgement that confirmed they occupied the same reality. Nothing. The bus moved through the night at exactly the speed limit, the engine maintaining a steady hum that felt machine-like in a way that suggested something wound too tight. Clara pulled out her phone and found she had no signal. The desert ate connectivity. She put the phone away and watched the darkness scroll past the window. An hour passed, then another. The landscape remained unchanged. Clara checked her watch. They should have passed Yeliman by now. Should have seen at least a few signs of civilization. Gas stations, cross streets leading to towns that nonetheless existed. Instead, there was only the road and the bus and the driver's hands on the wheel, never moving, never adjusting, maintaining their exact position with a consistency that began to feel intentional. Clara leaned forward, meaning to ask where they were, meaning to confirm that they were still headed west, that the driver knew the route, that everything was proceeding according to the schedule she'd memorized from the depot board back in Phoenix. The driver's shoulders tensed, a minute shift that nonetheless carried the weight of refusal. He didn't turn, didn't speak, didn't give any indication that he'd registered her proximity or her intent to communicate. She settled back into her seat, a cold weight forming in her stomach that had nothing to do with the temperature inside the bus. Another hour. The watch on her wrists confirmed the passage of time even as the landscape outside suggested otherwise. Same darkness, same suggestions of sagebrush and stone, same empty highway stretching ahead to a vanishing point she couldn't quite locate in the blackness. And then she saw it. A motel on the right side of the road, its sign illuminated by pink neon shaped into a cactus. The Desert Rose Motor Lodge, the letters proclaiming in script that had gone out of fashion sometime in the 1950s. The building itself looked abandoned, windows dark, parking lot empty. Clara noted it as they passed, filed it away as a landmark, something to orient herself by if she needed to remember this stretch of highway later. The bus continued. The driver's hands remained fixed. The darkness beyond the windows remained absolute. 45 minutes later, the motel appeared again on the right side of the road. Same pink neon cactus. Same abandoned parking lot. Same script letters spelling out the Desert Rose Motor Lodge in a font that belonged to presidents and wars that were now just paragraphs in history textbooks. Clara sat up straighter, checked her watch, checked the window, checked the driver whose hands had not shifted a millimeter from their position at 10 and 2, whose knuckles showed white even in the dim light, whose entire body radiated a tension that she could feel from 3 rows back. She wanted to ask what was happening, wanted to demand an explanation, wanted to pull the stop cord and get off this bus and take her chances walking back to whatever passed for civilization in this part of the desert. But something in the driver's posture, in the set of his shoulders and the rigid line of his back, suggested that speaking would be a mistake, that breaking the silence would invite something worse than the wrongness she was already experiencing. So she stayed in her seat and watched the darkness and waited for the motel to appear again. Counted the minutes on her watch. 45 minutes later, there it was, same neon, same abandonment, same impossible repetition. They were driving in a circle, or the road was. Or something about this stretch of highway had bent in on itself, creating a loop that had no exit and no variation and no end. Clara looked toward the back of the bus, trying to make out the other passengers she'd glimpsed when boarding. The darkness and the angle made it difficult, but she thought she could see a shape. Just a shape. No details. No movement. Nothing that confirmed the presence of another living person or ruled it out entirely. She turned back to the window. The desert beyond remained dark and vast and utterly empty. The motel passed a fourth time. Clara pulled out her phone and started the timer again. 45 minutes later, when the pink neon flickered to life once more, her phone read 12 minutes and 8 seconds. She stopped the timer, started it again on the next loop. 12 minutes, 11 seconds. The bus was experiencing 45 minutes. She was experiencing 12. Time inside the cabin was compressing with each circuit, folding in on itself. She looked at the dashboard. The odometer had stopped advancing. On the next loop, she watched it tick backward by 0.3 miles, then 0.6. The bus was traveling in reverse through its own measured distance. By the seventh pass, she turned again to look toward the rear of the bus, squinting through the gloom at the solitary shape in the back row. As the pink neon of the motel swept through the cabin, the light caught the figure's face. It was a man in a business suit from another decade, his tie neatly pinned, but his skin had taken on the desiccated, translucent quality of parchment. His eyes were wide open, dried into milky cataracts that stared directly forward without tracking. Dust lay thick across his shoulders and the crown of his fedora undisturbed by the bus's motion. He was not a passenger sleeping off a night shift. He was what happened when a passenger obeyed the rules. When someone chose to sit still, endure the loops, and wait for a terminal that never arrived. Until the time-folded air simply drank the moisture from their body and left them preserved in the geometry of their own compliance. He was driving this route not because he wanted to, but because he had to. Because stopping meant something worse than continuing. Because whatever had trapped them in this loop understood that human beings could be controlled through their own need for survival, through their animal understanding that some cages are walked into voluntarily and some are built around you while you're looking the other way. The motel appeared again on the 8th pass. Clara checked her watch and noted the exact time. 45 minutes. Exact to the second. Nothing about this was random or accidental or the result of getting lost on an unfamiliar road. This was geometry, mathematics. A circle drawn with such exactness that breaking it would require more than just turning the wheel or stopping the bus or any action that existed within the circle's own logic. Outside the window, standing at the edge of the motel's parking lot, she saw figures, just shadows at first. Their forms barely distinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. But as the bus passed, as it completed another circuit of whatever route had been laid out for it, the figures were closer to the road than they had been before. Not much closer, just a few feet. Just enough to be noticeable if you were watching, if you were counting the loops and marking the changes and trying to understand the rules of a trap you hadn't known you were entering. Clara's hands gripped the armrest. Her breath came faster. She looked down at her duffel bag wedged against the window and noticed the nylon strap had become brittle, the fibers splitting along stress lines that hadn't been there when she'd boarded. The material aged decades in the span of hours, dry and cracked as though it had spent 50 years stored in an attic. Her phone's battery percentage dropped from 43 to 31 without her touching it. The device losing charge at an accelerating rate inside this folded pocket of time. The seat fabric beneath her fingers felt wrong too, desiccated and ancient, upholstery that had been new when she'd sat down but was degrading with each completed loop. the bus itself aging in reverse synchronization with the odometer's backward count. And she wondered if all that motion, all that refusal to remain still, had delivered her directly into the one trap that couldn't be escaped by simply leaving, a trap that moved, a trap that required you to keep moving, to keep driving, to keep completing the circuit, because the alternative, whatever those figures represented, whatever they wanted when they finally reached the road, was somehow worse than the endless repetition itself. She checked her watch again, started counting down the minutes until the motel would appear once more, until she'd see how much closer the figures had come, until she'd have to decide whether staying silent and compliant was the right strategy, or whether the moment had come to do what she'd always done before. To run. The motel appeared on schedule. Clara had been counting 45 minutes exactly from the last sighting. And when the pink neon cactus materialized in the darkness ahead, the sign flickered to life at the exact moment the bus's headlights swept across it. Not a second before. Not a second after. The timing was too perfect, the synchronization too exact, to be anything other than designed. She watched the figures as the bus passed. They'd moved again. Now they stood at the edge of the asphalt itself, their shadows stretching across the white line that marked the shoulder. 7 of them, she counted. Or 8. The darkness made it difficult to be certain. What was certain was the way they moved. Not individually, but as one organism, each figure lifting its foot and placing it forward in the exact same motion at the exact same instant. A coordinated step, then stillness. Then another step, timed to some rhythm Clara couldn't hear but could feel in the way the air itself seemed to pulse with their presence. The driver's knuckles had gone white on the wheel. His breathing had grown audible, shallow and controlled in a way that suggested active management of panic. Clara could see the tension radiating from him in waves, could see the way his entire body had locked into position, could see that he was driving not out of will but out of necessity, performing a function he'd been performing for so long that it had become the only thing keeping the world from collapsing into something worse. She pulled out her phone again, opened the timer function, started it the moment the motel disappeared behind them. 45 minutes later, to the second, the Desert Rose Motor Lodge reappeared. The neon cactus flickered to life with that same impossible timing. The figures had moved closer still. Now they stood fully on the road, positioned at intervals along the white line, their forms more distinct than they'd been before. She could make out details now, arms held perfectly straight at their sides, heads turned toward the bus as it approached, not watching. That implied individual awareness. These things moved their heads in unison, tracked the bus's progress with a synchronization that registered in Clara's body as wrongness. One step forward as the bus passed, all of them moving together, all of them placing weight on the same foot at the same instant, all of them completing the motion with a unison that spoke of practice or programming or something else entirely, something that had nothing to do with human movement and everything to do with mathematics and geometry and the cold logic of patterns. Clara watched the driver. She could see his feet now in the gap beneath the seat, and they weren't moving, not tapping the brake when the motel approached, not pressing the accelerator when they pulled away. The pedals operating on their own or locked in some fixed position that his legs simply rested against. The turn signal stalk never clicked when the road curved, yet the dashboard blinkers flashed at exact 45-minute intervals, the vehicle signaling lane changes that would never come, movements the route would never permit. She continued marking loops in her phone's notes app, 1 line per circuit. The count climbed higher with each circuit. 9th loop, 10th, 11th. Each time the motel appeared on schedule. Each time, the neon activated at the perfect instant, and each time, at exactly 44 minutes into the circuit, the air vent above her head cycled on with the same 3-second whiff of ozone and dust, sharp enough to taste. At 44 minutes and 30 seconds, the radio, silent since Phoenix, emitted a brief crackle of emergency broadcast static, 3 rising tones that cut off mid-sequence. Then silence again, every loop exact. Each time the figures were closer, their coordinated advance eating away at the distance between the road's edge and the bus's path with clockwork patience. By the 11th loop, they'd reached the center line. Clara's breath had gone shallow. Her hands ached from gripping the armrest. The air inside the cabin had grown dense. Sound traveled differently now, muffled and dampened. Her movements producing the kind of acoustic deadness that happens underwater. The headlights no longer reached as far into the darkness. With each circuit, the beam cut a shorter path, as though the desert surrounding the road was contracting inward, the loop tightening around them with geometric exactitude. She needed to do something, needed to break the pattern, needed to stop being passive. Stop waiting for someone else to solve this. Stop hoping the driver would suddenly turn around and explain that everything was fine and they'd be in Los Angeles by morning, and this was all just a bad dream brought on by exhaustion, an endless asphalt vanishing beneath the headlights. But she knew better, had known better since the 3rd loop, since the moment she'd confirmed the mathematics of it. This wasn't random. This wasn't a driver who'd gotten lost or confused or taken a wrong turn. This was by design, a route maintained, a circuit completed over and over because breaking it, stopping it, would mean facing whatever those figures represented, whatever they wanted when they finally reached the bus. The motel passed again, 12th loop. The figures were close enough now that Clara could see they wore no clothing. Their bodies were smooth and featureless, mannequin blank, rough approximations of human forms, suggestions of anatomy without detail. They moved with their arms straight, their legs straight, their heads turning in perfect unison to track the bus as it completed another circuit of the trap. Clara looked at the driver, looked at his white knuckles, looked at the sweat beading on the back of his neck, despite the cool air inside the bus, and she made a decision. The next time the motel appeared, the 13th loop 45 minutes later, the neon flickering to life with that same perfect timing. Clara stood, moved forward down the aisle. The driver's shoulders tense, but he didn't turn. Didn't acknowledge her approach. Just kept his grip locked on the wheel, his eyes fixed forward, his breathing shallow and controlled, every part of him rigidly maintained in service of the circuit's demands. She reached for the wheel, not to grab it, not yet, just to position herself, to be ready, because she'd worked it out now, had seen the pattern and understood its shape. The driver was trapped by the route itself, by the requirement to maintain speed and direction and the unwavering execution of a circuit that had been drawn with mathematical exactness. But Clara wasn't trapped. Clara hadn't accepted any contract, hadn't made any bargain, hadn't taken on whatever obligation held this man prisoner. Clara could break it, could force the bus off the route, could shatter whatever invisible cage had been constructed and free them both from this endless repetition. The figures stepped forward, closer now, so close that when the bus passed them, Clara could see they had no faces, just smooth surfaces where features should have been, just blank expanses of flesh or plastic or whatever substance they were made from, turned toward the bus with an attention that had nothing to do with eyes and everything to do with hunger. The motel disappeared behind them. Clara counted down. 45 minutes. 44. 43. Her hands hovered near the wheel, ready. Her breath came fast. The driver sat rigid beneath her, every muscle locked, every fiber of his being focused on maintaining the route, on completing the circuit one more time, on delaying for just another 45 minutes whatever would happen if he stopped. 42 minutes. 41. The darkness scrolled past the windows. The sagebrush and stone remained suggestions. The desert remained vast and empty and utterly indifferent to the small drama unfolding on this forgotten stretch of highway. Maybe staying on this bus, completing endless loops while those figures grew closer, was the trap. Maybe the only way out was to force the issue, to take the wheel, to break the pattern before the pattern consumed them both. 30 minutes, 20, 10. The pink neon appeared in the distance, growing larger. Clara's hands moved closer to the wheel. The driver's breathing had gone ragged. His whole body trembled with the effort of maintaining control, of not breaking, of not giving in to whatever instinct screamed at him to stop, to run, to abandon this route, and take his chances with the darkness. 5 minutes. 3. 1. The motel rushed toward them. The neon flickered to life. The figures stood in a line across the road now, blocking the path, their blank faces turned toward the approaching bus, their arms held straight, their bodies moving in perfect synchronization as they took one final step forward. And Clara lunged for the wheel. Her hands closed on the plastic grip and wrenched it left. The driver's resistance was immediate. His fingers locked on the wheel with a strength born from desperation, his whole body fighting her, every muscle engaged in the simple act of maintaining the route they'd been driving for hours. But Clara had leverage, had position, had the advantage of intent where he had only the momentum of repetition. The wheel turned. The bus lurched. The tires screamed against asphalt as the vehicle left the perfect geometry of its circuit and carved a new trajectory into the darkness. The driver made a sound Clara had never heard from a human throat. Part scream, part prayer, part the howl of something being torn from its foundations. His hands stayed locked on the wheel even as she forced it sideways, even as the bus tilted on its suspension, even as the headlights swept across sagebrush and open desert instead of the familiar line of the road. The figures on the asphalt didn't scatter, didn't react. For one frozen instant, as the bus plowed toward them, Clara saw them standing perfectly still, their blank faces turned toward the approaching vehicle, their arms at their sides, waiting. And then the bus hit the shoulder. The tires caught the loose gravel and the whole frame shuddered, fishtailing, the back end swinging wide. Clara held on. The driver held on. The wheels spun beneath their combined grip as the bus carved through a wooden fence meant to keep cattle from wandering onto the highway. The posts, splintering with cracks that sounded distant and muffled beneath the roar of the engine and the screech of metal and the driver's continuing wail. The sagebrush loomed. The bus plowed through it, branches scraping along the windows, the vegetation dense enough to slow their momentum, but not enough to stop it outright. Clara's head snapped forward as they hit something solid, a boulder maybe, or a drainage culvert hidden in the darkness, and the bus ground to a halt with a final shudder that threw her against the seat in front of her. Silence. Absolutes. The kind that follows violence. Clara pulled herself upright. Her hands ached. Her shoulder throbbed where it had struck the seat back. The interior lights had died in the crash, leaving only the weak glow from the dashboard to illuminate the cabin. The driver sat slumped over the wheel, his hands still locked in their 10 and 2 position, his breathing coming in ragged sobs. Clara looked out the window, expecting to see the figures converging on them, expecting their blank faces pressed against the glass, expecting whatever came next in the horror she'd just unleashed. The desert was empty. The figures were gone, not scattered, not retreating. simply absent, as though they'd never existed at all. Clara climbed out through the emergency exit, stood in the sagebrush, and looked back at the route they'd been driving. The highway ended. Not faded into dirt or crumbled into disrepair, ended. A clean sheared edge 20 feet behind the bus, the asphalt stopping as abruptly as if cut with a blade. Beyond it, nothing. No road extending back toward Phoenix. No road continuing west toward California. The pavement had existed only directly beneath the bus while it was in motion, a strip of reality that moved with the vehicle and dissolved in its wake. She walked to the fence they'd crashed through, examined the broken posts. They weren't wood. The material was dense, inscribed with the geometric markers. Survey coordinates, measurement angles, boundary designations carved into the surface in a language she didn't recognize but whose purpose she could intuit. Not a cattle fence, a perimeter marker. The physical boundary of a geometric cage designed to keep the vehicle locked within an exact polygon. Behind her, the driver wept. "You let them out," he said. His voice was barely audible. Clara's gaze fell to the metal clipboard clipped beside the steering column. The paper on top was yellowed, brittle at the margins, covered in tight, regimented handwriting that recorded identical observations in endless succession. The motel's name, the loop's completion, the two-word confirmation that the circuit remained unbroken. She flipped the page with trembling fingers. The page beneath it was identical, and the one beneath that. The dates in the margin didn't span days or weeks. They stretched backward across decades, the ink slowly shifting from modern ballpoint to faded blue fountain pen to the sepia traces of pencil lead, the handwriting identical on every single line until the earliest entries dated back to the autumn of 1968. The driver hadn't just been driving tonight. He had been completing this 45-minute circuit for 58 years without ever putting his foot on the brake, without ever deviating from the route, without ever reaching a destination that existed outside the loop's own recursive geometry. Clara looked at the sheared edge of the highway, at the inscribed fence posts, at the desert stretching vast and empty in all directions. She had broken something that couldn't be repaired, had seen a trap and chosen escape. The old lady's voice stopped. Grady realized he'd been holding his breath, realized his bus had come to a complete stop at some intersection he didn't recognize, the engine idling, his foot pressing the brake pedal with a pressure that had turned his calf to stone. How long had he been sitting here? How many lights had cycled through their colors while he'd been caught in the current of her story, drawn down into its depths until the surface? The ordinary world of schedules and routes and the depot waiting 3 blocks away had become remote and theoretical? He forced himself to breathe, to blink, to remember that he was Grady, that this was his bus, that he had regulations to follow and a shift to end and a life to return to that existed outside the gravitational pull of whatever the old lady had been weaving in the seats behind him. The light ahead was green, had been green. Grady couldn't remember it changing. He lifted his foot from the brake and felt the bus roll forward, the motion sluggish, reluctant. The vehicle itself infected by the story's weight, and no longer trusting the simple physics of wheels on asphalt. In the mirror, he could see the night shift worker. The man had gone pale, his face slack with an exhaustion that comes not from labor, but from having absorbed something toxic, something that would work its way through his system for days or weeks, emerging in dreams and intrusive thoughts, and the sudden conviction, boarding a bus at midnight, watching the driver's hands on the wheel. That transit itself was no longer neutral, no longer safe, no longer just the movement of bodies through space, but something freighted with invisible contracts and terrible fares. The tourist sat very still, her map forgotten in her lap, her luggage arranged around her feet in a circle that now seemed less protective and more the walls of a cell she had built for herself without understanding the blueprints. Her eyes were fixed on the old lady with the expression of someone watching a predator, trying to determine through sheer attention whether remaining motionless would make her invisible or whether the stillness itself was what would draw the strike. The old lady stood. The motion was fluid, unhurried, containing within it the certainty of someone who had told this story many times before, in many vehicles, to many audiences who had all, eventually, come to understand that the tale's purpose was not entertainment, but revelation. She moved to the center of the aisle, one gloved hand resting on a chrome pole for balance, as the bus made another turn Grady didn't remember initiating. And then she looked directly ahead. Not at Grady, not at the worker or the tourist or any of the flesh and blood passengers who occupied the physical seats of the bus. She looked at something else, something that sat in the space between what Grady could see and what he could sense. A presence he'd been aware of since the old lady first boarded, a weight in the air that suggested observation from a vantage point he couldn't locate. The viewer, Grady thought, and the word arrived in his mind with a completeness that suggested it had been planted there, waiting, growing roots. The old lady smiled, and in that expression, Grady saw the confirmation of what he'd suspected since she'd stepped onto his bus with her antique coins and her mourning dress, and her appetite for darkness dressed in the manners of ceremony. She wasn't telling stories to pass the time. She was feeding something, offering tribute in the form of fear to an entity that consumed such things the way ordinary creatures consumed bread and water and air. She spoke to the unseen observer with a voice that had shifted registers entirely, shedding the warmth and the professional courtesy and revealing beneath it something colder, something that recognized kinship with whatever was listening. "You've been very patient," she said, sitting there, watching, listening to me warm up with these little appetizers, these tales of ferrymen and billboards and the small tragedies that happen when people make the wrong choice at the wrong moment on the wrong stretch of road. The bus rolled through an intersection. Grady could see the depot ahead now, 2 blocks, close enough that under ordinary circumstances he could have relaxed, could have allowed himself to imagine the bourbon and the silence and the bed that waited for him at shift's end. But nothing about this felt ordinary. The depot ahead no longer felt reachable. "But you came here for the main course, didn't you?" The old lady's voice carried a warmth now that was worse than the cold, because it suggested affection, intimacy, the tone of someone addressing a beloved companion. He wanted to know what happened to Clara, what became of her after she forced that bus off its perfect route and shattered the geometric cage that had been holding those entities in their endless loop. Grady watched her in the mirror, watched the way she tilted her head, listening to something he couldn't hear, watching her nod, confirming a question that had been asked in a frequency beyond his range of perception. "The answer," she continued, "is that Clara survived, physically at least. The bus crash didn't kill her, didn't even injure her badly. Just bruises, shock, the ordinary damage that comes from forcing several tons of metal off a highway at speed. She climbed out of that wreckage in the Arizona desert and walked back to the road and eventually flagged down a truck driver who took her to a hospital in Kingman, where the doctors checked her over and released her with instructions to rest and monitor for delayed symptoms of trauma. Grady felt the pull of the story's gravity. Once you'd heard the beginning, you needed the end. The not knowing would be worse than whatever truth she offered. In the mirror, he could see the night shift worker still locked in that same rigid posture, head against the glass, hands flat against his thighs, no longer a passenger but a monument to what happens when you sit too still in the presence of certain stories. But you already know all that, the old lady went on, her voice dropping to something intimate. You stayed to hear what happened to Clara, listened to every loop, counted every repetition. You thought she escaped when she forced that bus off the route. But escape isn't watching from a distance. Escape is closing the door, and you kept it open, stayed to see what came next. The bus rolled past the depot. Grady saw it slide by in his peripheral vision. The lit windows, the other buses parked in their numbered slots, the dispatcher's office where he should have been checking in. But his hands didn't turn the wheel. The bus continued forward into darkness that shouldn't have existed this close to downtown Savannah. Stories travel farther than buses, the old lady said. A tale moves through listeners. Passengers who think they're safe because they're only watching, only hearing. But attention is the fare you pay. And once you've listened all the way through, once you've followed the loop to its breaking point and stayed to see what's scattered into the dark, you've already boarded, already paid. She moved down the aisle toward the front of the bus. The overhead lights began to flicker, not the electrical surge of failing fluorescence, but something stranger. The quality of the light itself degrading, losing fidelity, becoming less like illumination and more like the memory of illumination. The sound of the engine changed. The pitch dropped, slowing, losing definition. The hydraulic hiss of the brakes, the rattle of the chassis on uneven pavement. All of it fading not into silence, but into the dead acoustic quality of an enclosed room. A space where no engine runs, where no wheels turn, where the only sound is your own breathing and the ambient pressure of walls close enough to feel. Grady looked down at his dashboard, searching for anything that made sense. The digital clock on the radio didn't show any time he recognized. The numerals had rearranged into a configuration that meant nothing to him but might mean everything to someone else. Someone reading this right now, glancing reflexively at their own device to check if the numbers matched. The radio's channel display flickered, the green illuminated numerals rearranging themselves not into frequencies or station calls, but into words. Do not turn around. The speedometer needle had dropped to 0, yet the scenery beyond the glass continued to peel away, dissolving from wet Savannah asphalt into the dark corners and ambient shadows of the ceiling above your head. She reached the front of the bus. The shadows cast by the interior light poles shifted, stopped aligning with the vehicle's fixtures, began aligning with something else, a light source that wasn't part of the bus. That came from the space where you are sitting, where you have been sitting since the moment you started listening. One of those shadows, she whispered, found me. Boarded this very bus. Not tonight, months ago, maybe years. It's been riding ever since. Sitting in that seat you can't quite see. The one that exists in the corner of your vision but disappears when you try to look directly at it. And now it's found an even better vehicle than my bus, an even better method of transmission than my stories. She pulled back. Grady watched in the mirror as she turned away from him, turned to face not the worker or the tourist or the empty seats arranged in their orderly rows, turned to face something else, something that occupied a space he could feel but not see, a presence that had been watching this entire time, absorbing every word, every image, every carefully constructed moment of dread. The old lady looked directly at it, at the viewer, at the entity that sat beyond the fourth wall of Grady's perception, watching his bus the way an audience watches a stage, observing the performance without understanding that observation itself was a form of participation. And she smiled. The smile started small, professional. The expression she'd worn when boarding, when offering her stories, when playing the role of harmless, elderly woman with a taste for gothic tales. But it widened, stretched, continued stretching past the point where anatomy should have prevented further expansion, the corners of her mouth climbing toward her ears, the teeth revealing themselves as too numerous and too white and set in gums that had gone black as old meat. She leaned forward into the space where the unseen observer sat, leaned closer and closer, her face growing larger as the distance collapsed, as whatever membrane separated the bus from the vantage point of observation grew thin and permeable, and finally transparent. The bus engine's hum faded to nothing. The sound dropped away, all of it, until there was only the old lady's face filling the frame, filling the vision, filling the space between the page and the room where you were sitting. Her eyes reflected something. Not the bus, not the distant safety of a story happening to someone else. Something standing in the room where the story is being read, in the space behind the screen. In the periphery, your attention has been carefully kept from noticing while the old lady has been speaking, while the loops have been counting, while Clara has been crashing through that fence in the desert dark. Movement, there. Reflected in those terrible eyes that hold what you cannot see but can feel with the certainty of prey, knowing the predator has already closed the distance. Patient and close and so very still. The old lady's voice comes from everywhere and nowhere, no longer needing the meat machinery of vocal cords and tongues and the simple breath that carries ordinary speech. It comes from inside the silence, from the space between heartbeats, from the part of awareness that registers presence without seeing it directly. Don't look behind you. The words land with a weight that transcends sound. They settle into your body, into your bones, into the hollow spaces where certainty used to live. They acknowledge what is standing there behind you, waiting. What has been standing there since the moment you started listening. The ambient sound of the room where you are sitting becomes artificially amplified. The hum of electronics, the whisper of ventilation, the tiny settling noises of walls and furniture, all suddenly too present, too loud, as though something has adjusted the volume knobs of reality itself to make you aware of exactly how much noise surrounds you at all times. And beneath it, in the spaces between those sounds, there is breathing that is not your own. The shadow cast on the page or the reflection in the screen no longer matches the angle of the room's lamp, locked instead into a geometry that suggests a light source standing directly behind you, close enough that you should be able to feel its heat against the back of your neck. The reflection in her eyes shows it approaching from behind with a patience that suggests it has always been there, that it was there before you opened the first page, that stories don't just tell about monsters, they summon them, that fear shared is a doorway open, that transit works both ways, and within those eyes lies the final truth. That the shadow hasn't just found a new vehicle. It has found its way home. The air in the library tasted of salt. Not the fresh salt of spray blown inland on a clean wind, but something older, something that had soaked into leather bindings and stone walls and waited. Florence sat at the desk in the pale morning light and turned the pages of the logbook Mrs. Gable had left for her. Its edges curled where water had soaked through the binding months ago, and the taste grew stronger as she read, coating her tongue like she had licked the rim of a glass left too long beside the sea. The room smelled of dust and something sharp and mineral that she could not name. And when she spread her fingers across the brittle pages, she felt the faint grittiness of dried brine beneath her palm. Mrs. Gable had left the book on the desk without explanation, along with 3 rolled charts that crackled when Florence unfolded them, and showed coastlines she did not recognize, soundings marked in a small, careful hand. She had arrived the previous afternoon by carriage from Penzance, the road winding along the cliffs until the house appeared above the sea like something carved from the gray stone itself, narrow and tall with windows that caught no light, even in full sun. The housekeeper had met her at the door, a silent woman of perhaps 50 who took Florence's single trunk and led her up 3 flights of stairs to a small room overlooking the water. Mrs. Gable herself had appeared only briefly at dinner, a pale figure in black silk who spoke in a low voice about the library and the cataloging work Florence was hired to complete, and then withdrew before the soup course was cleared. The library occupied the entire western wing of the house, a long room with shelves rising to the ceiling, and a stone fireplace at one end that had not been lit in what looked like years. Dust lay thick on every surface, and when Florence ran her finger along a shelf, it came away gray and gritty. The books were arranged without system, maritime law beside volumes of sermons, novels stacked on atlases, and the disorder suggested years of accumulation without care. But what struck her most were the objects that had no place in a library at all. A ship's compass mounted on a wooden stand, its brass face spotted with verdigris, a coil of tarred rope coiled beside a stack of encyclopedias, a brass sextant tarnished green sitting atop a complete set of Shakespeare. There were charts rolled and tied with string, a ship's bell that had lost its clapper, a barometer with a cracked face, and in one corner a wooden sea chest with iron fittings that was locked with a rusted padlock. It was as though someone had taken everything from a captain's cabin and simply deposited it here without thought for organization or preservation. Florence found this strange, given Mrs. Gable's otherwise meticulous household, but she supposed grief affected people in different ways. Perhaps the widow could not bear to see these reminders of her husband, but could not bring herself to dispose of them either. Florence had spent the morning making an inventory, her pen scratching against the silence, cataloging titles and noting condition. The work was soothing in its methodical nature, and she had almost forgotten the strangeness of the house and its remote situation when she came to the desk and found the logbook waiting there, open to its final pages as though someone had just been reading it. The entries were dated from the previous year, January through October, written in the same small, careful hand as the charts. The ship was named the Ceres, a merchant vessel out of Plymouth, and the captain's name appeared on the first page in firm black ink, Jonathan Gable. She turned the pages slowly, reading the terse notations of weather and position. Cargo loaded and discharged, and then near the end the writing changed, became hurried and irregular. The final entry was dated October 15th. Heavy seas, hull strain amidships, pumps at capacity, and then nothing. She knew from the letter Mrs. Gable had sent through the employment agency that the widow's husband had perished at sea the year before, but the letter had offered no details and Florence had not pressed. The position had seemed straightforward. Catalog a private library in a remote coastal estate, room and board provided, wages generous. The isolation had not concerned her. She had worked in remote houses before and found the solitude conducive to focused work. But now, sitting with the evidence of Captain Gable's death beneath her hand, the first stirrings of unease began. The house was too quiet, too empty. She had seen the housekeeper only twice since her arrival, and Mrs. Gable herself seemed to move through the rooms like a ghost, pale and silent. There were no other servants, no gardeners or stable hands, no signs of life beyond the three women who inhabited this vast gray pile of stone overlooking the sea. And Mrs. Gable had placed this logbook here deliberately, had left it open to the final entries, and Florence could not shake the sense that this was a test of some kind, that she was meant to understand something the widow would not say aloud. The housekeeper brought lunch on a tray at 1 o'clock and set it on a small table near the fireplace without speaking. The woman moved with complete silence, her shoes making no sound on the wooden floor, and when Florence thanked her, she only nodded and withdrew, pulling the library door closed behind her with a soft click that seemed somehow final. Florence ate cold meat and bread and returned to the inventory, cataloging titles and making notes about condition and subject, but her attention kept drifting back to the logbook. The charts showed a route along the Cornish coast, past the Lizard and around Land's End, and she traced the course with her finger, following the penciled line out into the western approaches, where the soundings grew deeper and the notations sparse. At the point where the line ended, there was a small X marked in red ink, and beneath it someone had written in a cramped hand, 16 souls. By late afternoon, the light had shifted, and the library filled with shadows that the lamps could not quite dispel. Florence stood and walked to the windows, pressing her hand against the cold glass. Below, the sea moved in slow gray swells against the base of the cliffs, and she could hear the faint crash of waves even through the thick stone walls. The house stood perhaps 200 feet above the water, perched on a narrow shelf of rock with no visible path down to the shore. She had seen no other buildings on the approach, no village or farmstead, only the long, empty road and the cliffs and the house itself like a watchtower overlooking nothing. When she turned back to the desk, she saw that one of the charts had unrolled itself slightly, the weighted corner slipping free, and when she smoothed it flat again, her hand came away damp. She touched her fingertips together and felt the faint tackiness of salt water, still wet, though the chart had been sitting in the dry library air all day. She looked down at the paper and saw that the dampness extended along the entire lower edge, a dark stain that had not been there an hour before, and the smell of brine rose sharp and immediate from the surface. She stood very still, her hand hovering above the chart, and listened to the silence of the house. No footsteps, no voices, no sound but the distant rhythm of the sea. The dampness gleamed faintly into the lamplight, and when she bent closer, she could see grains of sand caught in the fibers of the paper, as though the chart had been pulled from the shallow water and laid out to dry. But it had been dry when she first examined it that morning. She was certain of that. The housekeeper appeared in the doorway to announce that Mrs. Gable requested Florence join her for dinner at 8 o'clock. And Florence nodded and said she would be there. And when she looked down at the chart again, the dampness had already begun to fade, leaving only a faint gray stain and the smell of the sea. She worked until the lamps burned low and the windows showed only her own reflection against the darkness outside. At 7:30, she went upstairs to wash and change her dress. And when she came down again, the dining room was lit by candles that threw long shadows across the walls. Mrs. Gable sat at the head of the table in the same black silk, her face pale and still, and gestured for Florence to take the chair opposite. They ate in near silence, the only sound the soft clink of silver against china. Mrs. Gable asked once if Florence had found the library satisfactory for her work, and Florence said yes, it was quite satisfactory, and mentioned the logbook and the charts. The widow's expression did not change. She said only that her late husband had been a careful man, that he kept meticulous records, and then she turned her attention to her plate and did not speak again until the meal was finished. Florence returned to her room before 9 and sat by the window looking out at the dark sea. The house was utterly silent. as though she were the only living thing inside it. And when she finally undressed and lay down in the narrow bed, she felt the stillness pressing against her like a weight. She thought of the damp chart, the grains of sand, the smell of brine rising from paper that should have been dry, and told herself there was a rational explanation, that dampness could persist in old documents, that her eyes had simply missed the stain in the morning light. But she did not quite believe it, and when she closed her eyes, she saw the careful handwriting in the logbook, the final entry trailing off mid-sentence, and she wondered what it had been like in those last hours aboard the Ceres, the hull groaning under the weight of the sea, the pumps failing, the water rising. She must have slept, because when she woke, the room was cold and the darkness complete. She lay very still and listened, trying to understand what had woken her, and then she heard the clock in the downstairs hall begin to chime. 3 slow, deliberate strikes that echoed through the house, and then silence. And then the temperature dropped. It came not as a gradual chill, but as a sudden fall, as though someone had opened every window in the house at once and let the night air flood through the corridors. Florence sat up in bed and pulled a blanket around her shoulders, her breath misting faintly in the darkness. The cold was not the dry cold of winter, but something damp and clinging that settled on her skin like a wet cloth, and with it came a smell, the thick, briny reek of kelp rotting on a beach, seawater gone stagnant in tidal pools, salt and decay and something carrion breaking down. She had smelled that smell before as a girl, walking along the strand at low tide, where the storm rack gathered in drifts higher than her head. Dead crabs and fish guts and the bloated corpses of gulls, all mixed together in the July heat until the air itself seemed poisonous. But this was worse somehow, more concentrated, as though the sea itself had been distilled down to its most corrupt essence and poured into the corridor outside her room. She fumbled for the lamp on the bedside table and managed to light it, her fingers clumsy with cold and shaking so badly that she nearly dropped the match. The small flame pushed back the darkness just enough to show her room unchanged, the window closed tight, the curtains hanging motionless, the door shut as she had left it. No draft, no open window, no visible source for the cold or the smell, but the smell grew stronger, filling her nose and throat until she could taste it, a thick coating on her tongue, like she had been drinking seawater, and the temperature continued to fall until her teeth began to chatter and the joints in her fingers ached. She pulled the blanket higher and noticed that the fabric was damp now, though it had been perfectly dry when she lay down. Not wet exactly, but clammy, as though it had been hanging in a cellar for weeks and absorbed all the moisture from the stone walls. When she touched it to her face, the smell intensified, and she threw it off with a gasp and stood beside the bed in only her nightgown, her bare feet on the cold floor. And then she heard the footsteps. They came from the corridor outside her room, slow and heavy, and with each step there was a wet sound like boots squelching through mud, or a man walking through the surf with the water up to his knees. Thud squelch, thud squelch. A deliberate rhythm, unhurried, moving along the hallway toward her door with terrible patience. Florence stood frozen beside the bed and watched the thin line of darkness beneath her door, that gap of perhaps an inch where light should show if anyone were carrying a lamp in the corridor. But there was no light, only darkness, and the footsteps grew louder, closer, accompanied now by the sound of water dripping, a steady patter like rain falling on stone, and beneath that a horrible liquid, gurgling as though whoever was walking was also drowning, their lungs filling even as they moved. The cold deepened until Florence could see her breath pluming white in the lamplight, could feel the moisture in the air condensing on her skin in tiny droplets that ran down her arms like sweat. The footsteps stopped directly outside her door. Florence could not move, could not breathe. The silence stretched out, broken only by the dripping water, and she stood there with her hand pressed over her mouth and listened to nothing, to the horrible absence of sound where something should be breathing, moving, making some indication of life. The seconds dragged past, 5, 10, 20, and still nothing. Only the drip, drip, drip of water pooling on the floorboards. And then she heard it. A horrible gasping wheeze. The sound of lungs trying to draw air through water, wet and desperate and rhythmic. Gasp, choke, gasp. Like a man drowning, like a man fighting for one more breath, while the sea poured into his mouth and nose and filled his chest with salt water. It went on and on, a choking struggle that seemed to fill the entire house, the sound echoing off the stone walls and coming back doubled, tripled, until Florence could not tell if it was one voice or many, could not tell if the dying man was outside her door or inside the room with her. She pressed her hand over her mouth to stifle her own breathing and stared at the door, willing herself not to make a sound, not to draw attention to herself. Though some part of her mind knew that whatever was outside already knew she was there, could probably hear her heart beating against her ribs like a fist pounding on wood. The gasping continued, relentless and terrible. And beneath it she could hear the wet drip of water pooling on the floorboards, the sound changing as the puddle grew deeper, from drip to splash to the soft liquid plop of drops falling into standing water. The smell of brine was so thick now that her eyes watered and her nose ran. And when she wiped her face, her hand came away wet, not just with tears, but with moisture from the air itself, as though she were standing in fog so dense it was almost rain. The cold had deepened until she could see frost forming on the inside of the window pane, delicate patterns spreading across the glass like fingers reaching, and the lamp flame guttered and jumped as though a wind were blowing through the sealed room. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The gasping cut off mid-breath. The dripping ceased. The smell began to fade, and the temperature slowly climbed back toward something tolerable. Florence sat in her bed and listened to her own heartbeat loud in her ears, and the silence that followed the horror was somehow worse than the sounds had been, because now she had to decide whether to open the door, whether to look and see what had been standing outside her room. When she finally gathered the courage to stand and cross to the door, her legs shook so badly she had to steady herself against the wall. She counted to 10, then 20, then 50, her hand on the cold brass handle, before she could make herself turn it. She pulled the door open, holding the lamp high, and her breath caught. The corridor was empty. No figure stood waiting. No drowned man reached for her with waterlogged hands. But the floorboards were not dry. They gleamed with moisture in the lamplight, a trail of wet footprints leading from the stairs to her door, and then away again, down the hall toward the far end of the corridor. And scattered in the puddles were things that should not be there. Dark fragments of seaweed, grains of sand, and small white objects that Florence realized with a jolt of revulsion were pieces of barnacle shell, the same kind she had seen growing on the pilings below the harbor at Polruan. She knelt and touched her fingers to the nearest puddle, and the water was ice cold and tasted of salt when she brought her fingers to her lips without thinking. Not the brackish taste of seawater mixed with rain, but the deep salt of the open ocean, bitter and clean. Florence stood and followed the trail of footprints down the corridor. They led to a window at the far end of the hall, which stood open to the night air, and when she looked down, she saw nothing below but a sheer drop to the rocks and the sea. No ledge, no way for anyone to have climbed up or down. The window should have been latched from the inside, but it stood wide open, and the cold wind that blew through it smelled of brine and deep water. She closed and latched the window with shaking hands, and then she walked back to her room slowly, her lamp throwing long shadows on the walls. She did not look at the footprints again, did not examine the seaweed or the barnacle fragments. She went into her room and closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed until dawn, the lamp burning low beside her, and told herself again and again that there was a rational explanation, that someone in the house had done this, that it was stagecraft and nothing more. But her nightgown was damp with cold sweat, and when she finally stood to dress for the day, she saw that her hands were still trembling. And when she opened her door again in the full light of morning, the corridor was dry, and all traces of the water and the seaweed and the impossible footprints had vanished as though they had never been. Mrs. Gable did not appear at breakfast. The housekeeper brought tea and toast to the library without comment, and Florence sat at the desk and tried to focus on her work. But the logbook seemed to pull at her attention, the final entry with its ominous notation of hull strain and failing pumps, and she found herself reading it again and again, imagining the water pouring in, the ship listing, the crew scrambling in the darkness. She worked through the morning in a kind of numb exhaustion, cataloging titles and making notes, but her mind would not settle. At midday, she asked the housekeeper if there were any other records related to Captain Gable's ship, any correspondence or documents that might provide more information, and the woman looked at her for a long moment before saying that Mrs. Gable kept certain materials in her private study and did not wish them disturbed. Florence let the matter drop, but she could not shake the sense that she was meant to pursue it, that the widow had placed the logbook and charts in her path deliberately, and expected her to ask questions. That evening at dinner she tried to raise the subject again, mentioning that she had found the captain's final entries troubling, and wondered if there had been an inquiry into the wreck. Mrs. Gable's expression remained perfectly still. She said only that the ship had gone down in a storm, that these things happened at sea, and that she did not care to discuss it further. The second night began exactly as the first had ended. Florence lay awake in her bed watching the darkness, and when the clock struck 3, the cold descended like a wave. The smell of brine filled the room, thick and choking, and the footsteps began again in the corridor outside. Thud squelch, thud squelch, slow and deliberate, dragging closer, and then the terrible gasping wheeze of a man drowning on dry land. This time, Florence forced herself to remain still, to listen, to try to understand what she was hearing. The footsteps paced back and forth outside her door, the wet sound of boots never varying, and the gasping seemed to come from directly on the other side of the wooden panels, so close she could almost feel the spray of water on her face. She counted the seconds between each gasp, noted the rhythm, the way the sound rose and fell as though the unseen presence were struggling against some terrible weight. It lasted perhaps 10 minutes, though it felt like hours, and then it stopped as abruptly as before. The cold lifted, the smell faded, and Florence lay in silence and felt her heart slowly return to its normal rhythm. When dawn finally came, she rose and dressed, and went down to the library with her lamp still burning, unwilling to trust the darkness even after the sun had risen. The logbook was exactly where she had left it, open to the final page. But now there was something new on the desk beside it. A folded nautical chart, edges crisp and dry, that had not been there the night before. She approached it slowly, half expecting it to be damp, and when she unfolded it, she saw a coastline marked in red ink, a route that matched the one in Captain Gable's logbook. And at the bottom, in the same small, careful hand, a single notation. Here. The mark indicated a point perhaps 30 miles off the coast, where the soundings showed deep water, and the chart's legend noted dangerous currents. Florence stood looking at it for a long time, and then she folded it again and placed it back on the desk. Her hands steady now, her exhaustion replaced by something colder and more deliberate. She would find out what had happened to the series. She would understand why these things were being left for her, why the widow would not speak plainly, why the house filled each night with the sounds of a man drowning at sea. And she would do it whether Mrs. Gable wished it or not. The village of Polruan lay 6 miles down the coast road, a small cluster of gray stone buildings arranged around a harbor where fishing boats rocked at anchor and gulls wheeled overhead in the cold wind. Florence walked there on the 3rd morning, telling the housekeeper she needed supplies for her work, and the woman had looked at her with an expression Florence could not read before nodding and returning to her duties without a word. The walk took nearly 2 hours, the road winding along the cliff edge with the sea visible far below, gray and restless under an overcast sky. The wind was constant and cold, pulling at Florence's coat and hair, and more than once she had to stop and steady herself when a particularly strong gust threatened to push her too close to the edge. She passed no other travelers, saw no houses or farms, only the empty moorland stretching inland and the cliffs dropping away to the rocks and water below. By the time she reached Polruan, her hands were numb and her face raw from the wind, and she was grateful to step into the harbor master's office where a coal fire burned in the grate, and the air smelled of tobacco and wet wool. She spent the afternoon in the reading room, going through shipping records and old newspapers, her fingers gradually warming as she turned the brittle pages. The wreck of the series had made the papers in October of the previous year, though the coverage was brief. The ship had gone down in heavy seas approximately 30 miles southwest of Land's End, and there had been no survivors save one, a deckhand named William Penwith, who had been pulled from the water by a passing trawler 12 hours after the ship foundered. The rest of the crew, 16 men including Captain Gable, had been lost. The inquiry had concluded that the vessel's hull had failed under storm conditions, a structural weakness that the captain either had not known about or had chosen to ignore, and the matter was closed with no finding of negligence. Florence read the inquiry report twice, making notes in her small leather book, her pen scratching against the silence of the reading room, while outside the wind rattled the windows and the gulls cried their harsh laments over the harbor. The description of the hull failure was vague, mentioning only that the ship had taken on water rapidly and capsized before lifeboats could be properly launched. There was no mention of sabotage, no suggestion of anything but tragic misfortune, no indication that anyone had questioned the convenient timing or the unusual circumstances. But she found herself thinking of the logbook's final entry, the careful notation of hull strain amidships, and wondering how a captain as meticulous as Jonathan Gable could have missed a structural flaw severe enough to sink his ship. The more she read, the more the official conclusion felt wrong, like a door that had been painted shut to keep something from being opened. She asked the harbor master if he knew anything more about the wreck, and the old man shook his head and said only that it had been a bad business, that storms in those waters could tear a ship apart faster than a man could pray, and that Captain Gable had been known as a steady sailor who would not have taken unnecessary risks. When Florence pressed further, asking if there had been any question about the condition of the hull before the voyage, the harbor master's expression closed. He said he could not speak to matters outside the official record, and then he paused and looked at her for a long moment before adding, more quietly, that Mrs. Gable had come to his office several times in the months after the wreck. The widow had not asked about her husband, the old man said. She had been very interested in the inquiry proceedings, attending the public sessions, requesting copies of the witness statements, asking to review the technical assessments of the hull damage. Most widows wanted nothing to do with such details, wanted to bury their grief and move forward. But Mrs. Gable had been meticulous, taking notes, asking pointed questions about how such failures were documented and investigated. The harbor master had thought it odd at the time, a grieving widow so focused on the bureaucratic machinery of maritime inquiry. But he had assumed she wanted to understand exactly what had happened, or perhaps was looking to assign blame to the ship's owners. But now, he said, looking at Florence with eyes that had seen 60 years of the sea and its tragedies, Mrs. Gable's new employee had come asking the same questions, wanting to see the same records. He did not say more, but Florence understood the warning in his silence. She walked back to the house as the afternoon light began to fail, the wind off the sea cold enough to make her eyes water, and by the time she reached the estate gates, the sun had dropped below the horizon and left only a dull gray twilight. The house loomed above her on its rocky promontory, every window dark, and as she climbed the long drive, she had the uncomfortable sensation of being watched from those blank panes of glass. The housekeeper was waiting at the door when Florence arrived, which was unusual. The woman did not speak, only took Florence's coat and said that Mrs. Gable wished to see her in the drawing room immediately. There was something in her expression that made Florence pause, something that looked almost like pity. But when Florence asked if something was wrong, the housekeeper only shook her head and turned away. Florence went upstairs to remove her gloves and tidy her hair, moving slowly, delaying the confrontation she knew was coming. When she finally came down to the drawing room, she found the widow standing by the window with her back to the door, her black dress stark against the last gray light of evening. Mrs. Gable did not turn when Florence entered. She asked where Florence had gone that afternoon, her voice perfectly level, and Florence said she had walked to the village for air and to stretch her legs after so many hours at the desk. The widow was silent for a moment, and then she said that the work Florence had been hired to do was in the library, not in the harbor master's office, and that she did not appreciate her employee conducting inquiries into private family matters without permission. Florence felt her face flush. She said she had only been reading publicly available records, that she meant no intrusion, and Mrs. Gable turned then and looked at her with eyes that were perfectly dry and perfectly cold. The widow said that her husband's death was not a subject for idle curiosity, that Florence was here to catalog books and nothing more, and that if she could not confine herself to that task, then perhaps the arrangement was not suitable after all. The threat hung in the air between them. Florence stood very still and felt her carefully maintained composure crack just slightly, enough to let a thread of anger through. She said that she understood, that she would not pursue the matter further, and Mrs. Gable nodded once and dismissed her with a small gesture of one pale hand. That night, Florence did not wait for sleep. She sat in her bed, fully dressed with the lamp burning and a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. And when the clock struck 3, she braced herself for what would come. The cold descended as it had before, but tonight it was different. It came not gradually, but all at once, a plunge into winter, so sudden and deep that frost formed instantly on the inside of the windows, spreading across the glass in patterns that looked almost like hands reaching. The lamp flame guttered and turned blue, and Florence's breath came out in thick white clouds that hung in the air like fog. The smell of brine rose thick and choking, but this time there was something new beneath it. The stench of diesel oil and rust, the sharp mineral tang of blood in seawater, smells that spoke of machinery failing and men dying in the cold Atlantic dark. And with it came the sound of water pouring, a steady rush like a pump failing, like a hull breached and the sea flooding in. The footsteps came again, dragging and wet, but now they were accompanied by other sounds. The creak of timber under strain, the groan of metal buckling, and beneath it all a low, persistent roar, like waves breaking against rock. The gasping wheeze began outside her door, but tonight it was louder, more desperate, the sound of a man's final moments as the water closed over his head. Not one voice, but many overlapping, 16 men drowning in unison. And Florence understood with horror that the ritual was no longer reenacting just the captain's death, but the deaths of all the men who had gone down with the series. She sat frozen and listened, her fingernails digging into her palms hard enough to draw blood, and tried to understand what she was meant to do with this horror, what purpose it served to torment her, night after night, with the phantom deaths of men she had never known. And then the door shook. It was not a knock, but a blow, as though something heavy had struck the wood from the outside, and the sound reverberated through the room like a gunshot. Florence gasped and pressed herself back against the headboard, her heart hammering, and the door shook again, harder this time, the hinges rattling. The gasping grew louder, more frantic, and she could hear fingernails scraping against the wood, a horrible, scrabbling sound like hands clawing for purchase, and then a voice, low and choked and barely human. "Let me in." The words were thick with water, distorted and strange, but unmistakably speech. Florence could not answer, could not move, and the door shook a third time so violently that she thought the lock would give way. But it held, and after a moment the scraping stopped, the gasping faded, and the cold began to lift. The smell of brine lingered longer this time, soaking into the bedclothes and the curtains, and when dawn finally came, Florence rose on shaking legs and examined the door. There were scratches in the wood, long parallel gouges that had not been there before. And when she knelt and touched her fingers to them, she felt the faint dampness of salt water still clinging to the grain. She went down to the library and found the desk covered with new items that had not been there the previous evening. A ship's compass, its brass face green with verdigris, a length of rope still damp and smelling of the sea, and several loose pages that appeared to have been torn from a ship's log, water-damaged and swollen, stuck together in clumps. She separated them carefully and saw they were covered in the same small hand as the logbook she had been reading. But these pages had been immersed in seawater and then dried imperfectly, the ink running in places, whole passages illegible. On the desk beside the ruined logbook was a small brass key, tarnished black, and a folded note in Mrs. Gable's hand. Florence unfolded it and read, "Captain's cabin, 2nd floor, east wing. Do not disturb before 9 o'clock." She stood looking at the note for a long time, and then she folded it again and placed it in her pocket. The widow was leading her somewhere, offering fragments of evidence like a trail of breadcrumbs, and Florence could not tell whether this was a plea for help or a test of obedience. But she knew now with absolute certainty that the house was not haunted by Captain Gable's ghost. No spirit could scratch wood or leave damp rope on a desk. Whatever was happening here had a human hand behind it, and Florence intended to discover whose. She waited until 9:30, when she knew Mrs. Gable would be in the drawing room taking her morning tea, and then she climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and walked down the corridor to the east wing. The captain's cabin was easy to identify, a heavy oak door at the end of the hall with a brass plate that read, "J. Gable" in tarnished letters. Florence tried the key from the desk, and the lock turned smoothly as though it had been oiled recently. The room beyond was small and spare, furnished with a narrow bed, a writing desk, and a single wardrobe. The window looked out over the sea, and the walls were lined with shelves holding navigation instruments, charts, and rows of leather-bound logbooks dating back a dozen years. Everything was meticulously organized, each item in its place, and the air smelled of dust and old paper and faintly of tobacco. It was the room of a man who had lived at sea and kept his shore quarters as he would a ship's cabin, functional, orderly, devoid of sentiment. Florence crossed to the desk and opened the single drawer. Inside, she found more charts, a box of pens, a stick of sealing wax, and a sheaf of letters bound with string. She untied the string and began to read. The letters were from Mrs. Gable to her husband, written during his voyages, and they were remarkable for their coldness. There were no endearments, no expressions of longing or affection, only practical matters, household accounts, repairs to the estate, questions about when he would return and how much money he would bring. Florence read through a dozen of them and found not a single line that suggested warmth between husband and wife. She replaced the letters and turned her attention to the logbooks on the shelves. They were arranged chronologically, one for each voyage, and she pulled down the volume immediately preceding the final voyage of the series. The entries were similar in tone to the water-damaged logbook she had seen downstairs, terse notations of weather and cargo, no personal observations, nothing that revealed the man behind the writing. But as she paged through the months, she noticed a pattern. Captain Gable had been making the same route repeatedly, Plymouth to Lisbon and back, carrying textile south and wine north, and each voyage showed a modest profit carefully recorded in the margins. She replaced that logbook and took down the one from 2 years earlier. The route was the same, the cargo similar, but here the profits were larger, the margins more generous. She went back further, 5 years, 10, and saw the same pattern. Captain Gable had been a steady, reliable merchant captain who made a comfortable living from predictable routes and careful management. There was nothing in these records to suggest a man who would take risks with an unseaworthy vessel, nothing to explain why the series had gone down in waters he knew well. Florence was replacing the final logbook when she heard footsteps in the corridor outside. She froze, her hand still on the shelf, and listened as the footsteps approached the door and then stopped. The handle turned slowly, and Mrs. Gable stepped into the room. The widow stood in the doorway and looked at Florence without expression. She did not ask what Florence was doing there, did not seem surprised to find her. She only said very quietly that Florence should not have come here, that the captain's cabin was private, and that the key had been meant for later. Florence felt her face flush with anger and embarrassment in equal measure. She said that Mrs. Gable had left the key for her with explicit instructions, and that if the widow did not wish her to use it, she should not have provided it. Mrs. Gable shook her head slowly and said that Florence did not understand, that she was meant to wait, that everything must happen in its proper order, or it would not work. The words made no sense. Florence asked what would not work, and Mrs. Gable looked at her for a long moment before turning and walking away down the corridor without answering. Florence stood alone in the captain's cabin and felt the last of her patience crack. She was being used for some purpose she could not fathom, led through a performance whose script she had not been given, and she would not tolerate it any longer. She locked the cabin door behind her and went downstairs to the library, and when the housekeeper brought lunch, she asked to speak with Mrs. Gable immediately. The widow came to the library within the hour, pale and silent, and stood by the fireplace with her hands folded. Florence said that she could not continue working in a house where she was subjected to nightly disturbances and cryptic instructions, that she needed to know what was happening and why, and that if Mrs. Gable could not or would not explain, then Florence would leave on the morning coach. Mrs. Gable was silent for a long time, her face utterly still. Then she asked Florence if she believed in ghosts. Florence said she did not, that she believed what was happening in the house each night was the work of human hands, and that she would very much like to know whose hands they were. The widow's expression flickered, something almost like relief passing across her features, and then she said that Florence was correct, that there was no ghost, but that the explanation was not one she could give without risking more than Florence could understand. The conversation circled like that for another 10 minutes, Mrs. Gable offering evasions and half-answers, Florence pressing for clarity, until finally the widow said that she would show Florence the truth, but only if Florence would agree to stay awake tonight and observe what happened at 3 o'clock without interfering. Florence agreed, though every instinct told her this was another manipulation, and Mrs. Gable nodded once and left the library without another word. That night, Florence dressed in her warmest clothes and positioned herself in a chair facing her bedroom door with a lamp burning low beside her. The house was utterly silent, and the hours crept past with agonizing slowness. Shortly after midnight, she heard the first sounds, footsteps on the stairs, soft and deliberate, moving up from the lower floors. She stood and crossed to her door, pressing her ear against the wood, and listened as the footsteps came closer. They stopped just outside her room, and for a moment there was no sound at all. Then she heard the soft slosh of liquid being poured, the wet sound of something heavy being dragged across the floorboards, and the scrape of a window being opened somewhere nearby. The smell of brine began to seep under her door, and she heard the faint creak of a phonograph being wound, the scratch of a needle finding its groove. And then the gasping began. Not outside her door, but from a mechanical speaker. The recorded sound of a man choking and struggling for air played at low volume through a wax cylinder. Florence stood frozen, her hand on the door handle, and listened as the recording played through once, twice, and then fell silent. The footsteps retreated down the corridor, and after a moment, she heard a door close softly. She waited until the sounds had completely faded, and then she opened her door and stepped out into the hallway. The floorboards were wet, puddled with water that gleamed in the lamplight, and the window at the end of the corridor stood wide open, letting in the cold night air. On the floor near her door was a bucket, still half full, and beside it, a mop and a coiled length of damp rope. But when Florence knelt and touched her fingers to the water, it was ice cold in a way that made her gasp and pull back. Not the chill of tap water left standing, but the deep cold of the ocean itself. And when she looked more closely at the puddle, she saw things floating in it that had no business being there. Fragments of dark seaweed she did not recognize, fine sand that glittered in the lamplight, and something that looked like barnacle shell. She stood quickly and looked at the bucket. It was half full of ordinary water, slightly murky, the kind you might pour from a basin. But the puddle on the floor was something else entirely, and as she watched, the smell of brine intensified until her eyes watered, far stronger than it should be from such a small amount of liquid. And the footprints. She could see them now in the wet wood, leading from the bucket toward her door and then away again down the corridor. But they were wrong. The widow's shoes would leave a narrow print, a woman's foot. But these were broad and heavy, and when Florence looked closer, she saw that the edges were too defined, too deep, as though whoever made them had been carrying an impossible weight. Florence walked down the corridor to the door she had heard close and tried the handle. It was unlocked, and when she pushed it open, she found herself looking into a small room lit by a single candle. Mrs. Gable sat on the floor in her black dress, soaked to the skin, her hands trembling as she wound the phonograph's crank for another cycle. The widow looked up at Florence with a face streaked with tears, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Mrs. Gable said, her voice broken and hoarse, that she was sorry, that she had not meant for Florence to see it like this, and that she could explain everything if Florence would only listen. Florence stepped into the small room and closed the door behind her. She felt no pity yet, only a cold anger at having been deceived, and she said that Mrs. Gable had precisely 5 minutes to explain why she had been staging these elaborate hauntings and terrorizing her own employee night after night. The widow flinched at the word terrorizing, but she did not look away. Mrs. Gable told her story in a low voice, her hands still trembling, the candle throwing long shadows across the damp floor. She said that her husband had been a cruel man, violent and unpredictable, that he had beaten her throughout their marriage and threatened worse if she ever tried to leave. When he died at sea, she had felt only relief, a terrible, guilty relief that she was finally free. But then the dreams had started. Dreams of him returning, walking up from the cliffs soaked and gasping, coming to punish her for being glad he was dead. The widow paused, her breath catching, and then continued. She said that the dreams had grown worse, more vivid, until she could no longer tell sleep from waking. She had consulted a spiritualist in Plymouth, a woman who claimed to have helped others tormented by vengeful spirits, and the spiritualist had given her very specific instructions. She was to recreate the exact circumstances of her husband's death every night at the hour he died. The cold, the smell of the sea, the sound of a man drowning. The ritual would trap his spirit in that moment, confuse it, prevent it from crossing the threshold into the house to harm her. And it had worked, Mrs. Gable said, her voice dropping to a whisper. For months, the ritual had kept him at bay. But lately, something had changed. The water she poured stayed colder than it should, even after she brought it up from the kitchen. Things appeared that she had not placed. The seaweed, the sand, the barnacle fragments. The footprints were too heavy, too deep. And sometimes, when she wound the phonograph, she heard other sounds beneath the recording, sounds that should not be there. Florence listened to this with growing disbelief and growing fear in equal measure. She asked why the widow had hired her if she was so terrified of her husband's ghost. And Mrs. Gable said that the spiritualist had insisted she needed a witness, someone who would see the manifestations and could testify that the ritual was working, that she was doing everything correctly. The widow's voice cracked on the last words, and she pressed her hands over her face and began to weep in earnest. Florence stood watching her and felt the anger slowly drain away, replaced by a deep weariness and something else, something that felt uncomfortably like doubt. She thought of the ice-cold water, the barnacle fragments, the footprints that were too heavy. She knelt beside the widow and said more gently that perhaps the spiritualist was a charlatan who had preyed on Mrs. Gable's grief and fear, but that she needed to see the instructions to understand what was actually happening. Mrs. Gable shook her head and said that Florence did not understand, that the ritual was working but changing, becoming something she could no longer control. The widow's hands were shaking badly now, and when she looked up at Florence, her eyes were wide and terrified in a way that seemed impossible to fake. The conversation went in circles, the widow insisting that she had to continue the ritual or something worse would happen, Florence trying to understand what was real and what was performance, until finally Florence said that if Mrs. Gable would show her the spiritualist's instructions, perhaps together they could make sense of what was happening. The widow hesitated, her tears-streaked face uncertain, and then she said that she kept the letters in her private study, that she had never shown them to anyone, but that perhaps Florence was right. Perhaps it was time. Florence helped her to her feet, and they walked together down the dark corridor to a small room on the third floor that Florence had not seen before. Mrs. Gable lit a lamp and crossed to her writing desk, unlocking a drawer with a key she wore on a chain around her neck. She withdrew a bundle of papers tied with a black ribbon, and her hands shook as she untied the knot and laid them out on the desk. Florence picked up the first document and began to read by lamplight. It was a printed form from the Plymouth Spiritualist Society, dated October of the previous year, with handwritten instructions filled in for protection against vengeful spirits of those who died by drowning. Recreate circumstances of death nightly at hour of passing. Continue until manifestations cease. The instructions were elaborate and specific, with notations in Mrs. Gable's hand in the margins. Too cold, water wrong temperature, must be exact. She set it aside and picked up the next paper, a letter from the spiritualist, dated 3 months after the wreck, responding to what must have been an anxious inquiry from Mrs. Gable. You must not deviate from the ritual in any particular. The slightest variation will break the protection. If you cannot maintain the conditions precisely, you risk inviting rather than repelling. Florence spread the papers out across the desk. There were more letters, a dozen at least, charting Mrs. Gable's growing desperation. The cold is too intense. I cannot achieve it with ordinary means. And the spiritualist's reply, you must find a way. Authenticity is everything. And then near the bottom of the stack, something that made Florence's hand still, a single sheet of notepaper in Mrs. Gable's hand, undated, with a list of names written in careful columns. At the top, William Penwith. Below it, other names Florence did not recognize, and at the bottom circled London employment agencies. Florence picked up the last document with numb fingers. It was a letter from a London agency dated 8 months after the wreck, confirming Mrs. Gable's request for candidates with archival experience, emphasizing that the position required someone with excellent references and no local connections. The letter mentioned the generous wages Mrs. Gable had offered, and included a note in the agency director's hand. I have 3 suitable candidates if the isolation is acceptable. Florence's breath came short and fast. She turned to the widow who stood against the far wall watching her, and tried to understand what she was seeing. The ritual was real. Mrs. Gable had been performing it for over a year obsessively, with increasing desperation. But the spiritualist's letters spoke of protection, of repelling, and Mrs. Gable's notes spoke of fear. Yet she had hired Florence from far away, had brought a witness to this remote house, had left evidence where Florence would find it. The nightly hauntings were a performance, but to what end? To establish her madness, to create an alibi? Or had Mrs. Gable genuinely believed the ritual would work and hired Florence to witness that she had done everything correctly, everything the spiritualist demanded? And William Penwith's name at the top of that list, the sole survivor. What did it mean that his name was there, circled, before the other names, before the London agencies? Florence looked at the papers spread across the desk and felt certainty slip away. Mrs. Gable might be a murderer, or she might be a woman who had paid the survivor to tell her what happened in her husband's final moments, who had descended into obsessive ritual, who had hired a witness because she feared she was losing her mind. Mrs. Gable's expression was unreadable as she watched Florence try to assemble the fragments into something coherent. The tears had stopped, the trembling had stilled, and when she spoke, her voice was perfectly level, perfectly cold. But even as she tried to hold on to that uncertainty, another thought cut through. If the hauntings were mere performance, what explained the barnacle fragments? The deep ocean cold that no bucket of water could produce? The footprints too heavy to be the widow's? Mrs. Gable watched her and then said very quietly that Florence should not have read those papers, that they were private, and that she had made a terrible mistake. The widow's voice was different now, stripped of its trembling. She said that Florence was welcome to leave in the morning, that a carriage could be arranged, and that she would be paid if she chose not to pursue this unfortunate misunderstanding. But her eyes were cold and calculating, and Florence understood it was not an offer, but a threat. Florence looked at the papers spread across the desk and felt her mind racing. The spiritualist letters, the list of names, the London agency correspondence. None of it was proof, but together they suggested something she could not quite name. If she could get them to the authorities in Polruan, if someone else could read them and tell her what they meant, if she could make someone listen. Mrs. Gable stepped forward and began gathering the papers with quick, efficient movements. She said that Florence had been under a great strain, that the nightly disturbances had clearly affected her judgment, and that it would be best if she rested now and they spoke again in the morning with clear heads. The widow's hands were steady as she retied the bundle with black ribbon, and when she locked the drawer again and tucked the key inside her dress, she smiled. Florence backed toward the door. She said she would leave tonight, that she did not need the carriage, that she would walk to Paul Ruin and catch the morning coach from there. Mrs. Gable shook her head and said that was impossible, that the cliff road was dangerous in the dark, that Florence would surely fall and hurt herself. The way she said it, surely fall, made Florence go very still. She turned and ran for the door, but Mrs. Gable was faster, stepping between Florence and the exit with a speed that seemed impossible for a woman her age. The widow's hand shot out and gripped Florence's wrist, and her fingers were ice cold, far colder than they should be, and strong. Florence wrenched herself free and stumbled backward, and Mrs. Gable's expression flickered, something passing across her face that looked almost like fear. The widow glanced toward the window, where the first gray light of dawn was beginning to show, and her grip tightened on the key at her throat. She said very quietly that Florence had seen things she could not be allowed to speak of, and that she was very sorry, but there was no other way. She reached into her pocket and withdrew something small and dark, and Florence saw it was a vial, the kind apothecaries used, and understood that Mrs. Gable had planned for this possibility, had prepared for the chance that her witness might prove too curious, too stubborn, too dangerous to release. And then, from somewhere below them in the house, came the sound that froze them both, the wet, dragging footsteps. Thud squelch, thud squelch. Slow and deliberate, climbing the stairs. Mrs. Gable's face went white. She looked toward the door of the study, and Florence saw a naked terror in her eyes, the same terror she had seen in the small room when the widow sat weeping on the floor. This was not performance. This was real. The footsteps grew louder, closer, accompanied now by the sound of water dripping, and the temperature in the small study began to drop. Florence felt it against her skin, that same damp cold that had filled her bedroom each night, and the smell of brine began to seep under the door, thick and choking. Mrs. Gable backed away from the door, the vial forgotten in her hand. She whispered something Florence could not hear, and then louder, "No, not yet. It's not 3 o'clock yet." But the footsteps did not stop. They reached the top of the stairs and began moving down the corridor toward the study, and Florence understood, with a horror beyond reason, that the ritual had changed, that the thing the widow had summoned was no longer bound by her rules, no longer confined to the hour of death. The two women stood on opposite sides of the small room and listened as the footsteps stopped outside the door. For a long moment, there was no sound but the dripping water, and then the door handle began to turn slowly from the outside. Mrs. Gable made a sound between a sob and a scream and ran for the window. But it was too small, too high, and she clawed at the glass uselessly while Florence watched the door swing open. Nothing stood in the doorway, only darkness and the smell of the sea and a cold so deep it hurt to breathe. But the footsteps continued, entering the room, crossing toward them, and Florence saw the floorboards grow dark with seawater where nothing visible walked. Mrs. Gable turned from the window, her back pressed against the glass, and stared at the empty air that dripped and moved. She held up the vial as though it were a talisman and said, her voice breaking, that she had done everything right, that she had performed the ritual exactly as instructed, that she deserved to be protected. The invisible presence moved past Florence without touching her, and she felt the cold intensify as it passed, felt spray against her face like she was standing at the bow of a ship cutting through rough seas. It moved toward Mrs. Gable, and the widow screamed and threw the vial at nothing, and the glass shattered against the far wall. In that moment of distraction, while Mrs. Gable was cornered by the window and the entity's attention was fixed on her, Florence ran. She bolted through the open doorway and out into the corridor, her feet slipping on the wooden floor. And behind her she heard Mrs. Gable cry out, not in anger, but in terror, a sound that rose and broke into a scream. Florence did not look back. She made it to the stairs and half ran, half fell, down to the second floor, her heart hammering, her breath coming in gasps. She could hear the footsteps behind her on the stairs, the heavy, wet thud squelch accompanied by that horrible dripping sound. Mrs. Gable must have slipped past it somehow in the chaos of the study, must have fled down the back staircase while the entity was still occupied with whatever it had been doing in that small room. And now both of them were fleeing, and the thing was following. Something had come. Florence understood with a terror that went beyond reason. Whether Mrs. Gable had summoned it deliberately or called it by accident, whether the ritual was meant to repel or invoke, whether the widow was murderer or victim or both. None of it mattered now. Something had risen from the cold Atlantic waters where the series had gone down, drawn by the nightly performance, the repeated invocation of drowning and brine and gasping death. And now it was in the house. Florence fled down the corridor toward her room, but when she reached her door, she found it locked. She had not locked it. She never locked it. Her fingers closed on the handle and jerked back with a gasp. The brass was ice cold, so cold it burned, and when she looked down, she saw frost spreading across the metal in delicate patterns like fingers reaching. The door would not budge. Whether Mrs. Gable had locked it earlier in the evening as part of some trap, or whether the cold had frozen the mechanism, or whether something else was keeping it shut, Florence did not know and could not waste time discovering. She heard the footsteps coming closer, still on the stairs above, and the smell of brine intensifying. The library. The thought came to her with the force of instinct. The library had a door to the outside, a servant's entrance she had seen near the fireplace. If she could reach it, if she could get outside before the thing caught her. She ran down the main staircase to the ground floor, her stockinged feet silent on the stone, and burst into the library just as the clock in the hall began to chime. 3 o'clock. The hour of death. The library was dark except for the moonlight coming through the tall windows, and Florence ran across the room toward the servant's door, her hands outstretched. But when she reached it and tried the handle, it would not turn. Locked. Of course, locked. She spun around, looking for another way out, and heard the thud squelch of footsteps entering the library behind her. And then another sound, lighter, quicker, stumbling. Mrs. Gable burst through the doorway, her face white with terror, her lamp swinging wildly in her hand. The widow looked at Florence across the dark library, and her mouth opened as if to speak. But what came out was not words, but a sob. Mrs. Gable backed away from the doorway, her eyes fixed on something Florence could not yet see. And as she moved, the temperature in the library began to drop. Florence backed away toward the windows, her mind racing. The tall windows were leaded glass set in heavy wooden frames, the kind that would not break easily, but perhaps. She remembered the brass sextant she had catalogued on her first day, the one mounted on the shelf beside the maritime law texts. Her hands found it in the darkness, heavy and solid, and she gripped it tight as the thing entered the library. Florence could not see it clearly. The moonlight seemed to bend around it, or perhaps it carried its own darkness with it. But she could see the effects of its presence. The floorboards darkening with seawater where it walked, the air distorting like heat waves, but made of freezing mist, and the smell, the overwhelming smell of brine and rot and deep ocean cold, that made her eyes water and her throat close. And water. So much water. It poured from the place where the thing stood, gallons of dark seawater, streaming onto the library floor as though a ship's hold had been breached. and in the water were things that should not be there. Fragments of wood and rope, pieces of rusted metal, and pale shapes that might have been bone. Mrs. Gable backed away from it, her lamp held before her like a ward, and she was saying something now, words tumbling out in a desperate stream, that she had done everything right, that she had performed the ritual exactly as instructed, that she deserved to be protected. But the thing moved toward her with terrible inevitability, and where it passed, the wood groaned and cracked, as though crushed under impossible weight. Florence could see it more clearly now, or thought she could, a shape in the darkness, broad-shouldered and tall, and for an instant the lamplight caught something pale, the gleam of waterlogged flesh, and the suggestion of a face that had been too long in the sea. But the image slid away from her eyes, refused to resolve into anything her mind could hold, and she looked away before the sight could fix itself in her memory. The entity turned from Mrs. Gable and moved toward Florence, and she raised the sextant and brought it down hard against the nearest window. The glass cracked, but did not break. The thing was 10 feet away now, 5, and she could feel the cold radiating from it like frost, could see the floorboards buckling and splitting under its footsteps. She struck the window again, harder, feeling the impact jar through her arms. The glass spider-webbed, and she hit it a third time with all her strength, just as she felt a grip like freezing iron close around her ankle, fingers of numbing cold tightening with the desperate, crushing strength of a drowning man who has found something to pull down with him into the dark. The window shattered outward in a shower of glass, and Florence tore her leg free, feeling the grip slide and clutch and finally release, and climbed through the broken frame, feeling glass cut into her hands and feet, not caring, knowing only that she had to get outside, had to get away. She fell more than climbed through the window, landing hard on the rocky ground outside, and scrambled to her feet. When she looked back, she saw a shape standing in the broken window, water pouring from it in a steady stream, and for just a moment she thought she saw the outline of a hand pressed against the remaining glass, fingers spread wide. And from inside the library, Florence heard Mrs. Gable scream, a sound that cut off abruptly in a wet, choking gurgle, and then silence. Florence turned and fled toward the main drive, stumbling into the gray pre-dawn light. The cliff road stretched before her, narrow and treacherous, and she ran without looking back, her feet bleeding on the stones, her breath ragged in her throat. She did not stop running until she reached Balruin, until she pounded on the harbor master's door and collapsed on his doorstep. And when they went back to the house 3 hours later with 4 men and a constable, they found Mrs. Gable in the library, drowned on dry land, her lungs full of seawater and her eyes wide with terror. They found Florence's room locked from the outside. They found the phonograph and the buckets and the evidence of the nightly performances. They found the papers in the widow's study, the spiritualist letters, and the list of names and the correspondence with the London agency that had sent Florence to this remote house on the cliffs. The inquiry concluded that Mrs. Gable had succumbed to grief-induced madness, that she had staged elaborate hauntings for reasons the investigators could not fathom, and that she had died by misadventure in circumstances that defied rational explanation. The case was closed within a fortnight. Florence did not tell them about the things she had seen in the library, about the grip of freezing water around her ankle, about the shape that poured seawater onto the floor. She did not tell them that she suspected Mrs. Gable of anything beyond madness. What would she have said? That she had found letters suggesting the widow might have paid the sole survivor for something, though the papers did not say what. That a list of names proved nothing except that Mrs. Gable had been methodical in her descent into obsession. She kept silent, and the inquiry called it grief, and no one looked any further. Florence returned to London a week after giving her statement to the constable, and she tried very hard to put the house on the cliffs behind her. She found new employment, cataloged new libraries, and took a small flat in Bloomsbury, where the windows faced a busy street, and she could hear the sounds of the city at all hours. But she could no longer sleep with the door closed. Even in summer heat, she kept the door to her bedroom ajar, because a closed door made her chest tighten and her breath come short. Made her see again the study door swing open to reveal nothing but darkness and the smell of the sea. Her landlady thought it odd, but Florence could not explain that the alternative, waking in the night to find herself sealed in, was unthinkable. She could no longer bear the sound of a clock chiming. When the church bells rang the hours, she would stop whatever she was doing and count the chimes with her hands pressed flat against the nearest solid surface, and she would not move again until the third chime had passed and the fourth begun. Her employers found this peculiar, but they were kind enough not to comment. And sometimes, in the hour before dawn, she would wake to the smell of brine and rotting kelp. She would feel the temperature drop and hear, faint and far away, the sound of water dripping on wooden floors. She would lie very still in the darkness with the door ajar and the city sounds beyond her window. And she would wonder if the ritual had ended when Mrs. Gable died, or if somewhere in the gray house above the cliffs, at 3 o'clock every morning, something still performed its nightly drowning, waiting for someone to witness it, waiting for someone to call it home. Lucas Merrick sat at the desk in his penthouse office, 32 floors above Grand Avenue, and read the letter for the third time. The paper was cheap, the kind issued in institutional environments, and the ink had blurred slightly where the writer's hand had rested. The handwriting was controlled, even elegant. "I am the real Lucas Merrick," the first line read. His coffee had gone cold in its cup. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the morning light fell across downtown Los Angeles in hard white angles, and he could see the freeway interchange below, the cars threading through it with mechanical exactness that required no thought. The letter had arrived by regular mail, postmarked from a facility Lucas did not recognize. Federal Correctional Institution, Barstow, a name that meant nothing to him. The envelope had been opened and inspected, a standard institutional procedure, and resealed with tape that left a residue on the flap. Inside, 3 pages in that careful script. 15 years ago, you stole my life. You took my face, my memories, my future. You framed me for a crime I did not commit and buried me in the cell under a name that is not mine. I have no legal identity. I have no family who will claim me. But I know what you are. I know what happened in the desert. Lucas set the letter down and looked at his hands. They were well kept, the nails trimmed and clean, the skin smooth. He had worn a Brioni suit to the office that morning, charcoal gray with a faint pinstripe, and the cuffs of his shirt were French, fastened with platinum links. His office smelled faintly of the leather furniture and the espresso he preferred, a dark roast he had shipped from a roaster in Milan. On the credenza behind him sat 4 photographs in silver frames. Lucas at his law school graduation, Lucas shaking hands with a California Superior Court judge, Lucas on the steps of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, Lucas receiving the Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year award from the Los Angeles County Bar Association. He had won every major case he had taken in the past decade. Prosecutors respected him. Judges listened when he spoke. Juries found him persuasive in a way that transcended the facts of any given case. He had no memory of stealing anyone's life. The letter continued. The writer claimed that Lucas had been a college student 15 years ago, that he had taken a solo camping trip to the Mojave Desert during spring break. that something had found him in the dark. The writer described a specific campsite, a dry wash near the Katy Mountains, coordinates included. The writer described waking in a federal holding facility 3 weeks later, arrested under the name John Doe, charged with trafficking restricted biological materials across state lines, a charge so obscure and technical that it had been impossible to defend without resources or legal representation. The writer described 15 years in permanent solitary confinement. No visitors, no contact with the outside world, because a prisoner with no verified identity was a security risk. You left me here to rot. But I remember everything. I remember the house where you grew up. I remember the smell of your mother's garden, the honeysuckle she planted along the fence. I remember the promise you made to her before she died, the promise you never told anyone. I remember the thing you are afraid of, the thing you have never spoken aloud. Lucas pushed his chair back and stood. He walked to the window and looked down at the city. The letter was preposterous. Except for the problem of the camping trip. Lucas had gone to the desert 15 years ago. He had been 22, a senior at USC. And he had driven out to the Mojave alone in a rented Jeep with the intention of spending a week hiking and clearing his head before final exams. He remembered packing the Jeep. He remembered driving east on Interstate 10. He remembered the turnoff onto a 2-lane road that led north into empty country. He did not remember the campsite. He did not remember the Katy Mountains. He did not remember anything between the turnoff and waking up 48 hours later in a motel room in Barstow with no clear sense of how he had gotten there. The Jeep had been parked outside. His camping gear had been packed and stowed. There had been no injuries, no evidence of illness or accident. He had attributed the gap to exhaustion, perhaps mild heat stroke, and had driven back to Los Angeles without reporting it to anyone. In 15 years, he had never thought about it again. Lucas returned to his desk and read the 3rd page of the letter. The writer included a request. He wanted Lucas to visit the prison. He wanted Lucas to sit across from him in the visitation room and look at his face. He wanted Lucas to explain why he had done this, why he had chosen this specific victim, whether the past 15 years of Lucas's success had been worth the cost of one man's annihilation. The letter ended with a single line. You know what you are. Come see what you made me. Lucas folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and sat very still. Through the window, the city noise rose in a low hum, the sound of 10 million people conducting their lives in patterns they believed they controlled. His desk phone buzzed. The paralegal's voice came through the speaker, asking whether he wanted the deposition's transcript for the Elwood case. He told her yes. She asked whether he would be in the office tomorrow. He told her he did not know yet. After she disconnected, he sat with his hands flat on the desk and considered the shape of the problem. If the letter was a scam, ignoring it posed no risk. If the letter was not a scam, ignoring it posed a different kind of risk, one he could not yet define. There was also the matter of his curiosity. Lucas had built his career on the careful analysis of improbable claims. He had defended clients accused of acts they insisted were impossible. He had won cases by finding the single thread of inconsistency that unraveled the prosecution's narrative. The letter contained inconsistencies. A man who had been imprisoned for 15 years under a false identity would not have access to detailed information about Lucas's childhood unless he was, in some impossible way, telling the truth. Lucas opened his laptop and searched for the Federal Correctional Institution in Barstow. It existed. It was a privately operated facility, off-grid, designed for the incarceration of federal prisoners deemed too dangerous or too sensitive for standard facilities. Visitation required advance clearance and a formal request submitted through legal counsel. Lucas was legal counsel. he could arrange it. He made the request that afternoon. 3 days later, clearance was granted. Lucas spent the intervening time constructing a timeline. He retrieved his undergraduate records from USC and confirmed that he had been enrolled during the spring semester 15 years ago. He found his credit card statements from that period, archived in a file cabinet in his apartment, and located the charge for the Jeep rental. Enterprise Rent-A-Car, LAX location, March 12th. The return date was March 20th, 8 days later. He found a gas station charge in Barstow dated March 18th, which aligned with his fragmented memory of waking in the motel. Between March 12th and March 18th, there were no other charges. 6 days unaccounted for. He searched for arrests matching the description in the letter. The federal database required credentials he did not have, but he knew people who did. A former colleague in the U.S. Attorney's Office owed him a favor from a case 3 years ago. Lucas called him and described the situation in the abstract. A potential client claimed to have been arrested on an obscure federal charge, no legal representation, held under a John Doe designation. Could his colleague confirm whether such a case existed? The colleague called back within an hour. He confirmed that a John Doe had been arrested in San Bernardino County on March 15th, 15 years ago, charged with illegal possession and transport of endangered species tissues under the Lacey Act, a federal statute Lucas had never encountered in his practice. The arrest had been made by a Bureau of Land Management ranger following a tip from an anonymous source. The defendant had no identification, no wallet, no phone. He had been found wandering on a service road near the Katy Mountains, wearing clothing that did not fit him and carrying nothing. He had refused to provide a name. Fingerprints had returned no match in any database. DNA testing had been ordered, but the sample had degraded in storage and no results were ever filed. The case had been processed through the federal system, and the defendant had been convicted in absentia after refusing to appear at his own arraignment. He had been sentenced to 20 years in federal custody, categorized as a security risk due to his refusal to cooperate with identification procedures, and transferred to a private facility designed for prisoners whose identities could not be verified. Lucas thanked his colleague and ended the call. He sat in his apartment and looked at the file he had assembled. The timeline aligned. The arrest had occurred during the 48-hour gap in his memory. The location was correct. The charge was bizarre enough to be plausible as a frame, particularly if someone had wanted to ensure the victim could not defend himself, but the premise remained impossible. Lucas had not framed anyone. He had been 22 years old, a college student, with no criminal connections and no motive. He had returned from the camping trip, finished his exams, graduated, enrolled in law school, and built a career that required meticulous adherence to ethical standards. There was no version of his history in which he had participated in an elaborate conspiracy to imprison an innocent man. The other possibility was equally impossible. The letters claimed that Lucas had stolen someone's life suggested a scenario that belonged in fiction, not in the world Lucas inhabited. People did not steal faces. They did not absorb memories. They did not erase identities and assume new ones through supernatural means. Yet the letter had described his mother's garden, honeysuckle along the fence. The detail was correct. His mother had planted it the summer before she died when Lucas was 16. She had loved the scent. It had overgrown the fence within 2 years, and after her death, Lucas's father had never trimmed it. Lucas had not thought about the honeysuckle in years. He had never mentioned it to anyone. It was not the kind of detail that appeared in public records or social media profiles. The letter had also referenced a promise. Lucas knew what promise the writer meant. He had made it to his mother 3 days before she died, sitting beside her hospital bed. She had asked him to do something specific, something Lucas had never done and had never told anyone about. The promise had been private, witnessed by no one. If the man in the prison knew about it, he had access to information that should not exist outside Lucas's own memory. Lucas made reservations for a flight to Barstow and a rental car. He informed his assistant that he would be out of the office for 2 days. He did not tell her where he was going. The night before he left, he stood in his apartment and looked at himself in the mirror. He was 37 years old. His face looked very much as it had at 27, perhaps even at 22. His face had not changed in any significant way. The lines around his eyes were faint. His hairline had not receded. He had attributed this to good genetics and a disciplined lifestyle. But now, looking at his reflection, he wondered whether he had simply never paid attention. He left for the airport at dawn. The flight from Los Angeles to Barstow took 40 minutes. Lucas sat in first class, a habit so ingrained he had not considered booking anything else, and watched the desert unfold below him through the window. From altitude, it looked like the surface of another planet, all ridges and dry washes, and long shadows cast by mountains that had no names he knew. He had crossed this landscape once before, 15 years ago, driving a rented Jeep toward a campsite he could no longer remember. The desert had taken something from him then, or given him something, and he was returning to discover which. The businessman in the seat beside him asked, "What brought Lucas to Barstow?" Lucas told him it was a legal consultation. The man nodded and returned to his laptop. Lucas appreciated that the man did not ask follow-up questions. Most people, when they learned Lucas was an attorney, wanted to discuss grievances, injustices, conflicts they believed the law could resolve. Lucas had perfected the art of discouraging such conversations without appearing rude, a certain coldness in his tone, a shift in posture that suggested the discussion was concluded. People responded to these signals without understanding why, and the conversation died before it could begin. The plane descended into Barstow Daggett Airport, a small facility that serviced private and regional traffic. Lucas collected his carry-on and walked through the terminal, which smelled of aviation fuel and dust. Lucas collected the rental car keys from the counter inside the terminal. The clerk, a woman in her 20s with sunburned skin and a name tag that read Denise, processed his paperwork with practiced efficiency and pointed him toward the lot. Lucas rented a sedan, a black Lexus that smelled of synthetic pine and new upholstery. The interior was spotless, the odometer showing less than 2,000 miles. He adjusted the seat and the mirrors and programmed the prison's address into the navigation system. As he pulled out of the lot, he passed a rest area with a convenience store and a cluster of long-haul trucks parked in the shade of a corrugated metal awning. A dog, some kind of mixed breed with a patched coat, was tied to a post near the entrance. As Lucas's car approached, the dog's head lifted, its ears flattened. It pulled against the leash, straining backward, and began to bark. Not the aggressive bark of a territorial animal, but something higher, more frantic. The sound followed Lucas's car as he accelerated past, and when he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw the dog still pulling against the post, its body low to the ground, its mouth open. Lucas had seen dogs react that way before, though he had never understood why. He assumed it was something about his scent or his gait, some signal invisible to humans, but legible to animals. It happened rarely enough that he had never investigated the cause. He drove north into the desert. The road was straight and empty, flanked by creosote and Joshua trees, the land flat and colorless under the late morning sun. He had driven this route once before, 15 years ago, though he remembered almost nothing of it. The landscape offered no landmarks, no features that might trigger recognition. It was a place designed for forgetting. The prison sat 30 miles north of Barstow, accessed by a 2-lane service road that branched off the highway and led into a basin surrounded by low hills. The facility was modern, low-slung, constructed from concrete and steel with no visible windows. A double fence of chain link topped with concertina wire enclosed the perimeter, and guard towers rose at each corner. The sign at the entrance read, Federal Correctional Institution, Barstow, in steel letters bolted to a concrete wall. Below it, smaller text, Private Facility, Authorized Personnel Only. Lucas parked in the visitation lot and walked to the entrance. The heat was dry and absolute, the kind that pulled moisture from the skin without the courtesy of sweat. Inside, the lobby was air-conditioned to the point of discomfort, and the temperature cold enough that Lucas could feel his hands tightening. A deputy sat behind a reinforced plexiglass partition and asked for identification. Lucas presented his driver's license and bar card. The deputy checked his name against the list, made a notation, and directed him to a security checkpoint. He was required to remove his belt, his watch, and his wallet. A guard scanned him with a handheld metal detector and asked whether he was carrying any prohibited items. Lucas said he was not. The guard asked whether he understood that physical contact with the inmate was forbidden, that all conversation would be monitored, and that the visitation could be terminated at any time for any reason. Lucas said he understood. The guard opened a steel door and gestured him through. Beyond the door was a corridor painted institutional beige, lit by fluorescent fixtures that buzzed faintly. The floor was polished concrete. The air smelled of disinfectant and something faintly sour, the scent of human occupation in a space designed to prevent it. A second guard escorted Lucas down the corridor and through another steel door into the visitation area. The room was small, divided by a plexiglass partition. On Lucas's side was a plastic chair bolted to the floor and a narrow counter. On the other side was an identical setup. The partition had a grid of small perforations for sound, and above it, a camera mounted in a steel housing, its lens pointed down at both chairs. Lucas sat. The guard told him the inmate would be brought in shortly and left, locking the door behind him. Lucas waited. The room was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system and the occasional crackle of the camera housing adjusting position. He placed his hands flat on the counter and looked at the empty chair on the other side of the partition. He had no clear expectation of what he would see. A stranger, most likely. Someone who resembled him only in the writer's imagination. Someone who had researched Lucas's background and assembled enough details to construct a convincing fiction. The visit would last 15 minutes. Lucas would listen, assess the claim, and determine whether it warranted further investigation or immediate dismissal. A door on the other side of the partition opened. A guard entered, followed by a man in an orange jumpsuit, his hands cuffed in front of him. The guard directed the man to the chair and stepped back, positioning himself against the wall. Lucas looked at the man's face. His hands pressed flat against the counter and did not move. The man was thin, his hair gray at the temples, his skin the color of someone who had not seen sunlight in years. His jumpsuit hung loose on his frame. His wrists were narrow above the cuffs. But beneath the years of confinement, beneath the gray and the hollowed cheeks, the bone structure was unmistakable. The line of the jaw, the spacing of the eyes, the shape of the nose, the brow, the mouth. Lucas was looking at his own face, 15 years older. The man sat down slowly. He leaned forward until his face was close to the partition, and his eyes moved across Lucas's features methodically, inventorying each feature. He did not speak. For a long time, he simply stared, and Lucas stared back, unable to look away. Then the man smiled. It was a terrible smile, one that contained no humor and no warmth. He raised his cuffed hands and pressed them against the plexiglass. "You came." The voice was hoarse, underused, but the timbre was familiar. Lucas heard his own voice in it. The cadence he recognized from recordings of himself, the particular inflection that marks certain vowels. Lucas said nothing. His throat had closed. His hands remained flat on the counter, and he could feel his pulse in his fingertips. The man on the other side of the partition lowered his hands and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Lucas with an expression that might have been satisfaction or grief or something that contained both. He said Lucas didn't remember. He could see it. Lucas really didn't. Lucas found his voice. He asked who the man was. The words came out steady, controlled, the voice he used in court when a witness had said something unexpected. The man's smile faded. He looked down at his cuffed hands, then back up at Lucas. I'm Lucas Merrick. I was born in Pasadena. I grew up on Marengo Avenue in a house with blue shutters. My mother planted honeysuckle along the back fence the summer I turned 16. She died of cancer 2 years later. Before she died, she made me promise I would scatter her ashes in the San Gabriel Mountains at a place we used to hike when I was a child. I never did it. I kept the urn in my closet because I was afraid of heights, and the trail required a climb I couldn't make. I told myself I would do it later. I never told anyone because I was ashamed. Lucas's hands had gone numb. The man across from him continued speaking, his voice gaining strength. I was afraid of dogs when I was 7. A neighbor's German shepherd bit me, and after that I couldn't be in the same room with him. I got over it by the time I was 12, but the fear never completely went away. I still noticed dogs before I noticed anything else. I still watch their body language, the way their ears move, whether they're looking at me. It's automatic. No one knows about it because I learned to hide it. The man leaned forward again, his face close to the plexiglass. I was 22 years old when I drove into the Mojave Desert alone. I had just finished my midterms at USC. I was going to law school in the fall. I wanted to clear my head. I wanted to spend a week by myself, away from the city, away from people. I drove a rented Jeep to a campsite near the Katy Mountains. I set up my tent in a dry wash. I built a fire. I sat by the fire and watched the stars, and I felt like I was the only person in the world. He stopped. His eyes had not left Lucas's face. Something came out of the desert that night. Something old. It walked into my camp, and it looked at me, and I understood that I was going to die. But I didn't die. It took me. It took my face, my memories, everything I was. It put me inside its own skin and wore mine. And then it drove my Jeep back to the highway, and it called the Bureau of Land Management, and it reported that there was a man wandering in the desert with illegal animal remains in his possession. They found me 3 days later, wearing its skin, with no identification and no memory of how I had gotten there. I tried to tell them what had happened. They thought I was insane. They processed me as a John Doe. They convicted me of a crime I didn't commit and sent me here. Lucas sat very still. The man's account was delivered without affect, a recitation of facts in the tone of someone who had repeated them so many times they had lost all emotional weight. Lucas's training told him to look for inconsistencies, for the small details that would reveal the fabrication. But the details were correct. The house on Marengo Avenue, the blue shutters, the urn in the closet, the fear of dogs. Lucas said it aloud, testing the words. He asked whether the man was saying Lucas was not human, that he was something that had killed the man and taken his place. The man nodded slowly. He clarified, not killed. Lucas had left him alive, but had taken everything that made him who he was. Had been living his life for 15 years, living it better than he ever could have. Lucas looked at the man's hands. The fingers were long, the same length as his own. The shape of the nails was identical. He looked at the man's ears, the specific fold of cartilage at the top, and saw the same fold he saw every morning in the mirror. Lucas said it was impossible. The man agreed. But Lucas was here. He had come because he knew something was wrong, knew the letter was telling the truth. Lucas shook his head. He had come because the letter contained information it shouldn't have. That didn't mean the explanation was supernatural. It meant someone had access to private information, surveillance, research, not body-swapping creatures from the desert. The man leaned back in his chair. He looked tired, the kind of tired that had accumulated over years. He asked how old Lucas looked. Lucas said nothing. The man continued. Lucas was 37. He should look 37, did he? Lucas had no answer. He thought of the mirror in his apartment, the reflection he had studied the night before. He thought of the photographs on his credenza, the ones from 10 years ago, and how his face in those photographs looked identical to his face now. The man asked whether Lucas had ever been sick in 15 years, ever needed a doctor. Lucas had not. He had attributed this to a strong immune system, to regular exercise and a disciplined diet. He had never thought to question it. The man continued. He asked whether Lucas had noticed how juries listened, how judges ruled in his favor against the facts. People trusted him without knowing why. Lucas opened his mouth to respond and found he could not. The man was describing something Lucas had always known but had never examined. His success in court was statistically anomalous. He won cases he should have lost. He convinced juries to disregard evidence that should have been determinative. He had always assumed it was skill, preparation, and intuitive understanding of human psychology. But there were moments, he realized now, when he had felt something shift in a courtroom, a subtle change in the air. And afterward, the jury had voted in his favor even when their body language suggested they had been leaning the other way. The man watched Lucas's face and nodded. He said quietly that Lucas knew what he was, had always known. For a moment, Lucas could not breathe. The room seemed to contract, the walls pressing closer, the fluorescent hum growing louder until it filled his ears. He looked at the man across from him, at the face that was his face worn by years of confinement and despair, and something pushed at the edges of his mind. He focused on his breathing, forced himself to list facts. Lucas Merrick, attorney at law, winner of the Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year Award, resident of a penthouse on Grant Avenue. He had a Social Security number. He had a law degree from USC. He had tax returns dating back 15 years. He was real. But the thing pushing at his mind was older than tax returns. A fragment broke through. The taste of raw meat. Not imagined. Not metaphorical. An actual sensory memory of tearing flesh with teeth, the crack of small bones, the warm iron taste of blood. Lucas's hands gripped the edge of the counter. He told himself it was a hallucination, stress-induced, triggered by the impossible situation. Another fragment. The desert at night. Not the Mojave as it looked from a highway, but as it looked from the sand itself, from a perspective that was low to the ground, moving on 4 legs. No, not 4, not 2, something between. Something that had learned to walk upright only recently. The stars had been different then, brighter, closer. The scent of prey had carried for miles on wind. It smelled of creosote and old bones. Lucas stood abruptly. The guard on his side of the partition stepped forward. Lucas held up a hand, indicating he was fine, and the guard stepped back. Lucas sat down again. His hands were trembling. The man across from him watched without speaking. Lucas tried to hold on to his identity, to the 15 years of memories that defined him, but they were fragmenting. Behind them, beneath them, was something vast and patient that had existed for centuries before it learned to wear a human face. The thing had watched a college student alone by his fire, had understood that this one was isolated, that no one would notice if he vanished, that the risk was acceptable. Lucas tried to suppress the next memory, but it came anyway. The moment of transfer, not all at once, in pieces. The sensation of wearing skin that was not his, no, not his. The thing had no his or not his. It had only functional and not functional. The discovery that the human's mind was still accessible, layered like sediment, memories that could be lifted and examined and absorbed. Words, numbers, the concept of later, the architecture of civilization, coffee, air conditioning, law school, the machinery of persuasion. All of it had been there, waiting, and the thing had drunk it in the way a desert drinks rain. And somewhere in that absorption, the thing had made a choice. It had discovered comfort, safety, a life where food came on plates, where shelter was guaranteed, where no other predator could threaten it. The human's intellect had shown the thing a world it had never known existed, and the thing had wanted to stay, so it had driven the Jeep back to Los Angeles. It had enrolled in law school using the human's credentials. It had learned to use the stolen mind with an efficiency the original Lucas Merrick would never have achieved, because the thing had one advantage the human had lacked. It felt no empathy, no guilt, no hesitation. It could manipulate juries without conscience. It could lie with a perfect conviction because truth and falsehood were merely tools. And over 15 years, the thing had forgotten what it was. It had suppressed the memories of the desert, the hunting, the body it had abandoned. It had hypnotized itself into believing the stolen life was real, because the alternative, returning to the sand, to the raw meat and the loneliness and the endless, purposeless centuries, was unbearable. Lucas sat very still. His hands on the counter had stopped trembling. The memories were no longer pushing at him. They were simply there, coexisting with his human thoughts, two layers of consciousness occupying the same skull. The man across from him watched with an expression that might have been pity. "You remember now," the man said. Lucas nodded. He could not speak. The man was here on the other side of the plexiglass, asking for an explanation. Lucas looked at him. The man's eyes were wet. His hands, still cuffed, rested on the counter, and Lucas could see the way the skin had thinned over the knuckles, the way age and confinement had worn him down to something fragile. "What do you want from me?" Lucas heard himself ask. His voice sounded strange, distant. The man wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. The gesture was clumsy, hindered by the cuffs. "I want you to fix this," he said. "You're a lawyer. You have power, connections. You can get me out of here. You can restore my identity. You can give me back the life you took." Lucas said nothing. He was thinking with a clarity he had not felt in years, a cold, surgical clarity that came from the part of him that was not human and had never pretended to be. The man leaned forward, his voice rising slightly, desperation breaking through. "I've been here for 15 years, alone, in the dark. I don't even have a name anymore. You owe me this. You owe me everything." He paused, and something shifted in his expression. The desperation receded slightly, replaced by something harder. "I sent another letter," he said, "before you came. I didn't know if you would visit, so I sent one to someone else, someone who knew me, someone who might believe me." Lucas's hands tightened on the counter. He kept his voice level. He asked who. The man shook his head slowly. "I'm not going to tell you that. But if something happens to me, if I disappear or if I stop being able to write, that person will start asking questions. They have the same information you have. The camping trip, the blackout, the details no one should know. They'll come looking." Lucas watched the man's face. The man's eyes were clear. There was a second letter, or the man believed there was. It made no difference. Lucas could not verify which. Lucas looked at him and felt nothing. No guilt, no shame, no sympathy. The thing inside him, The thing that had always been there beneath the carefully constructed human persona was awake now, and it was considering the problem with the same dispassion it had once used to select prey. If Lucas released this man, if he restored his identity and gave him his life back, Lucas would lose everything. The career, the penthouse, the respect of judges and colleagues, the comfort, the luxury, the 15 years of success that had been built on stolen ground. If Lucas returned to the desert, to the existence he had abandoned, he would spend the rest of his unnaturally long life eating raw coyotes and sleeping in the sand, alone, unmapped, irrelevant. And now there was a second letter. Someone else who knew. Someone the man refused to name, which meant Lucas could not simply eliminate the threat by erasing this one man's memory. The problem had metastasized, unless the man could be made to forget who he had written to, unless his memory could be erased so completely that he could not identify the recipient, could not remember sending the letter at all. If the man became incoherent, if his capacity for rational thought was destroyed, the second letter would arrive in someone's mailbox with no follow-up, no confirmation, no way to verify its claims. It would be dismissed as the ravings of a mentally ill prisoner, exactly as the first letter should have been. The choice was simple. It was also riskier than Lucas had anticipated. Lucas took a slow breath and straightened his tie. The motion was automatic, a gesture he had performed 1,000 times in courtrooms when he needed to center himself before delivering a closing argument. He looked at the man who had once been Lucas Merrick and saw not a victim but an obstacle, one that could be removed with the same efficiency he had applied to every other problem in his professional life. "No," Lucas said. The man across from him stared, his mouth opening slightly. Lucas watched comprehension move across the man's face. It moved across the man's face in stages: confusion, disbelief, and then something close to collapse. The man shook his head slowly. He started to speak, then stopped. His hands rose as if to gesture, but the cuffs restricted the movement, and they fell back to the counter. He tried again, forming words Lucas could see but not hear through the small perforations in the plexiglass. Lucas did not need to hear them. The man was pleading. He was explaining that Lucas had the power to end this, that 15 years was enough, that mercy was owed. Lucas felt the existential crisis that should have accompanied his recognition pass through him in the space of seconds, leaving no residue. He had discovered he was not human. The revelation should have shattered him. It should have triggered a collapse of identity, a reckoning with the enormity of what he had done. Instead, he felt relief. He understood now why he had never connected with other people in any meaningful way, why relationships felt like performances, why affection seemed abstract, why he could watch opposing counsel break down in court and feel only satisfaction at a job well executed. He was not human. He had never been human. The coldness at his center was not a flaw in his character. It was his nature. And his nature had given him 15 years of extraordinary success. The stolen intellect. The real Lucas's capacity for logical reasoning, for constructing arguments, for understanding the intricate machinery of law, had made him brilliant. But the monster's absolute lack of conscience had made him unbeatable. He could lie without physiological tells. He could manipulate without remorse. He could destroy a witness on the stand and feel nothing but the aesthetic pleasure of a predator dismantling prey. Returning to the desert would mean abandoning all of that. It would mean spending centuries alone, hunting animals, sleeping in the sand, existing in a state that no longer appealed to him in any way. The thing he had been before he took Lucas Merrick's life had not known what it was missing. But now Lucas knew. He had tasted civilization, and he could not go back. The man across from him had stopped pleading. He was weeping now, his shoulders shaking, his face pressed against his cuffed hands. The guard behind him shifted his weight, but did not intervene. Lucas watched the man cry and felt nothing. No pity, no guilt, no discomfort. Whether observed from a sealed room, Lucas considered the problem step by step. The man was a threat, not an immediate one. He had no legal identity, no credibility, no resources. But his existence created a risk. If he continued to write letters, if he found a way to contact someone with influence, if he somehow managed to tell his story to someone who believed him, Lucas's life could be disrupted. The risk was small, but it was non-zero. Lucas could eliminate the risk. He was a lawyer. He understood the system. He understood that a prisoner with no verified identity, diagnosed as mentally unstable, could be subjected to treatments that would ensure he never posed a threat again. Psychiatric evaluation, involuntary medication, procedures designed to manage violent or delusional inmates. The system already considered this man a risk. Lucas would simply be confirming what the institution already suspected. And if the man's memory was erased, if his capacity for coherent thought was destroyed, there would be no more letters, no more threats, no more risk. Lucas felt a coldness settle into his chest. The same coldness he felt before delivering a closing argument he knew would end a career or destroy a life. It was not cruelty. It was not even malice. It was efficiency. The man had stopped crying. He was looking at Lucas now with an expression Lucas recognized from his own face in mirrors when he was tired. It was exhaustion that had outlasted hope. Lucas stood. The motion caught the guard's attention. Lucas gestured toward the door, indicating that the visitation was concluded. The guard on Lucas's side of the partition unlocked the door and opened it. Before Lucas left, he looked at the man one final time. The man was still sitting, his hands resting on the counter, his face wet. His eyes met Lucas's, and in them Lucas saw the moment the man understood what was about to happen. Lucas turned and walked out of the room. The guard escorted him back down the fluorescent corridor to the security checkpoint. Lucas retrieved his belt, his watch, his wallet. He signed the exit log. The deputy behind the plexiglass asked whether the visitation had been productive. Lucas told her it had been very productive. She made a notation and handed him a visitor feedback form, which he declined to complete. In the parking lot, Lucas stood beside the rental car and looked out at the desert. The sun was high now, the heat brutal, the landscape empty in all directions. Somewhere out there, 15 years ago, the thing that had become Lucas Merrick had emerged from the sand and changed both their lives. The man in the prison believed Lucas owed him something. But debt implied a relationship between equals, and they were not equals. They had never been equals. One of them was a predator, and the other was prey who had been unlucky enough to camp alone. Lucas got into the car and started the engine. The air conditioning kicked in immediately, blasting cold air across his face. He adjusted the rearview mirror and saw his own face looking back, young and unlined and perfect. He thought of the man aging in a cell, the gray hair, the hollowed cheeks, the years of solitary confinement still ahead. He thought of what he was about to do to ensure those years never became a problem. He felt nothing. He drove back to the highway and turned south toward Barstow. There was a regional psychiatric facility 20 miles from the prison, one that contracted with the federal system to provide evaluations and treatment for inmates deemed mentally unstable. Lucas had contacts there, people who owed him favors from previous cases. He would make the calls that evening. He would draft the necessary documentation. He would ensure that John Doe received the care he so clearly needed. Lucas checked into a motel in Barstow, a single-story building with external corridors and a parking lot that smelled of hot asphalt and exhaust. The clerk at the front desk handed him a key attached to a diamond-shaped plastic tag and asked whether he needed anything else. Lucas said he did not. The room was on the ground floor, number 12, accessed through a door that opened directly onto the parking lot. Inside, the space was clean but spare, furnished with a bed covered in a polyester comforter, a desk bolted to the wall, and a television mounted on a swivel bracket. The air conditioner rattled when it cycled on, and the bathroom smelled faintly of bleach. Lucas set his briefcase on the desk and removed his suit jacket. He draped it over the back of the chair and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The fabric was Egyptian cotton, custom-tailored, and even in the anonymous surroundings of a roadside motel, it felt like armor, a reminder of who he was and what he had built. He opened his laptop and waited for it to connect to the motel's wireless network. The documentation had to be meticulous. Lucas had drafted psychiatric evaluations before, as part of defense strategies for clients whose mental state was relevant to their cases. He understood the language, the diagnostic criteria, the procedures that followed once an evaluation was submitted to the court. The key was specificity. Vague claims of instability would be dismissed, but a detailed assessment, supported by observed behaviors and documented incidents, would carry weight. Lucas opened a blank document and began typing. He described the inmate's delusional belief system. The claim that his identity had been stolen by a supernatural entity, that he was the victim of a conspiracy involving law enforcement and government agencies, that the person living his life was not human. He described the inmate's fixation on Lucas Merrick, a private citizen with no connection to the inmate's case, as evidence of paranoid ideation and the construction of elaborate persecutory narratives. He noted the inmate's refusal to cooperate with identification procedures over a 15-year period, which suggested a sustained dissociative state and a rejection of consensus reality. Lucas cited specific behaviors he had observed during the visitation. The inmate had wept uncontrollably. He had gestured erratically despite physical restraints. He had made statements that indicated a profound disconnect from factual circumstances. His affect had been labeled, shifting rapidly between desperation, anger, and collapse. His speech had been pressured, his eye contact intense to the point of discomfort. Based on these observations, Lucas concluded that the inmate posed a significant risk to himself and potentially to others. He recommended immediate psychiatric intervention, including a comprehensive evaluation by a licensed forensic psychiatrist, involuntary medication to stabilize acute symptoms, and consideration of electroconvulsive therapy to address treatment-resistant delusional disorder. Lucas knew what electroconvulsive therapy could do. In cases of severe mental illness, it could provide relief when other treatments failed. But it could also cause memory loss, particularly retrograde amnesia affecting events prior to treatment. If administered aggressively, over an extended course, it could erase years of memory. It could turn a coherent, suffering man into someone who no longer remembered why he was suffering. It was not a cure. It was an erasure. Lucas reread the evaluation from beginning to end, checking for internal consistency and tone. It was comprehensive without being excessive, alarmed without being hysterical. It read as the work of someone who had seen something troubling and felt compelled to report it, not as the work of someone with a personal stake in the outcome. He made 2 minor edits, softening a phrase that seemed too certain, adding a qualifier to a statement that could be read as diagnostic overreach, and saved the document. He attached it to an email. He addressed the email to the warden of the Federal Correctional Institution in Barstow, copying the facility's psychiatric contractor and the regional director of the Bureau of Prisons. In the body of the email, he introduced himself as an attorney who had conducted a visitation with inmate John Doe, and who felt compelled, as an officer of the court, to report his concerns about the inmate's mental state. He emphasized the urgency of intervention, noting that the inmate's delusions appear to be escalating, and that delay could result in self-harm. He included his bar credentials, his contact information, and a brief summary of his professional background. He knew the weight his name carried. Lucas Merrick, Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year, winner of high-profile cases respected by judges across the state. His word would not be questioned. His assessment would be taken seriously. Lucas reviewed the email once, checking for tone and clarity. It read as concerned, professional, slightly reluctant. A busy attorney taking time out of his schedule to report something troubling he had witnessed. He had struck the right balance between alarm and restraint. He clicked send. The email left his outbox with a soft electronic chime. Lucas closed his laptop and leaned back in the chair. The motel room was silent except for the hum of the air conditioning unit mounted below the window and the occasional sound of a car passing on the highway outside. He looked at his hands resting on the desk and thought about what he had just set in motion. The evaluation would be read within hours. The warden would forward it to the psychiatric contractor, who would review it and likely concur with Lucas's assessment. The inmate would be evaluated, diagnosed, medicated. If the treatment followed the course Lucas had recommended, the man would be subjected to electroconvulsive therapy within the week. The sessions would be scheduled over a period of weeks, each one erasing a little more of the man's coherent memory until there was nothing left but confusion and compliance. Lucas had seen the results of aggressive psychiatric intervention before, in the context of competency evaluations for clients whose mental state was at issue. He had watched men who had once been articulate reduced to mumbling shadows. He had watched women who had once been defiant become passive, their capacity for resistance erased along with their memories. The treatments were legal, approved by medical boards, conducted under the supervision of licensed professionals. But the results were irreversible. Once the memory was gone, it did not return. Lucas felt no guilt about what he was doing. Guilt required the belief that the victim's suffering mattered more than the perpetrator's comfort. And Lucas did not hold that belief. The man in the cell was an obstacle to Lucas's continued success. Removing the obstacle was a rational response to a problem. If the method was brutal, that was incidental. Efficiency mattered more than kindness. Outside, the sun was setting, the sky turning orange and purple over the desert. He thought about the man in the prison, alone in his cell, unaware that the machinery of institutional psychiatry was about to descend on him with the force Lucas had set in motion. The man would be evaluated within days. He would be diagnosed. He would be medicated, restrained, subjected to procedures he could not refuse. And if the treatment followed the course Lucas had recommended, the man would eventually forget. He would forget the camping trip, the desert, the creature that had stolen his life. He would forget Lucas's face, the visitation, the moment he had believed he might finally be heard. He would forget his own name, the house on Marengo Avenue, the honeysuckle along the fence, the promise to his mother. He would become an empty vessel, a body without a past, and Lucas would never hear from him again. Lucas stood and walked to the window. He pulled the curtain aside and looked out at the parking lot. The sun had set completely now, and the sky a deep purple fading to black. The motel faced the highway, and he could see the headlights of passing trucks, the long haul rigs moving through the desert toward Los Angeles or Las Vegas or points beyond. The trucks moved in a steady stream, their engines audible even through the closed window, a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. The treatment would erode the inmate's coherent memory. By the end, the man would no longer remember his own name, much less the recipient of the second letter. Lucas had authorized the treatment without considering whether the connection between them, the sediment of stolen consciousness, layered into his own mind, might work both ways, whether destroying the source might begin to degrade the copy. Thousands of people pass through this stretch of desert every day, unaware of the prison 20 miles to the north, unaware of the man in the cell who had been there for 15 years with no name and no hope of release. The drivers, men and women who spent their lives on the road, moving cargo from one city to another, living in a state of perpetual transit. The world was full of invisible suffering, pain that occurred in places no one looked, inflicted by people no one suspected. And Lucas understood this in the way predators always understood the mechanics of concealment. He had built his career on the premise that truth was less important than the story you could convince a jury to believe. The world was full of people going somewhere, conducting their lives, unaware of the mechanisms that kept the system functioning. Lucas was one of those mechanisms. He identified problems and solved them. He protected his clients, his interests, his life. He did it efficiently, without hesitation, because hesitation was a luxury predators could not afford. The thing he had been before he took Lucas Merrick's skin had been alone, purposeless, driven by instincts it could not name. It had existed in a state of perpetual hunger, perpetual movement, with no future beyond the next hunt. It had not known what it was missing. It had not known that there was another way to live, a way that involved air conditioning and tailored suits, and the satisfaction of winning arguments instead of killing prey. But Lucas knew. Lucas had spent 15 years as a human, or something close enough to human, that the distinction no longer mattered. He had learned to navigate a world of laws and procedures and social hierarchies. He had learned to appreciate subtlety, the slow dismantling of an opponent's credibility, the careful construction of a narrative that juries found compelling. He had learned that power did not require violence, that dominance could be achieved through words and reputation, and the strategic application of institutional authority. He had learned to appreciate fine things, the taste of good coffee, the weight of expensive fabric, the satisfaction of winning a case no one else could win, the view from his penthouse, the respect of his colleagues, the certainty that he would never have to return to the sand. He would not give that up, not for a stranger's suffering, not for abstract concepts like justice or mercy or debt. Those concepts belonged to humans, and Lucas was not human, and he felt no obligation to pretend otherwise now that he understood what he was. The desert night was complete now, the darkness absolute beyond the glow of the motel's exterior lights. Lucas drew the curtains and lay down on the bed, still fully dressed. The pillow smelled faintly of industrial detergent. The comforter was thin, inadequate against the aggressive air conditioning. Lucas did not adjust the temperature. He lay in the dark and listened to the trucks on the highway, their engines a low rumble that vibrated through the walls. The man in the cell would soon forget everything. The honeysuckle, the promise to his mother, the 15 years of solitary confinement, the belief that he might finally be heard. All of it would be erased, replaced by pharmaceutical fog and compliance. The man would wake from each session confused, unable to piece together why he was in a cell or what he had done to deserve it. Eventually, he would stop asking. He would become docile, manageable, no longer a risk to himself or to Lucas's carefully constructed life. Lucas closed his eyes and registered the same absence he had felt in the visitation room when the man had wept and pleaded for mercy. No pity, no discomfort, nothing that resembled conscience. Lucas returned to the prison 3 days later. He had not planned to return. The email had been sent, the wheels set in motion, and there was no operational reason to involve himself further. But he received a call from the warden, a courtesy extended to attorneys who had submitted formal evaluations. The warden informed him that the psychiatric contractor had reviewed Lucas's assessment and agreed with his conclusions. The inmate had been transferred to the facility's medical wing for immediate evaluation. A course of treatment had been approved, pending Lucas's availability to provide a supplemental statement to the treatment board. Lucas agreed to provide the statement in person. He drove back to Barstow under a sky that was white with heat, the air shimmering above the asphalt. The drive took 90 minutes. Lucas kept the air conditioning on maximum and listened to nothing, preferring silence to music or news. The road was straight and empty. The landscape on both sides identical, creosote, sand. The occasional Joshua tree bent by wind into shapes that suggested suffering. The prison looked the same as it had 3 days ago. Low concrete buildings, chain link and concertina wire, guard towers rising at the corners like sentinels watching for movement in the desert beyond. Lucas parked in the visitor lot, carrying his briefcase and a leather portfolio. Because he had been invited to consult with the administration, the deputy at the checkpoint bypassed the standard visitor protocol and waved him through without requiring identification. A guard escorted him directly to the administrative wing, down a corridor with tile floors and framed certificates on the walls. The warden met him in a conference room furnished with a long table and ergonomic chairs. Also present were the facility's chief psychiatrist, a woman in her 50s with graying hair and wire-rimmed glasses, and a representative from the Bureau of Prisons regional office, a man in a dark suit who introduced himself but whose name Lucas immediately forgot. The warden thanked Lucas for his diligence. He was a man in his early 60s, with silver hair cropped military short, and a handshake that suggested he had spent time in uniform before transitioning to corrections. He said that the evaluation Lucas had submitted was comprehensive and had provided critical documentation for a case that had been, until now, difficult to manage. The inmate had been at the facility for 15 years with no diagnosis, no treatment plan, no clear path forward. The prison had maintained him in solitary confinement because his refusal to cooperate with identification procedures categorized him as a security risk. But without a medical diagnosis, there had been no legal basis for treating his underlying condition. Lucas's intervention had changed that. The evaluation had given the facility the documentation it needed to proceed. The psychiatrist opened a folder and reviewed the findings. The inmate had been evaluated over the past 72 hours. He exhibited symptoms consistent with delusional disorder, persecutory type, with grandiose features. His affect was dysregulated. His thought processes were disorganized. He had responded poorly to initial medication, becoming agitated and requiring intervention to prevent self-harm. Restraints had been necessary. He had been transferred to the medical wing under observation, with all writing materials and mail privileges suspended pending stabilization. The treatment board had convened and determined that electroconvulsive therapy was indicated, given the severity and duration of his condition. The psychiatrist looked at Lucas and asked whether he had observed any behaviors during his visitation that would support the use of aggressive intervention. Lucas described the inmate's tears, his erratic gestures, the intensity of his eye contact. He described the content of the inmate's statements, the claims about stolen identities and supernatural creatures, the insistence that Lucas was not who he appeared to be. He spoke in the calm, measured tone he used when presenting evidence to a jury, emphasizing the details that painted the most concerning picture. He mentioned that the inmate had seemed fixated on him specifically, which suggested a potential risk if the inmate were ever released or allowed contact with the outside world. The psychiatrist made notes, her pen moving across the page in quick, efficient strokes. Then she looked up at Lucas. Her eyes lingered on his face for a moment longer than was comfortable. "You seem remarkably composed," she said, "for someone who was the target of such an intense delusional fixation." Lucas smiled slightly. "I've worked with mentally ill defendants before. I understand that the delusions aren't personal, even when they feel personal." The psychiatrist nodded, but her expression had shifted slightly. Something about his answer, or his delivery, or perhaps the way he held her gaze without discomfort. She made another note, and Lucas could not see what she had written. The representative from the Bureau of Prisons asked whether Lucas had felt threatened during the visitation. Lucas said he had not felt threatened, but he had felt unsettled by the inmate's conviction, by the way the man had looked at him as if he truly believed the impossible story he was telling. The warden asked whether Lucas would be willing to sign an affidavit confirming his observations. Lucas said he would. The paperwork was prepared while Lucas waited. He signed his name in the places indicated, his signature clear and controlled. The warden shook his hand and thanked him for his time. The psychiatrist said that treatment would begin the following week, pending final approval from the medical board. She said that outcomes for long-term delusional disorder were unpredictable, but early intervention was always preferable to allowing the condition to progress. Lucas asked how long the treatment course would last. He spoke in the tone of someone seeking information for professional purposes, not out of personal concern. The psychiatrist said it depended on the inmate's response. Typically, a course of ECT involves 6 to 12 sessions administered over several weeks, with sessions spaced 3 to 4 days apart to allow for recovery between treatments. In cases of treatment-resistant symptoms, the course could be extended to 20 or more sessions. Memory loss was a common side effect, but it was usually temporary, affecting primarily recent events. In rare cases, particularly with aggressive treatment protocols, or when the patient had pre-existing cognitive vulnerabilities, the loss could be permanent. The psychiatrist emphasized that the goal was always therapeutic benefit, not cognitive impairment, but she acknowledged that the line between the two was not always clear. Lucas nodded as if he found this information reassuring. He asked whether the inmate would be informed of the treatment plan and given the opportunity to consent. The psychiatrist explained that in cases involving inmates diagnosed with severe delusional disorder who posed a risk to themselves, informed consent could be waived under federal correctional medical protocols. A treatment board would review the case and make the determination. Given the severity of the inmate's condition and his 15-year history of refusing to cooperate with institutional procedures, consent was unlikely to be required. Lucas thanked her for the information. He asked whether he would be notified of the outcome. The warden said that updates would be provided as appropriate, given Lucas's role in initiating the evaluation. Lucas thought about the conference he had just left, the professional courtesy extended to him, and the deference shown to his assessment. He had been treated as an expert, someone whose judgment carried weight. The system had accepted his evaluation without question because he was Lucas Merrick, Criminal Defense Attorney of the Year, winner of high-profile cases, a man whose name appeared in legal journals and Bar Association directories. The system trusted him, and he had used that trust to set in motion the destruction of a man who posed no threat to anyone except Lucas himself. As they approached the security checkpoint, the guard stopped and asked whether Lucas wished to see the inmate before he left. The guard explained that the inmate had been informed of Lucas's presence in the building and had requested a final visitation. The request had been approved, pending Lucas's consent. Lucas hesitated. There was no operational reason to see the man again. The evaluation had been submitted, the treatment approved, the outcome inevitable. But curiosity pulled at him, the same curiosity that had driven him to make the first visit. He wanted to see whether the man understood what was about to happen. He wanted to see the moment before the erasure, the last time the man would be coherent enough to comprehend what was being done to him. Lucas told the guard he would accept the visitation. He was escorted to a different room, smaller than the standard visitation area, with a table and 2 chairs and no plexiglass barrier. The room was designed for attorney-client meetings. A camera was mounted in the corner, its lens pointed at the table, but there was no audio monitoring. The inmate was brought in by 2 guards, his hands and feet shackled. Lucas had expected heavy medication, but the man's eyes were clear, alert. The guards had reduced his dosage for the meeting. The man had lost weight since the first visitation. His jumpsuit hung loose, his face hollow. But when he sat down across from Lucas, there was intelligence in his gaze. The same legal mind Lucas had stolen. The guard stepped back to the walls. The inmate leaned forward slightly, his shackled hands resting on the table. "I know what you're doing," he said. His voice was steady. "A psychiatric evaluation. The electroconvulsive therapy. I read the treatment plan." Lucas said nothing. "You're going to erase my memory," the man continued. "It's efficient. It's exactly what I would do if I were in your position." Lucas folded his hands on the table. "Then you understand why I have no choice." "You have a choice," the man said. "But there's a problem with your plan. A second letter I sent. You've been thinking about it, wondering who I sent it to, how to find them." Lucas leaned forward slightly. "What problem?" "You can't find them," the man said. "I was careful. I used the legal training you stole from me. I sent it to someone with the resources and motivation to investigate. Someone who knew me before the camping trip." He paused. "And here's the part you're really not going to like. The letter includes a condition. If I go silent for more than 30 days, if I stop writing, if I become incoherent, if I die, that person has instructions to take the letter to the California State Bar, to the Los Angeles Times, and to file a formal complaint with the Bureau of Prisons." Lucas's jaw tightened. "You taught me this," the man said. "Build redundancy into your strategy. Anticipate your opponent's moves. Make sure your failure triggers consequences they can't contain." Lucas sat very still. If he proceeded and the man became incoherent, the 30-day clock would start. Whoever had the letter would take it public. People would ask why Lucas Merrick had taken such a personal interest in an anonymous inmate with a bizarre fixation. "You have two choices," the man said quietly. "Help me get out, restore my identity, and I'll have them destroy the letter. Or proceed with your plan and spend the rest of your life wondering when the investigation will start." Lucas looked at the man's face, his own face worn by suffering, and calculated. The man might be bluffing. No one would believe a letter from a John Doe prisoner making claims about supernatural creatures. But what if he wasn't bluffing? Lucas took a slow breath. He told the man the answer was still no. Even if the letter was real, even if an investigation started, Lucas had 15 years of documentation proving he was Lucas Merrick. Tax returns, law school transcripts, bar exam results, case victories. The legal system would believe the attorney with the perfect record over the prisoner with no name. And if the investigation became too dangerous, Lucas could disappear. He had done it once before. But the man in the cell would not exist at all. You lose either way, Lucas said. The only question is whether you lose your memory or your life. The man stared at him. Then his composure cracked. His shoulders sagged. His hands began to shake. "You're going to do it anyway," he said quietly. "Even with the letter, even knowing it might destroy you eventually." Lucas said nothing. The man's eyes filled with tears. "I thought if you remembered what you were, if you understood what you'd done, you might feel something. Anything, but you don't, do you?" Lucas stood. He told the guards the visitation was concluded. The guards lifted the man from his chair. As they turned him toward the door, the man twisted and looked back at Lucas one final time. His face had collapsed into something beyond despair. Lucas watched them take him away. He had gambled that the letter was a bluff or that he could outlast its consequences. He had chosen the risk of exposure over the certainty of returning to the desert. The first session was administered 3 days after Lucas returned to Los Angeles. He was in court that afternoon, presenting a motion to suppress evidence in a narcotics case. The arguments were straightforward, the precedents clear. Lucas had prepared the brief himself and reviewed it twice before the hearing. Halfway through his presentation, He lost the thread. Not the argument itself, he knew what he was trying to say, but the specific case name he needed, a Ninth Circuit ruling he had cited in the brief, a ruling he had used in 3 previous cases, vanished from his mind mid-sentence. He paused, smiled at the judge, and said he would provide the citation in writing. The judge accepted this without comment. Lucas finished the motion and left the courtroom. In his car, he opened his briefcase and found the case name in his notes. United States versus Reynolds. A case he had argued extensively 2 years ago, whose reasoning he could recite from memory until today. A single lapse meant nothing. The visitation had been stressful. His mind was adjusting. 4 days later, during a conference call with opposing counsel, he reached for a Latin legal term he had used hundreds of times in his career. The phrase hovered at the edge of his consciousness, the shape of it familiar, but he could not retrieve it. He substituted a longer, clumsier English equivalent and continued the call. Afterward, he searched his own case files to find the term in pari delicto. He had used it in a brief 3 months ago. The lapses would pass. Cognitive fatigue was common among attorneys under pressure, but when the 3rd session was administered, 9 days after the first, Lucas found himself rereading the same paragraph of a deposition transcript 4 times before he could parse its meaning. The language was simple. The facts were straightforward. But his mind refused to hold them. He began keeping a list. Smalling, the colleague's first name that he had to check in his contacts. A procedural rule he had to look up despite having applied it dozens of times. A statute number that escaped him during a client meeting. By the time the 6th session was completed, Lucas understood what was happening. The man in the cell was losing his memory in carefully controlled increments, and Lucas, who had absorbed that man's mind 15 years ago, was losing the same memories in parallel. The sediment was crumbling. The source was being erased, and the copy was following. 2 weeks later, Lucas sat at his penthouse desk and read the warden's progress report. 6 sessions had been completed. The inmate's delusional symptoms were improving. Memory loss was significant and accelerating with each treatment. The inmate was experiencing confusion, disorientation, and increasing difficulty maintaining coherent thought. One final session had been recommended to ensure complete therapeutic resolution. Lucas set the report aside. He opened the first case file on his desk. A complex fraud case, the kind that required dissecting financial records, identifying patterns in transactions, constructing a timeline that would persuade a jury. The kind of work Lucas excelled at, except that the numbers on the page refused to cohere. Lucas read the first paragraph of the prosecution's brief 3 times. The language was standard legal prose, the arguments familiar, but he could not hold the chain of reasoning in his mind. He reached for a legal precedent he knew he had used in a similar case 2 years ago, and the citation escaped him. Not the details, the entire memory. It had been there a week ago. It was gone now. He told himself it was fatigue. He had been under stress. The visitation, the evaluation, the waiting. It had taken a toll. But the word he was searching for, a specific legal term he had used hundreds of times, a term that would have anchored his entire argument, remained just out of reach. He could sense the shape of it, the number of syllables, but he could not retrieve it. Lucas closed the file. He walked to the window and looked out at the city. The penthouse was silent except for the hum of the air conditioning. He thought about the man in the cell, his mind erased, his memories dissolved. The sediment of his consciousness, which Lucas had absorbed 15 years ago, had been layered into Lucas's own thoughts like fossil deposits. The legal training, the vocabulary, the capacity for constructing intricate arguments. And now, with the source destroyed, the sediment was beginning to crumble. Lucas returned to his desk. He opened his laptop and searched for the legal term he could not remember. It appeared on the screen immediately. Res judicata, a term he had used in court proceedings dozens of times. A term that 2 weeks ago he would not have needed to look up. This was not permanent. The mind recovered from stress. This would pass. But when he returned to the case file, the same fog descended. The arguments that should have been self-evident required effort to parse. The strategy that should have crystallized immediately remained diffuse, unfocused. The man in the cell would soon forget everything. Lucas had always known. The cruel paradox of his situation had become inescapable. He needed his brilliance now more than ever, to anticipate the investigation, to identify who might have received the letter, to construct the legal defenses that would protect him if someone started asking questions. But the very tool he needed was the one he had destroyed. Each day his mind dulled, the threat grew sharper. The spreadsheet contained 17 names. 17 names. Lucas opened his laptop and began searching for someone who knew the real Lucas Merrick. He started with his undergraduate years at USC. The real Lucas had been a senior 15 years ago. He would have had classmates, study partners, professors who remembered him. Lucas searched the university alumni directory, cross-referencing names with current locations and professions, attorneys, journalists, anyone with the resources and motivation to investigate. He found 17 possibilities. He opened a spreadsheet and began cataloging them. Names, last known employers, LinkedIn profiles. He would need to monitor them all, watch for any sign that they had received the letter, that they were asking questions. But as he typed, he realized he was misspelling words he had never misspelled before. Simple words. Investigation came out as investigation. He corrected it and continued. 3 lines later, he typed receive instead of receive, then separate as separate. His fingers knew the words. His mind no longer did. He forced himself to continue. 17 names. He needed to assess the threat level of each one. But when he looked at the first name on the list, a classmate named Alex Mitchell, he realized he could remember that they had taken contracts together, but he could no longer remember whether Mitchell had been a close friend or a casual acquaintance. The qualitative data was gone. He knew Mitchell's face. He knew they had studied together, but he could not remember whether Mitchell would believe an impossible letter or dismiss it as a scam. The second name, Vanessa Cooper. Lucas remembered her. She had been in his study group. But had they been friends? Had she liked him? Would she be motivated to investigate if she received a letter claiming he was a monster? The context was dissolving. He was left with names and nothing else. By the 5th name, Lucas understood the full scope of the problem. He was creating a list of potential threats he could no longer properly evaluate. The spreadsheet was becoming a catalog of his own cognitive failure. Each blank cell, a piece of missing analysis his deteriorating mind could not provide. Lucas closed the laptop. He stood and walked to the window. The city spread out below him, vast and indifferent. Somewhere in that city, someone had received a letter from a man claiming to be Lucas Merrick, someone who knew the real Lucas well enough to believe the impossible, someone who might already be watching Lucas, waiting for him to slip, to fail, to reveal the wrongness beneath the surface. And Lucas, who needed to be sharper than he had ever been, was becoming duller by the day. He returned to his desk. The Mont Blanc pen lay where he had left it. The pen he had purchased to celebrate his first major victory. He picked it up, felt its weight, clicked it once. The sound was soft, metallic, definite. He had work to do, cases to win, a life to maintain, and a deteriorating mind with which to do it. Lucas opened the file and forced himself to read. By the 3rd page, the fog had not lifted. By the 5th, he reached for his laptop again to search for another term he should have known. By the 7th, He had forgotten what argument he was trying to construct. The spreadsheet contained 17 names, 17 people who might have the letter, 17 potential threats he would have to monitor while his capacity to think clearly eroded session by session. The inmate had one more round of ECT scheduled, the final session. The psychiatrist had recommended it to ensure complete memory erasure. The victim would forget his own name, the camping trip, the letter he had sent. He would become a blank, docile shell. And Lucas, who had authorized the treatment, who had set this process in motion, would suffer the final catastrophic blow to his own intellect. He could call the warden. He could cancel the extension. The victim's memory would remain partially intact, which meant the threat of the second letter would remain active. But Lucas's mind would stop deteriorating. He would stabilize at his current diminished capacity instead of sliding further into incompetence. Or he could let the final session proceed. The victim would be completely erased. The letter threat would become manageable. An incoherent prisoner could not identify the recipient, could not provide follow-up, could not sustain an investigation. But Lucas's own brilliance would be destroyed in the process. He would be left with a law degree and a reputation he could no longer live up to, a career built on an intellect that no longer existed. Lucas picked up his phone. The warden's number was in his contacts. One call could stop the final session, could save what remained of his mind, and he set the phone down without making the call. The victim had to be erased. The risk of exposure was too great. Even if it cost Lucas everything he had stolen, even if it reduced him to mediocrity, even if it meant spending the next 30 days watching himself fail at the work he had once dominated, the alternative was worse. The alternative was returning to the desert, losing not just his brilliance, but his comfort, his safety, the 15 years of civilization he had fought to keep. Lucas had made his choice 15 years ago when he stole a human life. Now he was making it again. He was choosing the certainty of his own decline over the risk of losing everything. The final session would proceed as scheduled. He looked at the calendar on his desk. The sixth session had been administered 11 days ago. 30 days of silence, the man had said. Lucas opened his laptop and pulled up the treatment timeline. 6 sessions, 3 to 4 days apart, 18 to 24 days total for the treatment course, plus 11 more since the 6th session. 30 days from 11 days ago would be 19 more days. He checked the figures again. Something in the arithmetic didn't cohere. A variable he wasn't accounting for. When had the silence actually begun? Not at the 6th session. Earlier, in the medical wing transfer. The suspension of male privileges. The dates were in the documents in his briefcase, but when he tried to recall them, the sequence fragmented. He knew the information was there. His mind refused to hold it. He closed the laptop. 19 days or fewer, possibly much fewer. He would proceed on that assumption. The coffee in front of him had gone 3/4 cold. He could tell from the way the surface sat perfectly still under the fluorescent lights, and he had meant to drink it but had not, and now it seemed important that he account for why he had let it sit there. The diner was warm in the overheated way of these places, the kind of warmth that made you aware of your own skin. And Dennis Hoffman had pulled off the highway at 2 a.m. with the idea that coffee and a few minutes sitting still would be enough to get him the rest of the way to Columbus. The waitress had poured the cup and set it in front of him without asking if he wanted a refill or if the coffee was all right. And he had said nothing because there was nothing to say, and she had gone back behind the counter and stood near the register with her arms crossed. There was one other customer in the diner, a man sitting 3 stools down to Dennis's left. And Dennis had noticed him when he came in because the man had not looked up when the door opened, had not turned his head or shifted his weight or given any sign that he had registered another person entering the space. The man sat with both hands flat on the counter, fingers slightly spread, and his head was tilted forward just enough that Dennis could not see his face clearly, only the line of his jaw and the collar of his work shirt. There was a cup of coffee in front of him, full to the brim, and Dennis had seen the waitress walk over twice since he sat down and refill the cup without the man saying anything or moving to drink from it. It was the refilling that had made Dennis notice the time, because the first time the waitress had walked over with the pot, Dennis had glanced at the clock above the griddle and seen that it was 2:17, and the second time he had looked again, and it was 2:32. And it seemed strange that someone would let a waitress refill a cup they had not touched. But he had not said anything because it was not his business, and because he was tired, and because the diner was the kind of place where people did not talk to each other unless they had to. The man had not blinked. Dennis realized this slowly, and the way you realize you have been hearing a sound for some time before you consciously register it. He had been watching the man peripherally while pretending to look at the menu board above the counter, and at some point he had stopped pretending and had simply stared, and the man had not blinked, had not moved his hands or adjusted his posture, or done any of the small things a body does when it is alive and waiting. The work shirt the man wore was dark blue, the kind with a name patch over the breast pocket, but Dennis could not read the name from where he sat, and the man's hair was cut short and neat. His hands on the counter were broad and clean, and there was nothing visibly wrong with him except that he was absolutely still. Dennis looked at the waitress. She was standing near the register with her back to him, writing something on a pad of paper, and her posture suggested she was absorbed in whatever she was writing. But Dennis had the sense that she was aware of him looking at her because her shoulders stiffened slightly, and she stopped writing for a moment before resuming. He wanted to ask her if the man was all right, if she had noticed that he had not moved, but the question felt absurd even as he framed it in his mind, and he did not want to be the kind of person who created a problem where there was none. The clock above the griddle read 2:47. Dennis had been in the diner for nearly an hour, and in that time, the man 3 stools down had not moved, had not blinked, had not shifted his hands or turned his head, and the waitress had refilled his cup twice, and Dennis had let his own coffee go cold while watching this happen. The man's coffee steamed faintly. Dennis could see the thread of vapor rising from the surface, and the man had been sitting there as long as Dennis suspected, and the cup should have cooled by now and should have gone as cold as Dennis's own cup. But the waitress had refilled it twice, and so the coffee was still hot. The logic of this seemed important, seemed like something he should pay attention to, but he could not figure out why it mattered, and the question sat in his mind unresolved. He became aware that he was holding his breath. He let it out slowly and shifted his weight on the stool, and the vinyl seat made a small sound under him, and the man 3 stools down did not react. Dennis counted to 10, watching the man's back, watching for the rise and fall of breath, and he saw nothing. The man could have been a photograph, could have been something placed there for Dennis to discover, and the thought made Dennis's hands cold. The waitress turned and walked toward him, and Dennis looked down at his cup instinctively, not wanting her to see that he had been staring. She stopped in front of him and picked up the coffee pot from the burner behind the counter. "You want that topped off?" Her voice was flat, not unfriendly, but not warm, and Dennis looked up at her and saw that her face was pale and composed, and that her eyes were fixed on the cup in front of him, not on his face. "It's fine," Dennis said. She set the pot back on the burner and wiped her hands on her apron, and Dennis thought she was going to walk away, but she stayed where she was, standing on the other side of the counter with her hands resting on the edge. and he had the sense that she was waiting for him to say something. "Is he all right?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not look at the man. She kept her eyes on Dennis, and her expression did not change, and for a moment, Dennis thought she was not going to answer. "He's fine," she said. "He hasn't moved." "He's fine," she said again. And this time there was something in her voice that Dennis could not identify, something that made him think she wanted him to stop asking questions. And he nodded and looked back at his coffee and did not say anything else. The waitress walked away, back toward the register, and Dennis sat with his hands around his cup and thought about the man who had not moved and the waitress who had refilled his cup twice and the way her voice had flattened when Dennis had asked if the man was all right. The parking lot had been empty except for his truck and the man's car. The man's hands had not moved. Dennis stared at them, at the way the fingers lay flat and slightly spread against the formica, and he tried to see if there was any tension in them, any sign that the man was gripping the counter or holding himself still deliberately. But the hands looked loose, perfectly still. The nails were trimmed and clean, and there was a pale band of skin on the ring finger of the left hand where a wedding band might have been. The waitress refilled the man's cup. Dennis watched her do it, watched her walk over with the pot in her hand and pour the coffee carefully, filling the cup to the brim again, and the man did not acknowledge her, did not move, and she did not speak to him. She set the pot down on the counter and stood there for a moment, looking at the man, and Dennis thought he saw something pass across her face, something quick and unreadable, and then she picked up the pot and walked back to the burner and set it down. Dennis looked at the clock. It was 3:02. He had been in the diner for just over an hour. He could leave now. There was no reason to stay. The man was none of his business. The waitress had said he was fine, and there was nothing Dennis could do even if something was wrong. But he did not stand up, did not reach for his wallet, and the decision to remain came to him as something already made, something he recognized rather than chose. The diner smelled like old grease and burnt coffee, and under that there was a faint chemical smell Dennis could not place, something industrial and clean, and the combination was oppressive in a way that made him aware of his own breathing. The floor was pale green linoleum with a pattern of darker green flecks, and there were scuff marks near the door and a long scratch that ran from the counter to the men's room. And Dennis found himself following the scratch with his eyes, tracing its path, and the scratch looked deliberate, like something had been dragged. The booths along the wall were empty, their red vinyl seats cracked in places, and the tabletops had a dull sheen that suggested they had been wiped down many times with the same rag, and Dennis could see water rings on the nearest table, overlapping circles that had dried into faint white marks. And how long did a place have to be neglected for water rings to become permanent? The waitress had not cleaned anything since Dennis arrived, had not wiped the counter, or refilled the napkin dispensers, or done any of the small tasks waitresses usually did during slow hours. She had not adjusted the blinds on the front windows or checked the register or done anything except stand behind the counter and refill the dead man's coffee. And Dennis thought this was strange, but not strange enough to mean anything on its own. But it added to the wrongness, added to the feeling that the diner was not operating the way it should. And Dennis found himself cataloging all these small deviations from normal, all the things that did not quite fit, and the list was getting longer. The menu board above the counter was missing letters, gaps in the words where plastic tiles had fallen off or been removed, and the specials listed were for breakfast even though it was the middle of the night. The coffee pot on the burner behind the waitress was nearly empty, and Dennis could see the dark residue at the bottom where the coffee had been sitting too long, and the diner should have gone through more than one pot by now, should have needed to brew fresh coffee at least twice. But the pot looked like it had been sitting there for hours, burning down to nothing. The man's posture had not changed. Dennis studied it, trying to find some variation, some evidence that the man had shifted his weight or moved his hands even slightly. But the position was exactly the same as it had been when Dennis first sat down. The man's head was still tilted forward at precisely the same angle, his hands still flat on the counter with the fingers spread in that deliberate way that now seemed less like relaxation and more like something else, something Dennis could not name. People waiting for something fidgeted, checked watches, looked around. The man did none of these things. Dennis found that the longer he looked, the less the man seemed like a person, and the more he seemed like an object, like something staged, like a mannequin someone had placed there to see how long it would take for someone to notice. Dennis thought about mannequins, about the ones in department store windows, about how they looked almost real from a distance but wrong up close, about how their skin had a waxy quality and their eyes did not focus on anything, and the man at the counter had that same quality and that same sense of being a reproduction rather than the original thing. The work shirt the man wore was clean, the creases sharp, and Dennis could see the name patch over the breast pocket now, could make out the letters, Carl. And Dennis found himself constructing a story. Who Carl was, whether he'd come in alone, what he'd been doing before he sat down and stopped moving. He looked at Carl's hair, at the way it was cut short and neat with a part on the left side, and it looked freshly barbered, looked like Carl had gotten a haircut recently. And Dennis tried to imagine Carl sitting in a barber's chair having his hair cut. Tried to imagine Carl talking to the barber about the weather or about work, and the image would not form in his mind. Carl did not look like someone who had conversations, did not look like someone who moved through the world in the ordinary way. Carl looked like he had been placed at the counter and left there. And Dennis could not shake the feeling that Carl had never been alive in any meaningful sense, that whatever Carl had been before he came to the diner, he had stopped being it the moment he sat down. The waitress was standing near the cash register again, not writing this time, but looking out the front window at the parking lot. And Dennis followed her gaze and saw nothing but the darkness beyond the glass and the reflection of the diner's interior, the fluorescent lights and the empty booths, and the two men sitting at the counter. The parking lot was not visible from where Dennis sat, and he had no way of knowing if there was anyone out there or if the lot was empty. And the thought made him aware of how isolated the diner was, how far from the highway, how many miles from the nearest town. He realized he had not seen a car pass on the road since he arrived. The diner sat on a two-lane county road that ran parallel to I-70, the kind of road you took when you knew the area or when you were trying to avoid the interstate. And Dennis had turned onto it because he had seen the diner sign from the highway and had thought it would be faster than getting off at the next exit. But in 48 minutes, no car had passed, no headlights had swept across the windows, and the silence outside was complete. He listened for the sound of a truck engine or the hiss of tires on pavement, and he heard nothing except the hum of the refrigerator behind the counter and the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. The waitress turned away from the window and walked toward the coffee maker, and Dennis watched her pour herself a cup and bring it to her lips and drink without adding cream or sugar. Her hands were steady and her face showed no expression. And Dennis thought that if she was nervous or afraid, she was hiding it well, but there was something in the way she held herself, in the tension across her shoulders, that suggested she was not as calm as she appeared. She set the cup down on the counter and looked at Dennis, and their eyes met for a moment before she looked away. "How long's he been here?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not answer immediately. She picked up her cup and drank again, and Dennis saw the muscles in her throat move as she swallowed, and then she set the cup down and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Couple hours," she said. Dennis nodded, though the answer told him nothing he wanted to know. 2 hours was a long time to sit without moving. long enough that the stillness could not be accidental, could not be the result of someone lost in thought or dozing lightly. He wanted to ask if the man had been moving when he first came in, if he had ordered food or spoken to the waitress or given any indication of why he was there, but he could see from the way the waitress was looking at him that she did not want to talk about it, that she wanted Dennis to stop asking questions and drink his coffee and leave. "Did he say anything?" Dennis asked. The waitress shook her head. No, she walked away before Dennis could ask anything else, and he sat with his hands around his cold cup and tried to think of a reason why a man would sit motionless in a diner for 2 hours, why a waitress would refill his cup 3 times without speaking to him, why no one else had come into the diner in nearly an hour. The explanations, drunk, sick, sleeping, and fit nothing Dennis was seeing. A drunk man would slump, would lose the perfect rigidity of that posture. A sick man would show some sign of distress, would hold his stomach or his head. A sleeping man would sway, would list to one side, would eventually fall. The man looked like he was listening. That was the thought that came to Dennis, unbidden and unwelcome, and once it was there, he could not shake it. The man's head was tilted forward in the way someone tilts their head when they are trying to hear something faint, and his stillness was the stillness of someone who does not want to make noise, and Dennis found himself listening too, straining to hear whatever the man might be hearing, and there was nothing except the refrigerator and the clock and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. The waitress refilled the man's cup again. Dennis watched her do it, watched her walk over with the pot in her hand and pour the coffee in a smooth, practiced motion, and the man did not react, and the coffee in the cup was still steaming, and Dennis thought that if the man had not touched the cup in 2 hours, the coffee should have overflowed by now, should have spilled over the rim with each refill, but the cup was full and the counter around it was dry, and Dennis could not understand how that was possible unless the coffee was evaporating, or unless the man had been drinking it when Dennis was not looking. But Dennis had been looking, had been watching almost continuously, and the man had not moved. He became aware that his own hands were shaking. He set the cup down and pressed his palms flat against the counter, and the formica was cool and smooth under his skin. The man's hands lay so still, Dennis thought they would not respond even if he touched them. The clock read 3:16. The waitress was standing behind the counter with her arms crossed, looking at nothing in particular, and Dennis thought she looked tired. Not in the way someone looks when they have worked a long shift, but in the way someone looks when they have been awake for days, when exhaustion has settled into their bones and will not leave. He wondered how long she had been alone in the diner with the man, how many times she had refilled his cup, how many times she had looked at him and seen what Dennis was seeing now. He decided he was going to check on the man. The decision came to him fully formed, and he stood up before he could talk himself out of it, and the stool scraped against the floor, and the sound was very loud in the quiet diner, and the waitress looked at him sharply. "You leaving?" she asked. "No," Dennis said. "I'm going to see if he's all right." The waitress did not move, did not say anything, and Dennis thought she was going to tell him not to, but she only looked at him with an expression he could not read, and then she looked away. Dennis walked toward the man slowly, his footsteps loud on the linoleum, and he was aware of the waitress watching him from behind the counter, aware of the fluorescent lights overhead, and the hum of the refrigerator, and the absolute silence from the man 3 stools away. He stopped when he was standing directly behind the man, close enough to see the stitching on the back of his collar, close enough to smell the faint odor of laundry detergent, and something else, something metallic and wrong, and he hesitated, his hand hovering in the air a few inches from the man's shoulder. The man's shoulders were level, his spine straight, and there was no rise and fall of breath that Dennis could see. He looked down at the man's hands, at the way the fingers lay flat against the counter, and he saw that the skin was pale, almost gray, and that there was a faint discoloration around the nails, a bluish tint that Dennis had not noticed from his seat. Cyanosis. The word surfaced in his mind, the way blood looked when it was not carrying enough oxygen, and the thought made his throat tighten. He reached out and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The fabric of the workshirt was coarse under Dennis's palm, and beneath it, the shoulder felt solid and unyielding, and Dennis pressed down gently, the way you might press on someone's shoulder to wake them, and the man did not respond. Dennis pressed harder, and the man's body shifted slightly, tilting forward, and Dennis pulled his hand back instinctively, and the man slumped sideways off the stool. The body hit the floor with a sound that was too heavy, too final, and Dennis stepped back, his hands rising to his chest in a gesture he did not plan. And the waitress made a small noise behind the counter, something between a gasp and a sob. The man lay on the linoleum with his face turned toward the wall, one arm folded under him and the other stretched out, and his eyes were open, staring at nothing. And Dennis knew without checking for a pulse that the man was dead. Jesus, Dennis said. The waitress came around the counter, moving quickly, and Dennis saw that her hands were shaking, that her face had gone white, and she stopped a few feet from the body and stood there looking down at it, her arms wrapped around herself. Dennis could hear her breathing, quick and shallow, and she was about to scream or cry or run, but she did neither of these things. She simply stood there, and Dennis stood there, and between them, the dead man lay with his eyes open and his hands stretched out toward the door. "How long have you known?" Dennis asked. The waitress did not answer. She was looking at the man's hand, at the way the fingers were slightly curled, and Dennis followed her gaze and saw that the hand was reaching, that the fingers were shaped as though they had been trying to grasp something, and the posture looked wrong, looked staged, and Dennis felt something cold move through his chest. "How long?" he asked again, and this time his voice was harder. The waitress looked up at him, and her eyes were wide and bright with tears, and she started talking, the words coming fast and broken. She had come in at midnight and found him sitting there like that. She had thought he was resting, waiting for someone. She had poured his coffee, and he had not responded, and she had gone to the back for eggs, and when she came out, he was still sitting there, and she had asked if he wanted to order, and he had not answered. She had thought he was drunk, or high, or sick, and she was going to call someone. But then she had seen his eyes, and she had known, and she had not known what to do. Dennis stared at her. She'd been serving the man coffee for 3 hours. She had been refilling his cup while he sat there dead. The waitress was crying now, the tears running down her face in thin lines, and she said she had not known what else to do, that she had not wanted to be alone in the diner with him, that she had thought if another customer came in, they would see him and know something was wrong, and she would not have to be the one to deal with it. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. Dennis asked why she had not called the police. The waitress looked at him, and something passed across her face, something quick and unreadable, and then she looked down at the body again. She said she had been going to call, but then she had seen the car. Dennis waited. The waitress wrapped her arms tighter around herself, and when she spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. She said there was a man outside in the parking lot, that he had been out there for the last hour, walking back and forth between the cars, and she thought he had a gun. Dennis felt the floor shift under him, felt the warmth drain from his skin, and he turned and looked at the front window. But all he could see was the reflection of the diner's interior, the lights and the booths, and the two of them standing over the body. The parking lot beyond the glass was invisible, a wall of darkness, and Dennis realized that anyone standing out there would be able to see into the diner perfectly, while remaining unseen themselves. He asked what she was talking about. The waitress said There was a man. She had seen him when she was looking out the window. He was walking around out there, and she thought he was waiting for someone to leave so he could come in. She had thought that if she kept the diner looking busy, if she kept refilling the coffee and moving around like there were customers, he would think there were too many people in here, and he would go away. Dennis turned back to her, and he saw that she was looking at him with an expression of desperate hope, as though she wanted him to tell her that this made sense, that what she had done was reasonable, and Dennis could not find the words to respond. He looked at the dead man on the floor, at the way Carl's hand was still reaching toward the door, at the cup of coffee still steaming on the counter as though someone might drink it, at the waitress with her tear-streaked face and her shaking hands, and nothing about this made sense. Nothing about this could be explained by fear or panic or any rational motive, and the waitress's story was full of holes, but he did not know which parts were lies and which parts were truth. He said they needed to call the police. The waitress said the phone was dead. She had tried it an hour ago. Dennis walked to the phone on the wall behind the counter, the old rotary model with the long cord, and he picked up the receiver and held it to his ear, and there was no dial tone, only silence. He pressed the cradle down and released it, and the silence continued, and he hung up the receiver and looked at the waitress. He asked about her car. She said she did not have one. She had walked here. She lived a mile down the road. Dennis thought about his truck in the parking lot, thought about the keys in his pocket. Was there really a man out there with a gun? Or had the waitress invented him? He said they needed to lock the door. The waitress nodded, and Dennis walked toward the front of the diner, toward the glass door with its metal frame and its faded sign that read, "Open" in red letters, and he reached for the deadbolt, and his hand was shaking, and then he turned the bolt and heard it slide home with a solid click, and he felt a brief, irrational sense of relief. Dennis stood at the door for a moment, his hand still on the bolt, and he looked out through the glass at the parking lot. And now that his eyes had adjusted, he could see the shapes of the vehicles, the dark bulk of his truck, and a smaller sedan that must be Carl's, and a third car he had not noticed before. A pale station wagon parked at the far edge of the lot near the road, and the station wagon looked old, looked like something from the 70s, with its boxy shape and its wood paneling along the sides, and it was strange that he had not seen it when he pulled in, that it had been there the whole time without him noticing it. He watched for movement, for the shape of a man walking between the cars, and he saw nothing, and the parking lot was absolutely still. And Dennis could see the faint glow of the highway lights in the distance beyond the trees, could see the dark line of the county road running past the diner. And there were no headlights, no sign of traffic. And in the hour and a half he had been in the diner, not a single car had passed on the road. And the isolation of the place pressed on him like a weight. The station wagon sat at an angle, nose pointed toward the road, and the driver had parked it that way deliberately, had positioned it so they could pull out quickly, and the parking job looked purposeful in a way that made Dennis think the driver had been in a hurry or had wanted to leave themselves an exit, and he wondered who had driven the station wagon here, whether it had been Carl or whether someone else had brought Carl to the diner and left him sitting at the counter. His truck sat facing the diner, keys in his pocket. How long to unlock it? Start the engine, get away? He turned back to the diner, and the waitress was still standing near the body, her arms wrapped around herself, and Dennis walked toward her and stopped a few feet away. He asked her name. She looked at him, startled, and then she said, her name was Rita Wallace, and her voice was steadier now. Dennis told her his name, and Rita nodded, and they stood there in the fluorescent light, looking at each other, and under other circumstances this might have been the beginning of a conversation, the kind of small talk people made in diners at 3 a.m. But now it felt like something else, like an agreement or a pact, and he could not say what they were agreeing to. Rita asked what they should do. Dennis looked down at the body. The man's eyes were still open, staring at the wall, and Dennis thought they should close them, should cover the body with something. But he did not move, and Rita did not move, and the body lay between them like an accusation. He said they should wait until morning. The diner would open at 6, and other people would come in, and they could call the police from somewhere else, and in the meantime they would stay inside with the door locked, and they would not go out to the parking lot. Rita nodded, and Dennis saw relief pass across her face, and she had been waiting for someone to tell her what to do, that she had been alone with the body for 3 hours and had been paralyzed by the need to make a decision. And now that Dennis had made it for her, she could let herself believe that everything was going to be all right. She uncrossed her arms and wiped her hands on her apron, and the gesture looked automatic, the kind of thing a waitress did without thinking, and Dennis watched her do it, and she was already starting to recover, that the panic that had been visible on her face a moment ago was fading, and she was returning to the role she had been playing all night, the role of the frightened woman who needed help. The refilling had been too smooth, too methodical. If Rita had really been terrified, she would have shaken, spilled, shown some sign, but she had poured the coffee with perfect steadiness. And Rita was very good at performing normalcy, at making her actions look routine even when nothing about the situation was routine. Dennis looked at Rita's hands, at the way they moved as she smoothed down her apron, and he saw that they were steady now, that the shaking had stopped. And Rita recovered very quickly from things that should have left her shaken for hours, if there was a man outside. Why had Rita not called the police before the phone died? Why had she waited an hour, long enough for the man to establish himself in the parking lot before trying to get help? And if the phone had died an hour ago, why had Rita stayed in the diner instead of locking herself in the back and hiding? The diner had a back door. Dennis had seen it when he looked through the kitchen window, and Rita could have left through the back, could have walked to her house a mile down the road, could have gotten away, but she had stayed, and Dennis could not think of a reason why she would stay unless there was something about her story that was not true. But Dennis did not believe that. He looked at the dead man on the floor, at the way the body had fallen, and something about the position was wrong, that the man had not fallen naturally, but had been moved, and the thought made him uneasy. He knelt down beside the body, moving slowly, and Rita made a small sound of protest, but did not stop him. The man's face was turned toward the wall, and Dennis reached out and touched the side of the man's neck, feeling for a pulse he knew would not be there, and the skin was cool and waxy under his fingers. How long for rigor mortis to set in? If the man had died at midnight, he should be showing signs of stiffening by now, but the body felt loose, pliable, and Dennis could not account for that. He looked at the man's hands. The right hand was folded under the body, and Dennis could not see it clearly, but the left hand was stretched out toward the door, the fingers slightly curled, and Dennis saw again the bluish discoloration around the nails, the way the skin seemed too pale. Blood would pool in the lowest parts of the body. Lividity. If the man had been sitting upright for 3 hours, the blood should have settled in his legs and buttocks, not his hands, and the discoloration he was seeing should not be there. He moved around the body, positioning himself so he could see the man's back, and he reached out and pulled the collar of the workshirt away from the man's neck, and the fabric was stiff in places, and Dennis saw a dark stain spreading across the lower back, a patch of wetness that looked black under the fluorescent lights, and he touched the fabric, and his fingers came away damp. He stood up quickly, his heart pounding, and Rita was looking at him with wide eyes, and Dennis held up his hand and showed her the dampness on his fingers, and even in the harsh light, he could see that it was red, that it was blood, and Rita's face went white. Dennis moved back to the body and pulled the shirt up, exposing the man's back, and there was a wound there, a clean puncture, just below the left shoulder blade, and the edges of the wound were neat and precise, and there was blood still seeping from it, fresh blood. And this was wrong, that a dead man should not bleed like this. But the blood was there, and it was real, and he could not deny what he was seeing. He looked up at Rita, and her eyes were fixed on the wound. And Dennis saw that she was not surprised, that she was not shocked or confused. And the expression on her face was not horror, but something else, something calculating and cold. And Dennis felt the air go out of his lungs. She had lied. There was no fugitive in the parking lot, not an armed man waiting outside, and Carl had not died of a heart attack. He had been stabbed. Dennis stood up slowly, his legs unsteady, and he took a step back from the body. And Rita was watching him now, her face very still, and Dennis thought that she was deciding something, that she was weighing her options. And the silence between them stretched out until it felt like a physical thing. He asked her what happened. Rita did not answer. She looked at him for a long moment, and Dennis saw her eyes move to the door, to the deadbolt he had turned, and then back to his face. And he understood that she was measuring the distance between them, that she was calculating whether he could reach the door before she could stop him, and the understanding made his mouth go dry. Rita moved then, not toward Dennis, but toward the counter, and she reached under the edge and pulled out a small revolver. The kind of gun waitresses kept in places like this for robberies, and she held it loosely in her hand, not pointing it at Dennis, but not setting it down either, and Dennis stopped moving. She did not explain. She did not tell him what had happened, or why Carl was dead, or what she planned to do with Dennis. She simply stood there with the gun, and Dennis stood near Carl's body, and the silence between them was absolute. Dennis looked at the door, at the deadbolt he had locked, and he thought about unlocking it, about running for his truck. But Rita was closer to the door than he was, and she had the gun, and Dennis knew he would not make it. The windows were plate glass, thick and heavy. He could not break them before Rita shot him. Rita stood with her weight evenly distributed, the revolver steady in her hand. She had held it before. The swinging door to the kitchen moved, and a man stepped through. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, and he was wearing a butcher's apron streaked with old stains, and in his right hand he held a long filleting knife. His face was blank, expressionless, and he looked at Dennis without curiosity, without malice, without anything Dennis could read. And then he looked at Rita, and Rita nodded once, and the man walked to the nearest booth and sat down, the knife resting on the table in front of him. Dennis understood that the man was Rita's brother, understood that he had been in the kitchen the entire time, understood that Rita had been refilling Carl's coffee, not just to fool Dennis, but to give her brother time to clean the knife, to wash the blood off his hands, to prepare for whatever they were going to do next. Rita told Dennis to sit down. Dennis did not move. He looked at the brother, at the knife on the table, at Rita with the gun, and he considered refusing, about forcing Rita to shoot him or let him go, but he could not make himself move, could not make himself do anything except stand there. And after a moment, Rita repeated herself, and her voice flat, and Dennis walked to the counter and sat down on the stool where he had been sitting when he first came in. His coffee cup was still there, 3/4 full and cold. Dennis looked at it, and if only he had left when he first noticed something was wrong, if he had walked out the door and gotten in his truck and driven away, none of this would be happening. But he had not left, and now it was too late. Rita stood behind the counter and looked at him, and Dennis looked back, and neither of them spoke. The brothers sat in the booth with the knife, and the fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and Carl's body lay on the floor between the counter and the door, and Dennis thought that this was how it was going to end, that Rita and her brother were going to sit there and wait until they decided what to do with him, and Dennis was going to sit at the counter and wait to die, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. A part of him wanted to ask Rita why she had killed Carl, what he could have possibly done. But even if she answered, the answer would not matter, because whatever Carl had done, or not done, Dennis had done nothing except walk into the diner at the wrong time, and Rita was going to kill him for that. A passing trooper might see the lights and stop to check on them. If someone did, Rita would kill them too, and Dennis would be responsible for that. And the thought made him feel sick. The clock on the wall read 3:38. Dennis had been in the diner for an hour and 38 minutes. Rita walked to the coffee maker and poured herself a cup, and she drank it standing up, and Dennis watched her. And the next difficult thing would be killing him. He watched the way she held the cup, the way she sipped the coffee slowly. And Rita was in no hurry, that she had all the time in the world. And Dennis had no time at all. Rita drank coffee while Carl's body lay on the floor and Dennis sat waiting to die. She must have killed before. No one could be this calm the first time. She set the cup down and looked at Dennis, and Dennis thought she was going to say something, but she did not. She simply looked at him, and Dennis looked back, and the silence stretched out, and Dennis realized that Rita was not in a hurry and that she was willing to wait as long as it took for her to decide what to do, and the waiting was worse than anything else, worse than being shot or stabbed, because the waiting gave him time to think about what was going to happen, and he could not stop thinking about it. The brother stood up from the booth, and Dennis's muscles tensed, and the brother was coming for him. But the brother walked to the kitchen and disappeared through the swinging door, and Dennis heard water running, and he realized the brother was washing his hands, washing the blood off, and the brother had done this before, that he and Rita had done this before, and Dennis was not the first person to sit at this counter and wait to die. Headlights swept across the front windows. Dennis turned his head and saw a car pulling into the parking lot, and his heart leaped. And someone was coming, that he was going to be saved. And then he saw that it was a police cruiser, and he knew that whoever was in that car was going to die unless Dennis could warn them. Rita saw the cruiser too. She moved quickly, sliding the revolver under the counter, and she looked at Dennis, and her eyes were very calm, very clear, and she told him that if he made a sound, if he did anything to alert the officer, she would shoot the officer, and then she would shoot Dennis, and Dennis believed her. The brother came out of the kitchen, and Rita said something to him in a voice too low for Dennis to hear. And the brother nodded and walked back into the kitchen, and the swinging door closed behind him, and Dennis knew the brother was standing just inside, waiting, listening. The cruiser's door opened, and a state trooper stepped out, a tall man with a gray mustache, and he walked toward the diner, and Dennis watched him come. He wanted to shout, to warn the trooper, but Rita's hand was under the counter, and Dennis could not speak. The trooper opened the door and stepped inside, and he looked at Rita, and he looked at Dennis, and his eyes moved to Carl's body on the floor, and Dennis saw the trooper's hand move toward his gun, and Rita smiled. She told the trooper that there had been an accident, that the man on the floor had collapsed, that she had called for an ambulance, but it had not showed up yet. Her voice was steady, concerned, but not panicked, and the trooper looked at her, and he looked at Dennis, and Dennis could see him trying to decide whether to believe her. The trooper asked Dennis if he was all right. Dennis looked at the trooper, and he looked at Rita, and he saw Rita's hand move slightly under the counter, and he knew that she had her finger on the trigger, and he knew that the wrong answer would get them both killed. He said he was fine. He said he had just stopped for coffee, that he did not know the man on the floor, that he had been sitting at the counter when the man collapsed. He said it in a voice that did not sound like his own, in a voice that was flat and dead. And he saw the trooper's eyes narrow, and he knew the trooper did not believe him, knew the trooper could hear the fear in his voice, even though Dennis was trying to hide it. Dennis could feel sweat running down his back, could feel his hands shaking where they rested on the counter, and he tried to keep his face calm, tried to look like someone who had simply witnessed an accident. But his body was betraying him, was showing the trooper exactly what Dennis was trying to hide. The trooper looked at Dennis for a long moment, and Dennis saw the trooper's expression change, saw something like concern pass across the man's face, and Dennis knew the trooper had read his fear, had understood that Dennis was terrified, and the trooper was going to try to help him. The trooper walked toward Carl's body, moving slowly, and Dennis wanted to shout at him to leave, to get out. But Rita's hand was under the counter, and Dennis could not speak. The trooper knelt down beside Carl and checked for a pulse, and Dennis saw the moment when the trooper realized Carl was not just unconscious but dead, saw the trooper's shoulders stiffen. And the trooper stood up and turned toward Rita, and his hand went to his gun. Rita pulled the revolver out from under the counter and pointed it at the trooper, and the trooper drew his weapon, and Dennis threw himself sideways off the stool, and 2 gunshots sounded almost simultaneously, and the front window shattered, and glass rained down across the booths, and Dennis hit the floor and curled into a ball, his hands over his head, and he heard the trooper fall, heard the heavy sound of the body hitting the linoleum, and he knew the trooper was dead. The kitchen door swung open, and the brother came out with the knife, and Dennis looked up and saw Rita standing behind the counter with the revolver still in her hand. And he saw the brother standing over the trooper's body, and he knew that he was next, that they were going to kill him now, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. But Rita did not shoot him. She looked at Dennis on the floor, and she looked at the trooper's body, and she looked at her brother, and Dennis saw something pass between them, some unspoken communication. And the brother nodded and walked to the front door and looked out at the parking lot. Rita told Dennis to get up. Dennis stood slowly, his legs shaking, and Rita kept the gun pointed at him. And the brother opened the front door and stepped outside, and Dennis heard the brother's footsteps on the pavement, heard him walking toward the cruiser, and Dennis understood that they were going to move the bodies, that they were going to put Carl and the trooper in the cruiser and drive it somewhere and leave it, and then they were going to come back for Dennis. Rita told Dennis to sit down at the counter. Dennis sat, and Rita stood behind the counter with the gun, and they waited. Dennis could hear the brother outside, could hear the sound of the cruiser's door opening, could hear the radio crackling, and the radio. The trooper's dispatcher would be calling, would be asking for a status report, and when the trooper did not answer, they would send someone to check on him. And maybe he could wait. Maybe he could stay alive long enough for someone else to come. But he did not believe it. The brother came back inside, and he said something to Rita in a low voice, and Rita nodded. And the brother walked to Carl's body and picked it up, lifting it easily. And he carried it outside. And Dennis watched through the window as the brother put Carl in the back of the cruiser, and then the brother came back inside and picked up the trooper. And Dennis saw the blood on the floor where the trooper had fallen, saw the dark pool spreading across the linoleum. And this was real, that this was happening, and he could not make himself believe it. The brother carried the trooper outside, and Rita walked around the counter, and she stood between Dennis and the door. And Dennis knew that if he tried to run, she would shoot him. And even if she missed, the brother would catch him. And he would die in the parking lot instead of in the diner, and it would not matter. Dennis sat at the counter under the fluorescent lights, and through the broken window he could hear sounds from the parking lot, sounds he did not want to identify, the wet drag of something heavy across pavement, the metallic creak of the cruiser's trunk opening, and he sat very still and tried not to listen, tried not to imagine what the brother was doing out there in the darkness. The diner was bright, every surface lit and visible, and Dennis could see his own reflection in the remaining window glass, could see himself sitting at the counter like a customer, and beyond his reflection he could see nothing but darkness, could hear but not see what was happening, and the not seeing was worse than anything. The brother came back inside, and he closed the door, and he locked it, and he turned and looked at Dennis, and Dennis looked back, and the brother's face was still blank, still expressionless, and Dennis thought that the brother was going to kill him now, thought that the brother was going to use the knife. But the brother did not move. He simply stood there, and Rita stood there, and Dennis sat at the counter, and no one spoke. Dennis realized they were waiting for something. He did not know what, did not know whether they were waiting for the parking lot to be empty, or for the night to be darker, or for some other condition to be met, but they were waiting, and Dennis was waiting with them, and the silence in the diner was so complete that Dennis could hear his own heartbeat, could hear the blood rushing in his ears. And this was what dying felt like. This waiting, this knowing that it was going to happen, and not knowing when. He looked at the clock and saw that only 4 minutes had passed since the brother had come back inside, and time was moving differently now. That every second stretched out until it felt like an hour, and if Rita made him wait much longer, he would start screaming, would start begging, would do anything to make the waiting stop. And he clenched his hands into fists and pressed them against his thighs and tried to stay quiet. The clock read 3:52. Rita poured herself more coffee, drank it without sitting down, and set the cup on the counter. The brother stood by the door with the knife in his hand, and Dennis sat at the counter with his hands flat on the formica. His truck, his apartment. The route he'd been driving. All of it seemed very far away, like something that had happened to someone else. Rita set her cup down and looked at Dennis, and Dennis looked back. And he saw that she had made her decision, saw it in the way her shoulders straightened, in the way her hand tightened on the revolver. And he knew that the waiting was over. She told the brother to get the car. The brother unlocked the door and stepped outside, and Dennis heard his footsteps on the pavement, heard the station wagon's engine start, and he knew that the brother was going to pull the car up to the door, and they were going to put Dennis in it, and they were going to drive him somewhere, and they were going to kill him, and no one was going to stop them. Rita kept the gun pointed at Dennis, and Dennis sat very still. Should he grab the gun, run for the door? He knew it was useless, and so he sat there and waited. The station wagon pulled up outside, and the brother got out and came back inside, and Rita told Dennis to stand up, and Dennis stood, and the brother walked toward him, and Dennis thought this was it. This was the moment, and he closed his eyes. And then there was a sound outside, the low rumble of a diesel engine, and headlights swept across the windows, and Dennis opened his eyes and saw a semi-truck pulling into the parking lot, the big rig angling in across the entrance, blocking the station wagon's path to the road, and Dennis saw the driver leaning out of the cab, saw the driver looking at the cruiser with its lights off, at the station wagon idling by the door, at the diner with its lights on, and Dennis knew the driver could see them through the broken window, could see Rita with the gun, could see the brother standing over Dennis, and the driver was reaching for his CB radio. Rita saw it too. She bolted for the front door, and the brother was right behind her, and Dennis heard the station wagon's engine roar, and he ran to the broken window and looked out, and saw the station wagon tearing across the grass, its headlights cutting wild arcs as it bounced over the lawn toward the county road, and he saw the semi-driver climbing down from his cab, and Dennis staggered through the front door and out into the parking lot. The station wagon's taillights were already disappearing down the road, heading away from the semi, away from the highway, deeper into the back roads, and Dennis stood in the parking lot and watched them go, and he knew that Rita and her brother were not trapped, and were not hiding in the woods waiting to be found, but were driving away into the network of county roads and dirt tracks that spread through the countryside like veins, and no one would catch them. The driver asked if Dennis was all right, and Dennis said no. And the driver asked what happened, and Dennis looked at the diner, the open door and the lights inside and the blood on the floor, and he did not know where to start. The driver had a CB radio in his truck, and he called for help, and Dennis sat on the curb in the parking lot and waited. He could see the county road stretching into darkness, could see the point where the station wagon's taillights had disappeared. And Rita and her brother were driving deeper into the back roads, thought about how many turns they could take, how many directions they could go, and they were already miles away, already beyond any roadblock the police could set up, and he did not know if they would keep driving or whether they would circle back. Police arrived in ambulances. Dennis told them what had happened, and they took him to the hospital and checked him for injuries and asked him questions, and he answered them as best he could. They told him they would find Rita Wallace and her brother, and Dennis nodded. But the vast, empty country roads beyond the diner offered too many ways to vanish. He couldn't bring himself to believe the police would find them. They did not find them. The police searched the county roads and the back highways, checked every diner and truck stop within 100 miles, and they found nothing. The station wagon had vanished into the network of dirt roads and farm tracks that spread through the countryside, and Rita and her brother could be anywhere, could have changed the plates and driven to another state, could be sitting in another diner right now. The case stayed open, and detectives called Dennis every few weeks to ask if he had remembered anything else, if he had seen anything he had not mentioned, and Dennis told them he had not, and eventually the calls stopped coming. He quit driving. He took a warehouse job in Columbus, worked days, went home when it got dark. He did not go into diners anymore and did not stop at truck stops or rest areas, and when people asked why he had left the road, he said it was his back, and they believed him. But sometimes at night, he would wake and think he heard coffee being poured, the sound of liquid filling a cup. And he would lie in the darkness and listen, and the sound would not fade. And he would get up and check the kitchen, and there would be nothing there, but he could still hear it, and he did not know if it was memory or if it was something else. The trooper had been 34 years old, and he had stopped at the diner because he had seen the lights on and thought he should check that everything was all right, and Dennis had answered his questions and lied to his face, and the trooper had died for it. If he had told the truth immediately, warned the trooper about the gun, maybe the man would have lived, but maybe Rita would have shot them both, and Dennis could not know which, and the not knowing was worse than anything else. Rita and her brother were still out there. They had found another diner in another town. He could see her. Rita standing behind a counter in some other town, pouring coffee for someone who would never drink it, performing the ritual again, the smooth, practiced motion, the cup filling to the brim, the steam rising, and Rita would do it again because she had done it before, because the refilling had not been about fooling Dennis or about keeping up appearances, but about something else, something Dennis could not name, something that had made Rita stand in an empty diner at 3 a.m, pouring coffee for a dead man over and over and over. How many times had she refilled Carl's cup before Dennis pulled in? Had she lost track? Had she spoken to the corpse while she poured, had said the things waitresses say to customers, or whether she had done it in silence, and he would never know, that no one would ever know, because Rita was gone and Carl was dead, and Dennis had only seen the end of it, had only witnessed the performance after it had been running for hours. Dennis stood at his apartment window one evening and looked down at the street below, at the cars passing and the people walking, and Rita was somewhere out there in some other town, in some other diner, standing behind a counter with a coffee pot in her hand, and wondering if she was pouring for the living or the dead. It didn't matter. Rita would pour either way, that the act of pouring had become something Rita could not stop doing. And wherever Rita was, whatever name she was using, she was still refilling cups that would never be emptied, still performing a routine that had no purpose except its own repetition. If he drove the highways again, if he stopped at diners in small towns, he might walk into one and see her there, might see her standing behind a counter with her hand on a coffee pot, might see her turn toward him with that same flat expression. And he would know, and she would know, and neither of them would say anything, and she would pour his coffee, and he would sit there and wait to see if she ever stopped pouring, and he did not know what he would do if she did not.